And to open the batting for Surrey, number 4, Bryony Smith, and number 22, Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
Hello and welcome to a windy and slightly chilly Beckenham for this Tier 1 encounter between Surrey and Warwickshire. Surrey won the toss and they have elected to bat. I'm Ponsonby. I'm joined, I'm delighted to say, by Georgie Heath, who has already put her hood up, zipped her coat up and is ready for a day with, well, to be fair, I think it's actually nicer at ground level.
Yes, I think it is.
Perched.
I think we're just sort of in the wind tunnel here, and actually it's a complete contrast to when we were here on Wednesday, when actually it got too hot and we were sort of trying to cover everything and to be able to actually see what was going on and not melt.
Well, I brought a cap along especially today to protect my forehead, so I did get a bit sunburnt on Wednesday, which was a real treat actually. I enjoyed my first sunburn of the UK summer. And I'm going to enjoy today even more. Bryony Smith and Danny Wyatt-Hodge are in the middle. Both players have had starts throughout the season, but kind of not pushed on for that first 50, that first 70. Bryony Smith will be taking strike, and the very exciting, ever exciting, Izzy Wong has the ball in hand. Full to begin with. It takes the toe end of the bat.
Well, you know what, I think Izzy Wong was probably the happiest person on the field because she is probably the strongest Liverpool supporter I know as well, so having a good week, Izzy Wong.
Title winner, new ball bowler, the only person really running around at the moment as well, so she's warm in spirit, body and mind at the moment.
Yeah, like a lot of Liverpool, I guess, unless they've been celebrating a bit too hard then.
Full driven, and that should race away for 4, but Davina Perrin set off in hot pursuit, unable to stop the ball. I beg your pardon. That's the 12th player, Amu Surrenkumar, who tricked me earlier on today as well. I was desperately trying to work out what the 3 changes were, so we're going to investigate that because we had a team sheet given to us where Surrenkumar was listed as the 12th player of the side, which suggests that someone is already off the pitch. Driven again. That won't go race away to the boundary. Surrenkumar is once again called into action. It really is blowing a gale here. Surrenkumar's hat's just lifted off her head. Disappeared into the distance.
Very blustery up here on the balcony. There's a few taking cover already, sort of trying to hide from the wind tunnel.
I believe we have a special guest in attendance once more. Charlotte Edwards is in town, keeping a keen eye on her new potential England players. Just drifted down the leg side and clips Wyatt-Hodge's pads on the way through. 4 leg buys.
I was listening to an interview with Charlotte Edwards this week, and she was saying she got burnt shins when she was here on Wednesday.
Oh, goodness me.
I know. I think I don't think she was particularly happy about that bit, but she was happy that she's being able to sort of get around and about to all the different counties and sort of get the scouting on before the start of that series at the end of the month. Now we're into May.
I don't think shins is one of the lower tiered places I'd expect to get sunburn.
Yeah, but I think it probably hurts quite a lot. It's like your ears, that's a worse one.
That's a good quick run from Surrey, and Surrenkumar has been very busy this first over and swooped to collect that, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge had to be alert to the danger.
So 10 already on the board inside this first over. They'll be pleased with this as a start. Well, this Surrey pair, 2 of them sort of made it into the 30s, and they had the opportunity to push on and just got themselves out, didn't they? In that game against Durham.
Driven, that's 4 more. Wit from Izzy Wong, and Bryony Smith has started ever so positively here. Her second boundary of the over. Surrey's third, including those 4 leg byes. And a superb start for the home team, who after the first over are 14 for none.
Now, Bryony Smith, she takes guard and she's showing all 3 stumps, so she's really standing on leg stumps, showing all 3, and just uses that width that Izzy Wong offers her. But she's someone that I think is really a player to keep an eye on, actually, because she's someone who's been in and around that England side before. She's had those opportunities. She was part of that Commonwealth Games squad as well, and so I think she's someone that she goes back into Surrey and county, and when it was a regional scores ample runs, and then has never really managed it at that national level. But I think she's someone that Charlotte Edwards will sort of have in the back of her mind as a potential for getting back in those England colours.
Well, the other half of Warwickshire's very exciting new ball pair is about to begin. Katie George, left arm. She gave an interview to the Cricketer not too long ago, where she said words to the effect of, if I can't bowl fast, there's no point.
Fair. You know what?
That's how I enjoy my cricket. So as soon as I can't send it down at a rate of knots, not interested. That's picked up immediately. Where has that gone? Plugs around deep square leg. Fielder's able to swoop around. That's 2 more runs to the total. It's been an all-action start, and I can confirm that it's just the 2 changes for Warwickshire today. Beth Ellis and Meg Austin are in for Stair Callis and Chloe Brewer. Brewer, who had started the season very well, especially with the ball, rolled her ankle against the Blaze. That's taken the leading edge. It could be caught. Drops agonisingly short.
She was sort of done for pace a bit there, wasn't she, Danny Wyatt-Hodge? Sort of surprised her a little, coming from Katie George. But the first 2 balls of her over, it's been all action.
It's been a wonderful start.
Yeah,
I've been having all the time. I can also confirm that Davina Perrin's been doing me a mischief, because she's wearing Surun Kumar's jumper. Surun Kumar is not playing. We can confirm.
Can confirm.
Well defended by Wyatt-Hodge.
Yeah, Stair Callis obviously been playing at Warwickshire on loan from Yorkshire, and she was back with Yorkshire yesterday. And I texted her last night, I said, surely you're not making your way down to Beckenham as well tomorrow. I think she's also trying to set a record for the most matches of cricket played in a summer. She seems to be everywhere. She's every other day she's playing somewhere or somewhere new.
That's a wide ball as Georgia slips down the leg side. Well gathered by Freeborn. Notice there has been some interesting hops between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Surrey's Emma Jones had the most remarkable game for Glamorgan, where she'd signed on loan for their match against Middlesex roughly the day before their encounter. She turned up, she's wearing someone else's top. Well bowled by George. Wearing someone else's top, she bowled 9 overs at 3 for 80. With some a beautiful delivery to dismiss Saskia Hawley. Sprayed it around a bit, then from number 5 proceeded to get, I think it was 140 not out in a losing cause, where the next highest score was 25. Hell of a day.
It's one of those, you don't want to lose, but also it's quite satisfying when you just look at the rest of your team and go, look what I can do. Sorry, did you just not turn up?
It's a good line by George, angling in at middle and leg stump. Warwickshire just being able to put a bit of a lid on this start after a very frantic opening, well, 8 deliveries.
I'll be interested to see how the deck plays today. We looked at it obviously on Wednesday, that baking sunshine. We thought this is something we would all want to have a bat on. And Sophia Dunkley made hay while the sun literally did shine.
That brings to a close the second over. Surrey are 17 for none. Well, Surrey made their 4th highest ever list day score, I believe, here on Wednesday. They got up well above 300. I think they finished around 340. Kirstie White, who is with us commentating today, kind of describes Beckenham as a place of runs and wind. It's windy and there's lots of runs scored in
There
summer.
you go. And I've been here 2 days this week, and I've seen both of those things.
How has Cal been finding the kind of motorway tours of the country in kind of pursuit of as much cricket as possible?
I think she's enjoying it, actually. She was over in Oz with me over the winter as well, so these are no trips whatsoever, but I think she just wants to play as much cricket as she possibly can. It's an interesting one, isn't it? You know, she's been at Yorkshire for a while, so she was like, well, I want to stay with Yorkshire. I don't really mind that they're in the League 2, Tier 2, whatever you want to call it. You know, they've supported me, we've got great facilities, and then they're going to move up again further down the line anyway. So, yeah, I think she's just trying to get as much cricket as she can. She's been over in Australia. She was playing at Gordon in Sydney. Scored a heap of runs. Obviously playing for the Netherlands. They were over in Nepal.
Beautifully driven by Bryony Smith. Surrey will scamper through for a single. It's well fielded at mid-on. Lots of hands on heads out in the middle. I don't think it was that close.
No, a bit of early morning excitement, perhaps.
I do think it must be. It is absolutely a place I'm desperate to go and watch cricket, is Nepal. Because the level of support is, I think, beyond anyone's kind of recognition and realisation internationally. Their internationals are watched by thousands and thousands of people. Big appeal for LBW. No interest from the umpire. I think there was a little bit of bat involved there. We just heard 2 noises come through our headphones.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Just a little bit of a woody sound, but Wyatt Hodge just rehearsing that shot, just trying to flick it away. And this is a good recovery, this, from Izzy Wong. Went for 10 from her first over, giving it a little too much width. Bryony Smith was onto it early.
I remember talking to a couple of Nepalese fans out at the T20 World Cup in America last year, and they were explaining to me about how kind of 10 years ago all the billboards in Nepal were footballers, and now they're all cricketers. And I had the most extraordinary day where I was covering a match in Dallas, Texas, and it's Nepal versus Netherlands on a Tuesday morning. You think no one's going to be here. You arrive at the ground and it's packed. Well bowled again by Wong. That just takes the inside half of Wyatt Hodge's bat.
She's finding a good length, isn't she? Here now, Izzy Wong, just that little bit fuller. But it's one of those, you think, you know, that match you don't need to rock up that early. You know, we always talk about the India-Pakistan games, and you have to get there sort of 4 hours early to actually get through and into the broadcasting or the press kind of areas. And then you rock up at a Nepal game, and actually you can't get through there neither.
It was a wonderful experience. Driven again. This time straight to mid-off, where Georgia Davis does the fielding. And a very fine over from Izzy Wong comes to a close. Just 2 runs off it. So the score is 19 for none after 3.
Izzy Wong is another interesting one, isn't she? She was sort of the shiny new thing, the pacer, the exciting pace of England a few summers ago now, I guess it was. And then she had that test match against South Africa where she really burst onto the scene, had a great one there, referred to herself as the Divock Origi of the match in a later on interview. And then she sort of seemed to have petered out a little. She struggled to get any matches for Birmingham Phoenix last summer, couldn't really get a game, went out on loan for a bit. So it's nice to see her sort of back in the fold and then working in tandem with Katie George. So great pace from both ends. And nice to see Katie George back in and not injured for once, touch wood.
Wyatt Hodge picks the ball up. It's just the 1 run. Fielded in the deep by Meg Austin, who's playing her first game of the season. Wyatt Hodge only on 5 off 12 here. It's been a slightly slow but not sedate start, I'd say. 3 of her runs have come through picking that ball up into the deep square leg region. I think it's very easy to forget that Izzy Wong's still only 22. Kind of think about her being around for ages. She's still so young and early on in her career. She took the most extraordinary catch midweek for Warwickshire. I do implore you go and find it online. George just loses a run-up. Daniel Norcross has arrived. He's lurking behind us with intent.
I could sense him before I saw him, before you mentioned. I knew there was someone around. He's gone for the full winter coat as well.
We had a very firm handshake. It was very manly between me and Dan. I enjoyed it. Cut away. That's a beautiful shot from Bryony Smith, who has started this innings so well. And she moves on to 14 off just 8 deliveries.
Well, she scored all 3 of her boundaries through that cover region. It's just delightful. This is what you love to see. He moves those feet early, picks up the length, picks up the width.
One of slight concern for Warwickshire will be that Katie George hasn't been able to find any swings so far. Even when she's targeting those stumps, the ball's kind of been angled in towards middle and leg as opposed to hooping back into the right-hander's pads. And just a little bit of width there, and Bryony Smith was able to capitalise. One more run to the tally. So Bryony Smith missed out twice, well, in both the opening 2 matches of Surrey season. Made 1 and 6 against Somerset and Hampshire respectively. Made 36 against Durham midweek. So it's all kind of on the road to recovery. Feels too strong, but she looks in very fine form this morning.
The trajectory is definitely going in the right direction.
It is going up.
That's what you'd like. You'd much rather that than start absolutely blazing and then sort of dampen throughout the season.
It's well bowled from Katie George. Comfortably played by Whitehodge. She does well to block it out to the left of cover where they do sneak a run. Are you looking to play at all this summer?
Badly, perhaps, but yes, I might have a dabble.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I came out of my 15-year retirement. Seeing as I'm only 30, that's quite a long time, really. Why not, you know?
Pulled away. That'll be 4 more.
If I could play a shot like that, then I'd try and play a lot more.
Bryony Smith has started in such excellent touch this morning. Now pulling, well, boundaries both sides of the wicket now. Her 4th of the morning. It's a bit of a one-man mission at the moment. Surrey have raced to 30 for none.
I always think of Bryony Smith as sort of this one of like a brutal batter. You know, she really gives it something.
That's clipped the outside of Smith's pad, and that could run away for 4 more. It does indeed. We'll wait to see what the umpire awards. It's as such, it is leg byes, the 2nd of the morning. That brings the 4th over to a close. Sorry, 34 for none. I feel like you've stitched me up a little bit there. You just told me 2 anecdotes this morning about playing for Sydney University Cricket Club, yeah. And your unbeaten 50 for Bristol University, Southampton. And then you go, no, I might play badly this season.
Oh no, there's 15 years retirement. That one game at uni doesn't count. But yeah, might dabble.
It's the worst. You weren't even playing and you came straight into the side and scored runs. I
probably played under someone else's name. Probably not. You probably can't even find the record of it anywhere. A very strange day. But fun to. I played for the Barmy Army once.
That's very nice.
I was definitely the only girl on the field.
Was that a special occasion?
We played against the Barrett Army. It was just a bizarre lone game. I did turn up and the ground staff, and I said, you know, I'm here for the cricket match, and he was like, oh, okay, you know, go park over there, and I said, he was like, oh, you know, you're here to watch, and I was like, I'm playing, and his just response was, but you're a girl, and I was like, I am well aware, thank you, yes.
So where was this played? When was this? At Richmond?
2 years ago, actually.
Oh, goodness me.
2018, 19? Yeah, it was good fun, actually. And they had a little tuk-tuk that you went out to the middle on.
Flicked around the corner by Whitehodge. Wong shows her frustration. Whitehodge has just been struggling for some rhythm this morning. She gets a loose delivery and is able to find a way to double figures.
Yeah, marching along at 8.77 at the moment, this run rate, but yeah, nicely picked up by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. She's just starting to join the party, which has been dominated by Bryony Smith, who's taken over the dance floor since the music came on.
That's lovely.
Thank you.
I enjoyed that. Well, just staying very straight at the moment. You see, probably in both those last deliveries, the hope for Warwickshire would be that that ball would kind of swing back round and be targeting Wyatt-Hodge's outside edge. But the ball's been remaining gun barrel straight at the moment. It is chilly out there. See a few hands in pockets.
Yeah, can you have the little hand warmers, the little tea bag kind of things? Well, they look like tea bags in your pocket.
Pulled around the corner again, and that'll be 4 more. Wong lost her line earlier in the over and loses her length this time. And Wyatt-Hodge is well and truly up and running. The run rate up at 9 and over.
Yeah, this is just far too short. And Danny Wyatt is onto it and helps it on its way, and it's fine enough. And she also kept it down, so it was always going to be safe. And Fielder, all they can do is go and fetch it from in front of those flats.
I remember interviewing Mason Crane kind of this time last year, and he was explaining how to kind of combat the cold, a lot of players would stick those heat patches all over them. Beautifully bowled by Wong. There's that slight bit of movement they've been looking for. It sounded quite overwhelming, to be honest. I don't know how I'd quite deal with that. They're kind of explaining it as deep heat patches. I'm not really sure I understand what they are.
Oh yes, so I do know these. They look like a giant plaster,
yeah,
and they've got a full sticky back. And I've used them on, you know, when you have a lower back injury, when you
Correct.
hit your 30s, everything
What if you're just a
aches.
bit cold?
And then you just, I guess you just stick them and you go, I'll just put my hand against that bit of me that's warm and warm myself up. That's very clever. I like that.
Driven. That's through backward point. It should be cut off. Surrey have to settle for just 1 run. At the end of the 5th over, Surrey's very fine start continues. The score is 43 for none.
Yeah, dream start this for Surrey, winning the toss, deciding to have a bat first in the sunshine here at Beckenham, and coming off the back of their first win of this new system as well.
No, indeed. Surrey played 3, won 1, lost 2. Whereas Warwickshire have completed the set. They've played 3, won 1, lost 1, tied 1.
Ooh.
They had an opening day tie against Hampshire. It was 208 all out. There was a match they were kind of in control of, and then they'll run out on the final ball of the game. I think Georgia Davis was scampering through for what was hoping to be the winning moment, only to see the ball hit the stumps. It's down the leg side and swung back away from Freeborn after it's passed Wyatt-Hodge. George looks back at the umpire and says, really?
Yeah, she couldn't quite believe it. She almost held her hands up in an appeal here, Katie George. I would like to have another look at this one. Really moved. And I don't really know how that's gone where it's gone. It's defying the laws of maths of the angles that I can understand.
Well, it snuck behind Wyatt-Hodge's backside and then kind of reverse swung away from the direction it was travelling. Abby Freeborn was completely wrong-footed. And the end result is 5 more runs to Surrey's total. Warwickshire just have to be a little bit careful here, because if this carries on for another 3 to 5 overs, they could be in real trouble. It's beautifully bowled, but it's a front foot no ball. And the wheels are creaking a little bit here for Warwickshire. You really don't want to be giving Wyatt-Hodge a free hit. She scores boundaries off the one she is allowed to get out from.
Yeah, this is a little worrying for this opening bowling partnership. Nearly 50 on the board already. We're yet to see a legal delivery in this over, and we've already had 6 runs from it. And now Danny Wyatt-Hodge gets to have a free swing at this one.
And that's another no ball. I assume for height? No, for a front foot. It was for a front foot. I beg your pardon, because you have to be aware, of course, if it is a no ball for height, that is not a free hit the following delivery. But because it was a free hit beforehand, even if it had been a no ball for height on that occasion, the free hit would have remained. Hope you've all enjoyed that.
We really do make up laws as we go, don't we, in cricket?
Well, we had one yesterday at my club where the ball's taken someone's glove, then deflected off their helmet. Swung away. There is protection. Baker runs round but is unable to prevent the ball from trickling over the boundary rope for 4. And after the first legal delivery of Katie George's 3rd over, we see here Wyatt Hodge just picking that ball up off a length. I believe, if my maths are correct, 11 runs have come off the first ball.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really tricky now. And the 50 up as well for Surrey, inside 6 overs. I'm very pleased with this. Captain Bryony Smith winning toss, deciding to have a bat and racing along like this. If you look at Wasp, 328. That's what that's buzzing about.
It's also worth keeping an eye on the number of extras here. So Wyatt Hodge and Smith are on 19 apiece. That comes to 38. And extras racing along on 16 themselves.
It's like a maths lesson here this morning.
Wyatt Hodge is able to just drop that into the leg side. And that's the slight problem with this ball not swinging. It's if she's able to tuck these 2 right-handers up with that line, even if it deflects off the inside half of the bat, the way the field's set, then trickles for an easy run.
It'll be interesting to see how they go about what they do with changing up their bowlers, whether they decide they're going to give Wong another one, or whether she's losing pace and losing rhythm.
That's beautifully bowled, and we see that late movement once it's gone past the batter once again. I do feel for Freeborn behind the stumps there, because it's not looking easy at all. I mean, Warwickshire ideally would be hoping that the ball swung a bit earlier.
Yes, I mean, has been a tricky start, and that's what Katie George is looking for early, and not finding it, and then losing her run-up as well. A couple of no balls in there. You can see she does look a little frustrated.
It's well bowled once again. No, you're right. Another one of Warwickshire's issues is Chloe Brewer, who has been excellent with them with the ball so far this season, is unavailable. She injured herself in the previous match. So they'll have to turn to pastures new slightly. You have the captain, Georgia Davis, of course, who's able to bowl some off-spin. Baker's leggies are available. Pulled away. That is that brutality that Georgie was speaking about earlier with Bryony Smith.
You know what, that's the kind of shot you actually just don't want to be anywhere near having to try and catch that. When your hands are a bit cold on a morning like this, and that has been absolutely walloped by Bryony Smith.
Well, 1 ball left of this Katie George over, and she'll be hoping to get through it as quickly and as pain-free as possible. And she succeeds in doing so. At the end of the 6th over, I believe that was 16 runs off that over. There's a lot of symbols down there, and it's quite hard to read them quickly. But after 6 overs, it is 59 for no loss.
Yeah, so we're going to have a look and see if they are going to continue with another from Izzy Wong. We are, I think. Yeah, they've got a few in their ranks that could come in and have a bowl. Karis Pavley's around. Hannah Baker, 2 of the youngsters that were part of that under-19 World Cup squad in the very first one in South Africa, and they lost in that final to India. Davina Perrin obviously was playing in the under-19s this January/February.
I also wouldn't be surprised to see if Emily Arlott came into the attack, so they continue with seam in the power play and give their young spinners a bit more protection to ideally come in once those fielders are able to be outside the 25-yard circle. We've had a slight field change. We've had a cover point drop out to the boundary's edge. It's well bowled from Wong. I think Warwickshire are looking to go slightly more one side of the wicket here, with the ball not swinging. And Surrey racing away. They stay outside off stump, have the fielder out on the boundary's edge, pack the offside ring, able to have a little bit more protection. It's good from Wong. 2 deliveries of both the line and length she'd be after. Hodge defended both into the offside for no run.
Yeah, you can see a few players sort of rubbing their hands together, trying to keep warm.
This is very good from Wong so far. I was flicking through my favourite book, The Cricketer's Who's Who. With Izzy Wong. Her specialist pub quiz topic, Star Wars.
Okay, yeah. What would yours be?
Oh, QPR's 2010-11 promotion season. I can do that one really well. She's also a big Cars fan, as in the movie.
I actually did watch that last week.
Wonderful. A special occasion or just?
No, I'm just a 10-year-old boy. I was because I'd already watched Shrek quite recently, and
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's usually my go-to is Shrek.
No, I think we can bond over this. I'm a big fan of animated Pixar movies. It's potentially my guilty pleasure. I don't know if it should be a guilty one, but there we go. So if did you watch Shrek? Did you only watch Shrek because you kind of just watched Monsters Inc. before then and can repeat that?
Well, I have watched Monsters Inc. recently as well, but
it's cut away. Should be caught. Is caught. A real loosener from Izzy Wong, caught by Davina Perrin at point, and that is a freebie for Warwickshire. White Hodge is walking off disgusted with herself, and out of nowhere Warwickshire have a very much needed breakthrough.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed. It was there to be hit. Danny Wyatt, she just sort of, it was a little wider than perhaps she was hoping, and it was sort of almost the toe end of the bat. And Davina Perrin, she's a very safe pair of hands, only almost falls over in her celebration as she goes to high-five her teammates, but it flew straight to her. Oh.
A little clash of heads between her and Meg Austin there.
The new batter for Surrey, number 26.
Alice Capsey comes flying out to the middle.
Now, Capsey was not the top scorer on Wednesday. That accolade belonged to Sophia Dunkley, who made 92. But in terms of class and form, she did seem like the player of the day. I think we awarded her such a mantle on our post-match podcast, Over and Out. Make sure to tune into that later.
I think it was the way she went about her business, wasn't it?
Yep.
She sort of worked alongside Dunkley and really upped that run rate and kept it ticking over, and then accelerated and put her car into sport mode, I think we were talking about.
Well, she's a good player to keep an eye on today because she wasn't able to field on Wednesday. She had a slight injury problem, so whether she's able to bowl today remains to be seen, but she's definitely available to bat at number 3. She's ready to face her first delivery from the final ball of Wong's 4th over. Leaves it dutifully through. And at the end of the 7th over, Surrey are 59 for 1.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, were they thinking about perhaps changing up the bowling? Would they give Wong another? And she's gone and bowled a wicket maiden, so it shows what I know. But Capsey, she's another one who's in the ascendancy. Started off with a 26 against Somerset, 57 against Hampshire, and a 79 against Durham on Wednesday. So another one that Charlotte Edwards we're pleased to see in some runs and in some form, and we like to see that she's sort of shuffling around, because when we saw her walking around the other day, she did look like she was really hobbling.
She did indeed, but as you mentioned, when she sprinted out to the middle here, she looks in a better physical condition. Now we do have a bowling change. As we guessed, there might have been Emily Arlott is coming into the attack. Now Arlott, she's never made her international debut, but she was in a test squad back in 2021. She had a phenomenal start to the season. She made 130 against Essex, wonderful match-winning innings. She's over in Western Australia over the winter. She played a few matches for them in the WNCL. And here she is to start her day's work. Starts with a bit of a loosener. That's cut away for 4. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to see this, but from this angle we're looking at here now, if we're able to just go behind the bowler's arm again, when she's running in, Arlott has started, I don't know if she started this season, but it was picked up by the Metrobank One Day Cup's socials. She has 3 discs on the ground to guide her gather for her run-up.
Interesting.
And I've never seen it before. I wasn't even sure it was allowed. I quite like the idea that she probably had to ask the umpires, can I do this? And they look like they're blue discs today. It's well bowled, takes the outside edge and goes for 1. You'll be able to see, well, from this angle here, where the umpire's just walking across now, there's a white line spray painted on the floor. 3 blue discs, it looks like. I don't think I'm making those up. Could you see those?
I think so. I think so.
Well, I promised they were there in a previous match, and they were orange. Short, cuts. And this time it beats a diving parent at backward point. Will it race away for 4? It does. It's very quick down in that direction of the ground. It runs away down the hill. And Bryony Smith continues at a rate of knots. She moves on to 28 off 17.
Yeah, it's got that sort of wide slip in, and then it's gone between diving Perrin at point and slip, sort of the outside edge, but had enough on it. Bryony Smith. She's going along at a good rate here, 28 from 17 as well.
Defends back down the ground. So it looks as if she's got 3 discs lined up, and her left foot lands on the middle one just as she's approaching her gather. Hopefully we'll be able to get a shot of it there. You can just see in the top right hand of the screen the 3 discs.
You're not imagining it.
3 bits of spray paint, it looks like now. Maybe they are discs, I don't know. Cuts. That goes over Perrin this time, and that'll be 4 more. No matter how fast Perrin runs after that, it's very, very difficult to gather anything back in once it starts running away down that hill. And Bryony Smith's fantastic innings continues to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, an expensive first over, this one from Arlott as well, already gone for 10. Still another delivery to come. And I'm wondering on the dots, how far that can go. You know, can you start writing things like jump now?
Have you look like little cues?
Little cues to yourself.
Smith hunting for more boundaries there, but the innings definitely hasn't come to a close. We've still got 42 more overs to go out here, but at the end of the 8th over, the score is 69 for 1. We have a drink being quite ferociously run on.
I'm being inspired by Lightning McQueen. Absolutely racing.
Not quite sure what is happening here. If we're able to just get a shot of the umpire. Looks like there's some tape dangling. Is that Rhiannon McDonald-Gay? Don't believe it is. It's someone in a coat of sorts, and they sprinted on with a couple of bottles. They haven't given them to anyone.
No, had a chat with the umpire and jogging off again.
There's all types of excitement happening down here at the county ground this morning.
And there's a few in to watch as well in the sunshine on the bank holiday weekend. Why not?
It's beautifully driven off the back foot by Capsey. No run. The amount of time she had further proved her class. She's had a fantastic start to the season. 2 half-centuries in her 3 innings. Underlining her status as kind of one of England's, if not England's, greatest player of potential and ability. It's 8 dot balls in a row now for Izzy Wong, who after a wayward start to proceedings has really honed in on her line and length.
Yeah, much better this from Wong. She just struggled a little at the beginning. I don't know if she was just trying to warm up, get herself in, and also the way that Wyatt, Hodge and Smith were sort of whacking it around.
That short cut away. Capsies picks up one more run. Bryony Smith back on strike now. Wong has been able to put together, well, just conceded one run off her past 9 deliveries, but none of those have been at Smith, who's on 32 of 20, been making anything that's sent down at her this morning look pretty tame. The sweeper drops out to the boundary immediately. This time she defends down to her feet. Izzy Wong performs a magic trick, flicks the ball up over her head, catches it behind her back.
It's great if it comes off doing that.
It did. It looked wonderful.
I would think, you know, when they sort of whip out your footballing skills to kick up the ball, and actually if you just end up toe bunting it and having to sort of chase it, it's quite embarrassing.
I'm convinced there was a Surrey men's player a few years ago who kind of fractured a toe or something ludicrous, punting a ball away after a wicket. This is really good stuff from Wong here. Warwickshire needs some control and they haven't found it yet. But Wong is doing a very fine job. Just one run off the over so far, one ball remaining. I want to say, I must be making this up, because in my head it was Gareth Batty, but I don't think he necessarily broke a foot. But there was a remarkable video of someone taking a wicket or taking a catch, punting the ball away incredibly far, and unsurprisingly being in a bit of pain afterwards. Just full of length, but a very fine over for Warwickshire comes to a close. One run off it after 9 overs. The score is 70 for 1.
Well, you do hear about those, don't you? The sort of strange injuries, people injuring themselves celebrating or going to high five and putting a shoulder out. I once put myself in a wheelchair for a day, brushing my hair.
Goodness me.
I managed to put a joint out in my neck and trap a nerve all at the same time.
That sounds...
It was very excruciatingly painful.
Was it tame? Could you feel, was there some kind of pre-existing neck issue?
Oh no, I just had very knotty hair. But I can't say it was much fun. That was when the heat patches came in as well.
It's a tough one to explain at the hospital. You go, well,
Yeah.
how did you do this? I was drying my hair. Capsie on strike. It's full driven up to mid-on. I saw it. I saw Emily Arlett dropping her discs down on the ground. She just walks over them there.
Interesting. We'll have to have an let's see if we can ask her about it. If we can find her at some point later. I'm intrigued as to how that's only just a new thing for her.
Full, beautifully defended by Capsie.
She's got a nice repeatable action, hasn't she, Emily Arlett? It's sort of textbook.
Well, she knows where she's taking off now.
Well, she does, yeah. It says take off now.
I wonder if kind of why 3 is necessary, if the other ones are for variations almost, and if so.
Yeah, I do wonder why there's 3.
Because also, if you're the batter, say for instance, if she was to run over the one on the far left, doesn't that also give the batter a visual cue of she's coming wider on the crease this time, maybe angling it back into me?
Yeah, it does seem a bit of a giveaway, but I guess she's
Capsie
decided that this is what she's going for now.
There's been 4 dots in a row here, but Capsie has defended or driven all of them beautifully up to mid-on. She's only on 2 at the moment. She started her innings very well. Two balls left to the power play, and we'll see some fielders scatter. So punched into the offside. And Surrey able to scamper through for a single, splitting the difference between the fielder at cover point and a catch and cover. A slight field change for the last ball of the power play. Cover point drops out to the boundary's edge. We have a deep backward square leg, and deep third is now in the ring. Smith defends into the ground. This is a good little recovery from Warwickshire here. At the end of the power play, at the end of the 10th over, the score is 71 for 1. There you go, one last shot, and I promise I'll stop talking about it now, of Emily Arlett picking up her discs and handing them back to the umpire.
Yeah, and there's obviously also quite a few other games going on around the country today. Delayed up at Durham. Durham taking on Somerset. I think it's raining up there somewhere, up north. Essex playing Lancashire. So Lancashire, they're batting first. 51 without loss at the moment. So the two openers, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, having a good day over. Emma Lamb is in some fine form. She was sort of dropped by England back a few years ago, and they never really got her back in. Surrey obviously playing here, and then the Blaze taking on Hampshire. Hampshire women 41 for 1. I think they're at Trent Bridge today. They are. I saw a thing, there was a sign up today saying the Blaze versus Hampshire Metro Bank Cup final.
Ooh, it's a bit presumptive.
That's what I think that was, yeah, maybe trying to get the punters in. And once they're in, you go, but it's not the final, but now you're here.
Swept away. That's 4 runs. A loose start by Georgie Davis, who has come into the bowling attack. Skip has brought herself on in place of Izzy Wong. You see, she just loses a line down the leg side. There's a despairing dive at fine leg, but I don't think she was really ever in the equation of potentially taking that catch. With a 4-5 field, a backward point. Cover mid-off, cover point sweeper out. On the leg side, we're at short fine leg, deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, one mid wicket in the ring, and a mid on. Skips down the wicket, that's driven straight, beats the fielder at mid on. This is a very fine start from Capsey against the spin of Davis, immediately putting the pressure on the Warwickshire captain.
Well, that's just stand and deliver Capsey, isn't it? Uses her feet nicely. Not scared to go aerial. She never has been.
This is a bit of a concern again for Warwickshire. They just seem to be getting some control back into the innings. Capsey's hit the turbocharger again. It's a beautiful wrist from Capsey, whipping the ball back onto the leg side. Swept again. For a moment, the fielder at backward square leg was interested. Instead, on the bounce, fails to gather clean. It's Hannah Baker out there.
Yeah, I think she was almost caught in two minds. For a moment, I also thought that it'd gone aerial enough, and perhaps she's thinking, right, I can get myself in. And then you sort of get stuck. Am I going to really commit to that catch and perhaps take out my own teeth, or am I going to let it bounce?
Well, opt for the bounce she did. Bryony Smith to face her first ball of spin. It's full driven down the ground. Fielded by mid-off. End of Davis's first over. She has none for 9. And Surrey at the end of their 11th over at 80 for 1.
Another one of those, she's played one international, Georgia Davis, over in Ireland back in September. I was there for that series. That was when they sort of sent a half-second string kind of side. There were 11. A lot of caps given out. A lot of caps. And it was colder than this in sunny Belfast.
It is one of those, I keep tripping up over that. Every time I'm doing a research ahead of every match, you go, oh, they've got 2 T20 caps. And almost always it's debut Belfast, September 2024.
Yeah, well, if you ever need to ask someone what it was like, I'll let you know. I was there. But there were many, many caps given out.
And did they all get a presentation?
Yes, there was a big, long presentation.
Wonderful. Because I know the men's team had 4 ODI debutants over in Antigua in November. Capsey advancing down at Arlett. Drives the ball square of the wicket out to the sweeper. So it wasn't a case of one big communal chat, kind of congratulations
well,
on all of your...
It was quite a communal one.
Or was it one by one, kind of congratulations?
We did have a few matches, so we had 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, I think it was. I can't even remember anymore.
Tucked into leg sides, well fielded by George.
Now, Katie George is, I'm going to say, one of the best fielders in the women's game. She's just astonishing. She's taken some absolute screamers. It was a few seasons ago. She was at Welsh Fire, I think it was. She didn't bat or bowl, but she won the fielding prize for the 100 that season because she was just phenomenal.
It's very full from Arlott. Now you can join this. So, Katie George was one of the names mentioned on day 1 of the season. We were discussing the best fielders in kind of English domestic cricket. And Katie George got a very early name check. She said in that same interview she did with the Cricketer, where she just wanted to bowl fast, she also said that she knows she's one of the best fielders in the country, and I thought that was a very fine thing to be able to say. Cuts, well fielded by Perrin. Well, just managed to scoot away from her.
I think even she's confused how she's let that go again, because it looked like she'd taken it really well and then it just sort of bobbled out and they've come through for a bonus run.
It appeared to almost kind of disappear through her chest. She was completely behind it. We're right in line with her kind of out at deep square leg from our commentary position. But yeah, we had Katie George, Alice Monaghan.
Interesting.
I put Lindsay Smith into the equation, having the fastest throw in the world. That's very short. That'll be called a wide ball.
I'm going to put Maya Boucher in there.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is what we need. We want more names, more just talking points.
But I've spoken to Katie George before, and she was saying, she knows she's a great bowler, a great fielder, but she also doesn't want to just be known for being a really good fielder.
Absolutely.
She wants that just to be sort of an addition to the rest of her game, not just, oh, we've got her in, she's a great fielder.
Warwickshire have just put the brakes on Bryony Smith a little bit here. She's still striking it over 100. She's on 33 off 27. But the ebbs and flows of this opening 11.5 overs are such that Warwickshire, in the last 6 overs at least, have kind of won about 4 of them. Being able to stick to a tight line and length. Full scoots just short of short cover. It's a despairing dive by Austin. Just took the splice of Bryony Smith's bat. See a replay here. See Austin flying into view from the left-hand side. But Bryony Smith survives, and at the end of the 12th over, Surrey are 84 for 1, and I'm going to make way for Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, great start this for Surrey, winning the toss, deciding they were going to have a bat first, and well, the openers, they really set themselves off. And we've even had news in from our old mate Hypercourse, Daniel Norcross. That's how to welcome you to the party, isn't it? So Surrey's 71 for 1 is the highest power play total in Metrobank League 1 so far.
Hey!
And the joint 5th highest across the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and Tier 1 combined. So there you go. Thank you, dear old Hypercourse, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Wow, well, that's a shot to greet me, isn't it? 6. Straight back over the bowler's head, as straight as you can get. Nice use of the feet from Capsey.
What a crunch this made off the bat. Just shuffles down nicely, and knew from the moment it came off the bat, didn't she? Georgia Davis rocked her head back. And I don't know why Emily Arlott felt the need to indicate 6. It was fairly obviously 6.
Well, belt and braces and all that. What's been going off out here, Georgie? I've seen. I'm not going to mince my words. I've seen some pretty wretched bowling at times with the new ball. I think a bit of excitement about the fact there's some pace and some bounce, but you cannot bowl short. I'm not going to turn it to Jeffrey Boycott. You cannot bowl short wide outside the off stump. You'll get cut to ribbons all day long.
Yeah, it was a tricky start for both Wong and George.
That's a terrific stop at short mid-wicket. She got hold of a fair bit of that, did Alice Capsey, but well stopped.
Talking of Katie George, I think that's her. Her first over went for 16. There was multiple no balls. There were 5 wides down the leg side, and that sort of really helped set things going.
Yes, it was exactly the start that Surrey wanted. I mean, look, there's some extenuating circumstances. It is pretty cold for the quick bowlers, and the first couple of overs.
And Bryony Smith sort of came out this morning and was in a bludgeoning kind of mood. You know the Bryony Smith mood.
I know the bludgeoning Bryony. Yes.
And so she has slowed down a fair bit now, but I think her first 14 runs, 3 of them came in boundaries, smashed through the covers.
Well, I think they were 59 from the first 6 overs. So, in fairness, this is a pretty decent recovery from Warwickshire. They brought it back a bit. So we had 33 off the next 7. And indeed, it was the back end of the power play, just 12 runs coming from the last 4 overs.
Yeah, at one point Wasp I think it was telling us 368
really?
Or something.
Wasp can get a bit ahead of itself.
Wasp is riding a bit high from last night still, I think. Got a bit overexcited.
Saturday night in Wasp world.
Saturday night in the hive. Do wasps go in hives?
I think so. They've got very extraordinary kind of nests that look like almost like plastic, like white plastic. It comes as a massive surprise to you when it's pointed out to you that is a wasp nest. And you think, really? That looks man-made.
I've only ever been stung by a wasp once. It was inside my ear.
Oh no, Georgie.
It was excruciating.
Oh.
Yes. It got inside my headphone when I was running. Took them off, and my brother went, "What's that in your ear?" Poked it, and obviously, wasp didn't like that.
Okay. Yeah, there's a few people to blame for this then. I think you're mostly exonerated. The brother's got to take a long hard look at himself. I was stung only once by a wasp as well.
Oh yeah?
Yes, I was. It was a second 11 league game, and our umpire had to leave early, so I had to don the white coat after I got out, which was early, obviously. And I was just, put my hand in the pocket. I was just transferring one stone to the other, and just as the bowler bowled, I was stung by the wasp. I exclaimed and made it clear of my discomfort, and the bowler had a massive go at me. Do you mind not doing that? He said.
And you went, you know what, I'm actually doing a good deed here.
Do you know?
And this is what I get.
Yes, I'm sorry for distracting you while my finger's being stabbed by a wasp. Again, use of the feet. And not quite this time all the way, but great intent from Alice Capsey. She's not going to let the bowler settle on her length here, especially not Em Arlett.
Well, Alice Capsey is rapidly catching up with Bryony Smith, and she's come out and she's playing the same way we saw her just a few days ago. The way we know Capsey likes to play, just walking at the bowler. Doesn't care what pace you're bowling at.
It is, you're right, it's a walk. It's not like a shimmy. You'll see some batters do a little, almost like a skip. But this is a rather aggressive movement towards the bowler. Just walking at him. Slower ball, like that. Good response from Arlett. I wouldn't go so far as to say a deep dive, but I did a bit of a dive into wasps. Because it occurred to me that they were the single most, possibly after the mosquito, malevolent and pointless animals in the universe.
Okay, yeah.
You get my drift, they're not bees, basically.
Can't say I'm a fan, yeah.
Oh, again, so slower, shorter ball. It's on the off stump, which Capsey can't get hold of.
So, do they have a purpose? Do they do anything
helpful? I was convinced that they didn't, but apparently they are rather significant pollinators.
Ugh.
I know. Because I was all for just the eradication of the wasp.
Eradicate the wasp, and surely we can invent a mechanical pollinator.
A mechanical pollinator. It's funny. Oh, she dragged that back on. She has dragged that back on as Capsey. Arlett, who's in that over, been crunched back over her head, just dragged her length back a little bit, and Capsey was sort of in no man's land, looking to dab that through deep backward point, and then instead she's got the inside edge back onto the stump. Surrey lose their second wicket at just the right time, because Capsey was looking in ominous form here. As we take a look at that again, yeah, just playing the sort of the Joe Root dab through backward point, but a bit lazily, you'd say.
It was very strange as well, because there was not really much celebration, so we were sort of second guessing whether she was actually out there for a moment, because there was sort of one cry of yes, and then Emily Arlo almost sheepishly celebrating, because yes, you bowled her and that's what goes down, but she's just been crunching you to all parts and then played onto her own stump. So it is a win for the bowler, but it's also a bit of a lukewarm win.
It is. I'm going to give her some credit though, because obviously Capsey was trying to knock her off her length, and Arlo adjusted to that after the 4 crunched back over her head. She just brought that length back to where she wanted it, sort of gave us the slower ball, then the slower ball bounce outside the off stump, and then that one with a bit of pace on. And I just wonder if Capsey was slightly rushed. I mean, it was almost a nothing shot really. 97 for 2 after 14 overs brings Sophia Dunkley to the wicket. This is the problem for Warwickshire, that Surrey's top 7 are going to come at you. We've seen Alice Davidson-Richards held back a bit for the death. Alice Monaghan's gone up the order before, but there's still Paige Schofield as well, and Kira Chatley, so there's plenty of batting here, but you should be celebrating when you get Alice Capsey out, because on a pitch like Beckenham's, if you've not watched our live streams from Beckenham before, let me assure you, it's a batter's paradise. We'd all fancy a go on this, frankly. There's not an awful lot of turn. There's a bit of carry, a bit of bounce. If you bend your back, as we saw Phoebe Turner the other day, who deposited a couple of batters on their backsides, then you can get people hopping about. But it's true, isn't it, Georgie? It's a lovely...
It is.
You know, you can trust the bounce.
And Sophia Dunkley is someone who really appreciated that. She made 92 on here the other day.
Yes, and it's always fascinating watching Sophia Dunkley. Is she looking to muscle the ball up and over deep mid-wicket, long on, early in her innings, or is she just going to give herself a bit of a chance here? A sort of shimmy down the wicket.
Yeah, well, both that she's faced so far, she's come for a little shimmy down the wicket, and hers is a shimmy rather than a walk.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Something a bit more frivolous about it. I mean, you know, you've piqued my interest in the idea of a mechanical pollinator, because, you know, we get so terribly worried about bees and wasps, and I you know, have a fondness for the bee.
Oh, we love the bee.
We love the bee, don't we?
Everyone loves the bee.
Because they produce honey, wasps don't. But the big fear is pollination. End of the over, just 2 runs from it, 99 for 2 from 15. But
well, I'm sure Elon Musk is listening in.
Well,
so maybe
can we get someone else to do it?
Well, yes. Yeah, perhaps, yes.
I don't know. But you're right. I mean, surely you could make drone wasps if needed.
Drone wasps? Do you think that'd be the job,
be
to
quite
control
scary,
them?
to be brutally honest with you. Yes. If we were to replace all the wasps with drone wasps,
there's an episode of Black Mirror in there somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah. Have you started the new series?
I have. I've been somewhat disappointed.
Oh, really? No, I haven't started it yet.
Apparently it's American writers now, and I thought...
Does it show?
Oh, yes. There's a couple that have been all right, but then there's one that actually turned it off, changed it.
What? Halfway through?
Yeah, I went, I'm just actually not that fussed.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
That's very un-Black Mirror.
And there was one I actually could sort of predict what was going to happen, which is also very un-Black Mirror.
Oh, that's a disappointment. Right. Change of bowler. From the Beckenham end?
Beckenham end, not the Crystal Palace end.
Beckenham end. Baker into the attack. Bowling at the new batter, Sophia Dunkley, who's there because Alice Capsey just dragged on a couple of overs ago. Bryony Smith has been a little bit starved of strike lately. We've had 90, well, more than 91 deliveries. I can't count all the no balls. And Smith has been there from the beginning and faced roughly a third. And that's something Warwickshire probably need to be mindful of as 100 comes up with that little dab into the onside. But Smith will just be coming in this a little bit cold here, having watched a couple of wickets go down in quick succession and not had much of the strike. You can sometimes feel, can't you, that you know your score hasn't moved along. You've looked at the scoreboard and you think, I was on 33 about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and you try not to look at the clock as well.
Yeah. And you're kind of thinking, oh, I've got to get on with it, when really it's just about not having the strike. Just to give you an idea of the field to Bryony Smith, we've got a short third and a backward point. A sweeper on the offside, but mid-on and mid-off are both up inside the circle. There's a big gap there out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Leg side is well defended, with a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Very much Dunkley areas, but with mid-on and mid-off up, there's a bit of a temptation here for Dunkley.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw Capsy do, wasn't it? Straight back over the bowler's head.
Content just to take the single at this stage. What a contrast from 4 days ago when we were here. It was sweltering.
Yeah, and I've just been excited by.
Got
I found a pair of gloves in my pocket.
Well done.
I've not had to wear my winter coat once because I obviously haven't been here. So I pulled it out of the cupboard today.
Oh yeah, wasps came out of it.
Yeah, I'm actually just breeding the wasps and start selling them. If you've got enemies, you can post this wasp to them.
Ooh, end of the over, 102 for 2.
That's the thing you can do, you know, with glitter. You can send a glitter bomb to people who you want to irritate. You're not necessarily like menacing things. You don't send them hate mail and that kind of thing, but you send them a glitter bomb, so when they open it, glitter goes all over your house.
That's a nice idea. Let's take a look at those bowling figures. Wickets apiece for Izzy Wong, 1 for 22, and a maiden in there. And Emma 1 for 20. Katie George gone the distance a little bit here. None for 30. Of course, she's had long-standing injuries as Katie George, and has slightly reinvented herself as, you know, when she first came on the scene, you sort of thought of her as, oh, this interesting left armer. Left armers are precious and valuable and a quick bowler who can bat. And now it's very much sort of flipped around the other way, isn't it? Oh, could be a mix-up here. It gets back just in time.
Yeah,
that was an ambitious single.
It was, especially as we were just talking about Katie George and her fielding. We don't want to be taking her on in that position.
No, an exceptional fielder.
Well, you get a few of these who sort of reinvent themselves.
Again, nice use of the feet, just takes the single down to long on. It's I suppose, yeah.
What were we thinking about? Don't know, Vipers. Not Vipers anymore. What am I talking about?
Well, it's difficult. There are some who you know will never be reinvented, like Mahika. Mahika Gore is going to be a quick bowler come what may.
Yes.
Lauren Bell is another one.
Yeah, I know.
Thoroughly enjoy watching her bat.
Height, but yes.
Well, I mean, when you see them bat,
yes, it's
you
not
know that
quite comfortable.
No, I mean it's tremendously fun to watch. But they make up for that by being point of difference bowlers, don't they? And that's the issue. But you know, Alice Davidson-Richards is an interesting case in point. 103 for 2 after 17. She really is now one of the most underrated batters on the circuit, I would say.
Someone else that is sort of reinvented, Freya Kemp.
Yes.
Obviously she had a lot of injuries, and you know, when you're a pace bowler from such a young age, back injuries and those kind of issues while you're still growing and all that kind of thing. And so actually really worked on her batting, and it's astonishing with the bat. You send her in a power play sometimes. and goes bish bash bosh.
You're right, and again, it's partly the left arm thing, isn't it? I think we get very excited when we see a left armer. I mean, left-handed batters are pretty rare in the English women's game, and you know, you want a different angle. And looking at England's lineup, just of late, not been a lot in the way of left arm pace. Tash Farron has been in and around. Katie George, Mahika Gore. And of course Freya Kemp.
See, I always wonder, are we getting to the stage in life when you first start playing, you should just do everything with both hands?
Ooh.
Field with both hands. Like when you learn to catch or throw, you should just do both hands equally.
Do you think that's I am so right-handed, I cannot even begin to imagine
Exactly.
how
So
that
when
would
I
work.
first started playing lacrosse, you do everything equally, right-handed and left-handed,
Oh dear.
so that you don't have a dominant hand.
Wow. Explain that to me.
And obviously, naturally, you are going to be stronger. You're going to pick up the stick in one way. But, so they were like, right, we'll do 10 passes right hand, but you must do 10 on your left as well. And so when you first learn, it's about getting that into both sides without completely relying on one side.
So when you say, because I'm not as familiar with lacrosse, so
you
got
hold your lacrosse stick on your right-hand side behind your right shoulder. So your right hand would be at the top if you're right-handed.
Right. That's going considerably down the leg side, a somewhat hopeful appeal. So
then on the left-hand side, you would switch it over.
So the top hand's dominant.
The top hand is your dominant one, yeah. And so then you'd switch it over to your left hand. So you would have your left hand would be at the top, and your right hand at the bottom. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Right.
And so then I always think in the field, how handy if you don't have to pick up and throw with the other hand.
Well, Kamindu Mendis is an example of this in the men's game, isn't he? He bowls, I think, left hand and right hand.
Marie Kelly?
Yes.
Taught herself during lockdown.
Oh, is that the genesis of it?
It was a lockdown thing. Right. Her partner, Tom Brown, who's involved in soccer cricket, I think they just decided that's what they were going to do in lockdown. You know, the rest of us were
watching Squid Game.
Banana bread and watching Tiger King.
Tiger King, Squid Game. End of the over, 106 for 2. You off? We'll find out what Kirstie watched
I'm off
in
to
lockdown.
Make some banana bread.
Well, we're in the middle overs, so this is the point at which we reminisce about how we passed that peculiar period. Smith 37, as we said, just been a bit starved of strike, and he's got one run off her last 7 balls that she's faced. The lot of Capsy. Surrey have very much slowed down. Look at that run rate. It says down to below 6. It was at 7s. It was up near 10s actually in the first 6 overs, but it hovered around 7 for a while. But that's what a couple of wickets will do, and just a bit more tight, disciplined bowling, as well as being able to get the field back, as Davis is going to continue. Good morning for the first time, Kirstie.
Morning, Daniel.
Sorry, let me just take
yeah.
there.
I've got a few too many layers around the neck.
Do you think you've got too many? I think you've judged this to perfection.
Well, this isn't a warm jumper; it's an aesthetic jumper, and it's not really giving.
Ah. Well, look, it's always a balance to be made between practicality and aesthetics.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there is for you.
Well,
for me, as you can see, aesthetics have
but you look warm.
Gone for one.
Warmth is something that you really have to plan for when you come to Beckenham. So you've done the right thing there.
I think so. I did send a message around the group yesterday.
You did.
So sorry, just content to pick off the 1s and 2s at this stage after that blistering start. What did you make of that start?
Well, I think I had 2 observations. I thought Warwickshire were very poor and lacked discipline. I wasn't sure what their game plan was, but also equally, I think Surrey capitalised on the opportunities that were presented.
Yes, it was messy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Those first 5 or 6 overs. I don't think it's quite a reflection of the pitch. It's a very good pitch, but 59 of the first 6 overs, it was a bit no ball and wide assisted.
Oh, opportunity there.
Just gets a little edge to that as well. Has that been dropped by the keeper there?
Yeah, I think that's one of those ones that if it sticks, it sticks. If it's anything just missing your thumb, then unfortunately it's not sticking. Yeah, I think it was a really chaotic first 10, well not even first 10, first 6, it was 45 for none off of 4.5 overs. And you're right, because the pitch, there were some balls that really caught both Bryony and Danny off guard. You know, they when they found a length, they were really troublesome. There were a couple of leading edges, a few player misses, but they lacked discipline in their lengths, which, if you're going to stray on your length to either Danny or Bryony, you're really going to get punished. And again on their width. So,
well, where's that come from? Is that just being caught a bit cold, or is there sort of an element that the pitch here at Beckenham can flatter to deceive if you're a quicker bowler, because you sort of you feel the carry and you think, I'd like to get them hopping about a bit here.
Yeah, and there's just no demons in it.
None, no.
You can look at the pitch and you can see exactly what it's gonna give you. And I think you know, historically, you know, we've spoken plenty of times about how many runs there are on offer here, and it's not a lie, it's a fact. You just have to look at the scores that have been put on here. So you do have to be a very disciplined bowling unit, particularly in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, you almost feel like you could play about 10 days on these pitches without it deteriorating. I don't know entirely how I feel about that. I mean, I think for spectators it's a good thing, and actually to a degree for women's cricket we're trying to encourage batters to go big, to hit long balls, to be aggressive. Now then, that's gone way up in the air, back behind the bowler, all the way for 6. One bounce onto the side screen. It's a meaty blow from Dunkley. Good use of the feet. We've seen her have a couple of shimmies down to the bowlers, but this time she's got right to the pitch of that.
Yeah, really dynamic at the crease there, and that's almost sailed into Crystal Palace's training grounds actually. But if you see the bounce, the pitch is, the outfield is solid, so it is an absolute rocket.
Yeah, we saw a ball the other day here. I don't know if you were here for that, because it was a really warm day. Sorry.
No warmth for me.
Down here at what would be sort of deep square leg, as where the ball is coming from right now. And it was pulled out towards the fielder, bounced on the ground, and bounced up and very nearly over the fielder, who had to dive up, if you like, to parry it down, because the ground is so hard.
Yeah, similar happened to Hannah Baker actually when she was at deep square leg off of one of Capsey's sweeps earlier on in the game.
Been a good recovery this from Baker after being hit for 6.
You can also hear it in the outfield. You can hear that when the fielders are slowing down, actually the patter of their feet hitting the ground is very loud. So it's not easy on the body, this outfield as well. But just going back to that point about Hannah Baker, the 12th and 13th for walking round, and I think she'd actually got a bit distracted by it, because in my opinion I think it was a catching opportunity, but it bounced and it's come up and it's hit her flush in the chest. She saved 4 runs, but in my opinion I think it was probably a catching opportunity, and not an easy one, but definitely one.
8 off the over, 119 for 2, 30 remain as Dunkley and Smith just regroup a little following the loss of Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Alice Capsey. Yeah, it's almost Australian in its hardness. I played in Australia a couple of times, and I remember I was patting down the pitch, as you do, nervously, needlessly as well, because it makes absolutely no difference.
No difference.
And it sounded like flicking a finger on a champagne flute. It was so ding, it was so hard, you know. And yeah, there's a bit of that, and this is May. I mean, it's absurd, isn't it? It's a gorgeously manicured outfield, flat and true, beautiful pitch.
Yeah, it really is. And even if it takes some moisture, if there is some rainfall, it's gonna dry out really quickly.
Well, I dread to think how long it's going to be before we get a hose pipe ban, because we've had virtually no rain since the start of April, and there's none in the forecast for London for the next 10 days.
It's nicely played there.
That is really nicely played.
Oh, that's really
the placement is absolutely perfect.
it's not an easy shot when the off spinner's actually coming around the wicket. She doesn't want you to be able to score runs there. So she's actually hopped onto leg stump and managed to carve that past a backward point for 4. And again, it's just how fast that outfield is. If you beat the ring here, then unless you're hitting that boundary rider, you are picking up 1 or 4.
Yeah, the field she's bowling to, because of the angle she's coming in at, we've got a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket and a long on, so the 3 boundary riders are on the leg side, and the offside sweeper is a sort of extra cover really, about 20 yards in front of square. She's going to have some work to do here. Should get round.
Yeah, it's an interesting field actually, because the off spin is coming around the wicket, so that deep backward square is very square just because of the it is very
fine
because of the angles. But actually we've got square leg in and then no 45. But the cover boundary rider just in front of us here is about 10 yards off the rope. I'd want her on it.
Yeah. Especially with the speed of this outfield,
yeah.
I'm not quite sure what the thinking would be there, because you're going to save a second run if the ball's hit firmly anyway.
Yeah.
There are a couple of fielders in tight on the offside. There's a backward point and a short extra cover, so there's no danger of the push and go for 2.
And the boundaries are a short straight. I don't know the exact measurements of them, but we don't have deep pockets, so there's no reason really for that cover field to be so far in off the boundary.
End of the over, 125 for 2.
When you've got 2 powerhouses like Dunkley and Smith.
Yeah, these are just awkward times here for Warwickshire, because having picked up the second wicket, Dunkley's been quite circumspect in getting herself back in here, making sure that she doesn't give it away early. Smith had been deprived of the strike for a little while, but she'll be feeling a lot better after crunching that 4 through backward point.
Yeah, Dunkley still doesn't look quite settled here, so I think she's still trying to get into her rhythm. You can see what her intentions are with the spinner. It's rocking back and playing out to deep cover there.
Now, interesting change of field here. So when Dunkley was on strike, long off was back, mid on was up. For Smith, they swap round. Mid off comes up inside the circle, mid on goes back to long on. But that is not where you want to bowl it. Well, a valiant effort, but in vain, as that is crunched away through deep mid wicket. You cannot drag down at all on this pitch. It's so true that the batter has no worry at all about maybe the ball going under. So they're able to set themselves, rock back and just pick the spot. There is a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg, but it isn't the longest boundary, as Kirstie said. Oh, that's been hammered away as well. This time on the offside. And again, Baker just guilty of dragging it down a touch. Bryony Smith, the skipper, brings up a half century. Just over a run of ball, 51 from 50. And after getting a little bit bogged down, well, a little bit not enough strike, frankly. She's now right back on it here. She's got a lovely platform, and so have Surrey for a very big score.
Yeah, that'll feel good for Bryony. She's had a couple of starts.
I also like that, straight after getting the 2 fours.
Yeah.
No,
oh, yeah.
That's, no. We'll defend that one.
Yeah, just get out the over now. Yeah.
Well, a bit of it's concentration, isn't it? Because you got the 50, and I know it's, no opening batter on a pitch like this is thinking their job's done at 50, but nonetheless, you've ticked off a milestone. It's a bit of relief. It's when you could be at your weakest. A single to finish the over. Oh no, they'll get a second on the miss field there. A bonus run for Surrey. 11 off the over. 136 for 2 from 22.
Yeah, and batters like Bryony really like to score boundaries as well. It kind of just keeps them up with the momentum. It kind of just keeps them coasting along. So when you get outside of the power play and you have those 4 fielders out, it becomes a case of, right, where am I scoring my boundaries now? And how quickly am I doing that? And that's something that in the past, you know, she'd get through that power play, she would get through that power play and then probably lose her wicket. And now it's a case of, right, how do I now kick on, convert that 50 to 100? Because it's something that she's just not quite been able to do, not for stars in the previous years. So I'd like to see her really develop and grow into that element as well now.
Number 28, Karis Pavey.
So Karis Pavey into the attack, replacing Davis. This is the 3rd game we've watched here at Beckenham, and I just wonder what kind of a target Surrey have got in mind here, because what we've seen is 243 off 33 overs, 348 off 50. That feels like the sort of 348 sounds like a ridiculous target to have, really, but I don't know. That's nicely bowled.
Yeah.
Really nicely bowled. I mean, 300 is kind of feels like the benchmark.
It does, but I look at Wasp now, so it's saying, you know, winner score predictor 317. I don't know if it's enough.
I don't know if it's enough. I don't think it is. Oh, now then, the chancy one on the arm. This could be tight. The throw had been a bit better, and it had been taken by Pavey at the stumps. Then Dunkley would have been in trouble there, because I don't think Sphere Dunkley wanted that second run. That was all Bryony Smith.
Yeah, and it's one of those classic ones where she starts running the 2, but then realised I better call the 2.
Yes. Down the wicket, nicely driven, but there is a deep extra cover, so it'll just be the single.
A slightly quicker delivery there from Karis Pavey. She does play with her pace quite a bit, so it's, while she's not a massive turner of the ball, she will bring that element of just change of pace into the game. Oh, and it looks like she's struggling a little bit at the non-striker's end, having a bit of a stretch.
It's a cold day.
Oh, it is.
Some, you know, muscles need to be looked after on days like this. It looks like her knee, she's hobbling a bit here, isn't she?
She is. Maybe that too wasn't a good idea. I'll tell you where it's not
jog it
cold.
off, I think.
I'll tell you where it's not cold. Down by the flats.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's almost tropical over there.
What?
Oh yeah.
How is it? Is there a microclimate?
Wow. Yeah, I sat down on that pallet and I was a little bit worried that I didn't have any sun cream on, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Windburn and sunburn.
And she's in trouble here.
Yeah, this is
Surrey
good.
skipper. Is this a knee? She was clutching at her knee.
I wouldn't be inclined to think it is a knee, and it looks a little bit like it's that right knee. Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, she's definitely favouring the left leg. And this could be a blow for Surrey, because Bryony Smith has just really started to get some fluency into her batting here. A run a ball 56. The expression on her face is not a promising one. Have we had a drinks break already? We must have done, surely. Although I can't recall it.
No, I don't think so. I think they'd probably take drinks at 25, but
So
obviously
maybe,
with,
yeah,
with
maybe
wickets falling, they've had a few drinks anyway. Maybe. There we go.
Right, well, just reflecting on Surrey's start, 141 for 2. Danny Wyatt-Hodge again, slightly flattered to deceive. She's not had that really big impact yet this season. It's an interesting one with Danny Wyatt-Hodge, because you can see her opening in T20s, and 50 over cricket frequently has been down in the middle order at number 6 as kind of impact player. Surrey have put her up top to sort of say, right, you've got 50 overs, what can you do? And so far she's got starts and then she's got out. Today cutting to backward point where Davina Perrin took the catch. And then Alice Capsey came out, full of intent, walking towards the bowlers, crunching one glorious straight drive for 6. And then, having got the bowler off her length, just played a sort of indeterminate dab, really. It was a classic way to get out, actually, an attempt to access deep backward point for the easy single to turn over strike, which you see time and time and time again. But it does come freighted with a certain amount of risk. On this occasion, inside edge back onto the stumps. There was no great celebration from anybody, but there was some dismay from Capsey, who walked off, since which time Surrey have moved along initially cautiously, but just in the last 15-20 minutes or so with greater urgency to 141 for 2, as we're not even at the halfway stage yet. And Kirstie's alongside me. What have you made of the start of this competition? Not just Surrey's competition. What's grabbed your eye?
One team that have really made an impression on me are actually Lancashire, and I wasn't expecting it. They've been really dominating teams, particularly the top order, Eve Jones and Emma Lamb, just consistently churning out runs. Seems to have been a really positive move for Eve Jones from what would be Warwickshire now. Their name absolutely evades me.
Western Storm?
No.
What was Warwickshire?
Oh my gosh, this absolutely gone from me. I have my mind blank. I'll come back to it. Anyways, so yeah, they've been,
because they keep changing names.
That's it. Yeah, they've been off to a fly, and I've been really, really impressed with their performance. Yeah, absolutely turning out runs. Who else have I been really interested? Obviously Somerset with the shock defeat here at Beckenham, but they've been a little bit up and down again.
We've had a tie as well.
We've had a tie. It's been very exciting. I think some of the teams that we thought would dominate actually maybe haven't done so.
Well, Surrey would be one of those, wouldn't they?
Surrey, yeah, absolutely.
Losing the first two. And that thriller against Somerset.
Yes. I think Essex will be disappointed that their batters just aren't quite firing at the moment. Bowling wise, their bowling attack have been taking wickets consistently, but they just haven't got the scores on the board to back that. So
we've seen some big scores as well, haven't we? We've seen some players getting hundreds.
Yes.
Which is really significant.
Yeah.
Lancashire beaten in the last game by 8 wickets, despite having Kate Cross and Mahika Gore.
Yeah.
So it feels like, to me, it feels like the general mix of teams is working pretty well. I mean, Essex have had a poor start, but it's competitive, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no absolute guaranteed runaway team at the top.
No.
Essex perhaps would be the ones that you'd be the most concerned about at the bottom, but there's plenty of time for them to turn it round. But for the most part, it looks like we've got a good mix of abilities across the counties, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And then obviously there's a few more games in this format.
Right, so drinks have been taken, and now let's see how Bryony Smith holds up. End of the over, 23 gone, 141 for 2.
Thought a little bit, they had a quiet think about maybe a quick single there, and thought actually we've just had a bit of an injury break and my knees are a bit sore, so maybe I'll just stay this in.
Do you have a long-standing knee issue, or is it?
Yeah, I think she's struggled with her knees. I don't think it's any secret for historically actually. But that looked new. It didn't look, it came like it didn't look like it was building. It looked like it came kind of out of nowhere. Maybe it was after turning or taking that too. But I'm sure we might be provided an update.
It's a complicated joint, the knee, isn't it? There's a lot going on.
Yeah. So I read something the other day about someone talking about ACLs and how they. What is the point of them? They never have any positive press. No one ever says, look
like
how
wasps.
well, yeah.
Right,
look
they're the
how
wasps
well my ACL performed
of the
today.
ligament world.
Yeah, no one ever says that, do they? So they always fail.
Yes. Well, I mean, there's lots of interesting research being done in women's sport, especially, isn't there, around the ACL? I watch a lot of netball, and
oh gosh,
that can come in for a bit of a hammering, the ACL, as it does in football. Actually, that's one of the things that's happening more and more in sport, in women's sport, because for years and years and years, I don't think the physiology of women has been taken into account by lots of physios.
Yes.
And now we're starting to see different trends and patterns that hopefully will make better physio care for female athletes across the board, not just cricket, but football, netball, athletics, the lot.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't until I think it was the 1950s or the 1960s women were allowed to run the marathon.
Well, now you mentioned it, I'm not sure it was an Olympic sport for women until well into the 80s, because I think Greta Weitz and Rosa Mutter, as Brendan Foster would say, were early champions in the 80s.
But do you know the reason why?
I bet it's really silly.
Because they thought women's uterus would fall out.
Oh my good God. Yeah. Oh, now then. It's been taken on the full, but well fielded down at deep square leg. So she's moving a little bit better there. There's a fantastic book out at the moment called Forgotten Pioneers, a story of the 1890-1891 professional women's circus almost that took place. They were the first professional women cricketers in England and the last for 120 years. And that very debate around the uterus, men are very concerned for women's uteruses.
Well, even now.
They really do seem to be, yes.
Yeah.
And yes, it was a bit of a thing. It divided the nation in the 1890s between those who thought that actually they'd probably benefit from some exercise, these women, and then those who said no. It's a terrific book. Was shortlisted for the MCC Book of the Year award. If you love women's cricket, if you just love history, if you're interested in a remarkable chapter in women's sport, I recommend you read it. It was mind-blowing. The research he's done is incredible, to track down the histories of sort of 90, 100 women who played in this league. It wasn't really a league, sort of exhibition matches. Really. Short wide, that'll be a wide. And I knew nothing about it. I mean, that's part of the weirdness of about 15,000 people flocking to Liverpool to watch.
Yeah, it's pre-war as well, isn't it? The
Pre-First World War.
crowds that women's sport, particularly football, would attract
Yes.
was incredible.
And then banned.
And banned.
Straight after the war. Yeah. Has been slapped away really well in the end. It's a funny looking shot that from Bridie Smith, because it's quite wide, and you'd expect that ball maybe to go through backward point or out towards cover, but she's managed to muscle that up and over, wide long off and out to the boundary for 4. This is quite the shot. Hand coming off the bat, and a good way for Surrey to finish the 24th over. 149 for 2. They're just a little bit over 6 and over. They'll still be eyeing well over 300. More from Kirstie, and then it will be returning in his Sydney University Cricket Club hat, Cam Ponsonby.
I think just bringing into the game there some of her racket sport history. She was a keen squash player, very good squash player actually, Bridie Smith. Plays a bit of tennis, although not so much anymore now with her cricket commitments. Welcome back, Cam. Welcome back to the coldest station on earth.
Hello, Kirstie. No, I went for the cap in a desperate attempt. I think it might make me warmer.
Corduroy.
That's a very good point.
Very warm corduroy.
Textured. No, I'm very pleased with this. I was very smug. It was given to me by a friend who traded me for a much worse cap. It's well bowled by Pavley. Just skids one past Bridie Smith's outside edge. I always find it very difficult to follow on from Daniel on commentary if he's been in MCC Book of the Year mode, because he's such a depth of knowledge about things that I've never heard about. And I kind of talk about them cutting the ball out to the sweeper. Pavley's.
Well, what led into that was actually just talk of women's health, and the bar was quite low. We were just talking about how women aren't really in charge of their uterus, but we won't go too much into depth with that. So while he has brought his history of cricket into there, it's
short and wide. Should just be one. Oh, the ball's spun away and beaten the fielder on the boundary. Austin.
This is that boundary rider that is 10-15 yards in off the boundary, and I just can't help but feel if she was on the rope, she's got a bit more time to adjust there, but you can see how quickly she's come in, and that's spun right away from her.
And you can see the desperation. She started to dive and she knew what was happening before it occurred. We can go back to women's health. I think the Surrey live stream is the perfect platform for any and all subjects.
It's a women's cricket game.
Pavley to finish her at second over. And another misfield from Warwickshire, who've just got a little bit sloppy in the last, well, 2 minutes really. Perrin had been superb up until that point. At the end of the 25th over, the halfway point of Surrey's innings, the score is 155 for 2.
Yeah, that Wasp has creeped up now to 326, which is moving up in the direction Surrey will be a little bit more comfortable with. Daniel and I were talking about, 300. You'd probably go into the change rooms thinking, oh yeah, 300, good score, but I just don't think it's going to suffice at Beckenham.
I was telling Georgie earlier, you described Beckenham to me in 2 words on day 1. You said it, loads of runs, loads of wind, and I've never come across a more accurate kind of assessment.
You're welcome.
And it's bowls again. Smith, whose fine innings continues, he adds another single to her tally. I mean, when we chatted last week, you said you were quite content with not playing this year. Now the season's just started to get going in proper. You still of the same opinion, or with weekends passing, is it strange that that itch isn't being scratched?
No, I'm quite content actually, and it was interesting because walking around the boundary, I went and sat in a nice warm sunny spot.
Well fielded by Katie George at mid-wicket.
And in previous times, I'd be walking around the boundary and I'd be thinking, right, okay, who's where? How many runs do we need? But I kind of found myself thinking, what's going on over there? I just think I need to really watch this game. I need to pay a little bit more attention. But your investment is very different.
No, I think it's the ability to now be at a cricket match and not have that kind of pit of nausea in your stomach and all the things that could go terribly wrong. Maybe that's my own experience of kind of playing club cricket, but that feels quite freeing, if anything.
Yeah, no, because every ball, even if you're 12th or 13th, you're involved and living every ball.
It's pulled away by Dunkley. Just another slight misfield. The boundary's edge. Austin not able to pick up cleanly, but got the job done.
Yeah, we've had 2 changes of bowling here. Ellis bowling now from the Beckenham end, and Kirstie Pavley's been on for a few overs from the City end.
It's heaved. Could it be caught by mid-off? No, just evades Georgia Davis at mid-off. From the briefest moment where they thought they might have a wicket, the ball skips away for 4 runs. Smith moves on to 71.
Muscled again really from Bryony Smith here.
I thought Georgie Heath, our co-commentator, described Bryony Smith well as a kind of brutal batter. I remember watching her play a match for Stars down here a couple of years ago, and she was routinely hitting the off-spinner back over her head for 6. That's very full and misses everyone. It's not got too much pace on it, so they'll scamper through just for 1 bye. It's really swung through the air. And the end of a very eventful over comes to a close. 7 runs off it. The end of the 26th over. Surrey are 162 for 2.
Yeah, I was thinking about this pair that are bowling at the moment and how they'd been bowling. I think this might be a bit generous. They're bowling with a bit more discipline than the previous bowlers, and they'd restricted the number of boundaries that Surrey were scoring. Not completely, but 1 in the over as opposed to 2 or 3, and I think something this Surrey team, previously Stars, talk about a lot is a boundary string. So how many balls when you're bowling, how many balls or how many overs can you go without the opposition scoring a boundary, and that can really make the difference and really build into taking wickets.
Short again, cut away for 4, but cut well in front of square. Smith exhibiting that power once again, not being content just to strike the ball out to the sweeper and pick up 1. She forces it to the left-hand side of cover, splits the gap. That little period of time where Warwickshire had strung some overs together or some time together without boundaries, it comes to an end very abruptly.
She's really having to generate the power there because Pavley is taking some off, and she's just had to absolutely muller it really between extra cover and cover.
We have a change of angle as Pavley, the left arm spinner, quite unusually, I haven't seen this too often, is elected to go over the wicket to the right handers. It'll be interesting if she stays over the wicket to Sophia Dunkley. She looks like she is. We haven't had too much of a change in the field either. We've seen mid-wicket drop out to the boundary, so just Davina Perrin in front of square in the ring on the leg side. She fires that in quickly, and Dunkley's able to use the angle. It really was a long hop from Pavley. It's just getting a little bit ugly quite quickly here for Warwickshire. There's a string of boundaries. You've got the word string in my head now. There's a flurry of boundaries occurring.
You got a feeling that this was happening because you just picked up on a few misfields, starting to standards starting to drop a little bit out there in terms of just picking the ball up cleanly and turning ones into twos. And you know, when the field starts to do that, the bowling then it quickly deteriorates as well. So I think this is a positive phase for Surrey to capitalise on, and Warwickshire really need to rein things back in if they want.
Short once again. Pavley just firing it across the right-hander. It's been an unusual innings because it's been quite feast or famine with all the overs. So off the first 5, I think Surrey about 50 for none. And Katie George and Izzy Wong were kind of leaking boundaries left and right. Then you had a few very tight overs. And so although it's 6.5 and over the run rate, I don't think there's been many overs that have gone for 6 or 7. It's either kind of been 10, 11, 12 or 1.
Yeah.
That's the end of the 27th over, and 11 runs have come off that over. The score is 173 for 2.
Yeah, Dunkley looks like she's just starting to settle in and find a little bit of rhythm. And sometimes, actually, if you're not finding your rhythm and the bowling is a bit sporadic, and being sprayed a little bit, lengths dragged, that can actually be really hard to settle into your rhythm. But she seems to just be finding it a little bit now. She's timing a little bit better. Moving nicely, hands are nice and high.
I've been really enjoying watching Davina Perrin in the field. Even when the ball's past her by about 5 yards, she throws in a massive movie dive, with a little kind of crash roll.
And then apologises to the bowler for not stopping it as well. I like that. I'm really sorry, I wanted to try.
That is up in the air and well caught. Simply caught by Perrin at backward point. Smith going for another big shot, just takes the outside edge. And that is a crucial wicket for Warwickshire. It's just pegs back Surrey ever so slightly. And they had been motoring in the last few overs. Now we'll wait to see. Kirstie's now peering her head round the corner to see who comes out at number 5, because they've been taking us by surprise often, Surrey.
Looks like Alice Davidson Richards coming out.
Well,
we have a third number 5 for Surrey this season. We just see a replay here. Bryony Smith going big slice to backward point, and the simplest of catches for Perrin. It's her second catch of the day in that position. I was disappointed she didn't dive afterwards, to be honest.
Looked on board, have finished it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I don't know what you mean. Especially at backward point, you've got licence to do that, really.
So Alice Davidson Richards has been in fine form of the bat this season. Unbeaten at Beckenham so far in her 2 matches here this season. 57 not out and 40 not out. I've got a stat brewing, which I'm quite excited about. But I don't know how to phrase it. I don't know how to kind of present it. But no Surrey batter against Durham in the last match here was dismissed for single figures. Everyone made double figures apart from Kira Chatley, who was unbeaten. We're the same here so far. And then if you go back to the first game, it was only Monaghan and Smith. And that feels like it could be like 15 to 20 batters in a row who've all made double figures. And I think that could be of note and worthwhile for both you and the listeners.
I really enjoy that stat.
Yeah?
But also, gosh, if you fall into the category of not getting double figures, you just feel a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
oh,
That's tough.
That is tough, yeah.
I appreciate it. Externally, you said you enjoyed it. Visually, it looked like you hated it. I thought you were not that impressed.
This is just what my face looks like, I'm afraid.
It was quizzical. I was getting nervous about trying to finish the sentence.
No, I was just processing.
Big full toss to begin. Davidson Richards bunts the ball into the leg side. It was a little bit close to Katie George at mid-wicket for both my and her liking, I suspect. But she's off the mark.
That's exactly how I was going to describe it, just a bunt over mid-wicket. I'm not sure I'd bunt anything near Katie George, to be honest.
That's very straight from Ellis. A potential run-out opportunity. Arlott throws at the stumps, just misses, but Dunkley, I think, would have been home.
See, this is where Dunkley will enjoy batting with ADR and her having some fresh legs, because that is a strong part of her game, is dropping and running, and that's how she continues with her momentum. So although it's not ideal that Bryony has fallen, and ideally she'd still be out there, but this is a positive also for Dunkley to continue her momentum.
It's another full toss, that time straight at Katie George. I think it's just dropped short there. I'd love to see a replay.
That's one fielder you just don't do that to, I'm afraid. Oh, it's getting a bit chilly up here.
No, it is. I'd love to see a replay of just how far that did fall short, if it did indeed. That snuck down the leg side, wide ball from Ellis. No, it is colder there. George is in short sleeves and has her hands firmly in her pockets into the moment Ellis releases the ball. You've got Perrin in Surrey Kumar's jumper, which I hope means she did bring her own, she's doubled up, as opposed to forgetting it.
I've got a feeling Katie George has got hand warmers in those pockets.
Appeal. The umpires are going to come together. Ellis thinks she's got it. Davison-Richards is standing her ground and does so successfully. Now, this is well worth another look. A push back to the bowler, and Ellis just scoops it up. I think that has landed just short.
I just think she lacked a bit of impetus with her celebration there, didn't she? She should be going up and really roaring for that if she's convinced that she's taken it.
Driven up to long off to finish the over. At the end of an eventful 28th over, the score is 177 for 3. You're correct in that we don't have a third umpire here. We don't have a TV umpire. There is an element of kind of kidology in convincing the umpires that did carry. And if you really are convincing in your appeal, you might have burgled yourself a wicket. Not that we're condoning dishonesty.
Well, no, but you know, it's I don't think anyone was really sure, and the only two people that would have been sure are the batter, who's got the best view of it, and the bowler who's taken the catch. So your stat almost brought an early end to Alice Davison-Richards.
That's
It's
a good
almost
point,
a
yeah.
curse. I want to go back to when I was watching and trying to peer around the corner to see who was coming out to bat, because obviously, like you said, we've had a series of number 5s come out to bat, and I've been frustrated. I don't know about you, Cam, but I've been frustrated that at times Davison-Richards and Paige Schofield haven't come out early enough and been given the opportunity to face enough balls when they are arguably some of the most informed batters at the moment. And I would like to see them facing far more deliveries.
We're back. Emily Arlott is back and her discs are back. Have you seen this, Kirstie?
I have seen the discs, yes.
I would love, so for those just joining us for the first time, you can see on screen now there are 3 blue discs that Arlott lines up to guide her run up. She kind of takes off, she starts her gather, and she lands her left foot on that middle disc. Dropped into the offside and runs. I've got 2 questions for you. The first one will be on Arlott. What are your thoughts on the discs, if any? I was initially surprised it was allowed. I've never seen it before. I couldn't work out if I liked it, if I disliked it. I'm kind of working out my emotions.
Well, I'm not a bowler and I never have been, so I'll be loose with my opinions. I was surprised that they're allowed. I don't know why, because bowlers can use a marker. They use a marker to...
It's tucked into the leg side, which would be 1 run.
Yeah, so they'll use a disc. The umpire will give a disc, and you can mark your run up here. And then in the modern game, spray paint is used. So you know, could you spray? Would the groundsman be a little bit unhappy with you spraying there at both ends? But honestly, I think if it works for you and it's allowed, then why not?
It's beautifully driven. Very well fielded at cover. No, I think I've come down on I like it because it's different, it's new, and because I think she's probably had to ask if it's allowed. That makes it exciting. But then, if I was a batter, I'm trying to work out, is that an extra cue? If she runs over the left-hand marker rather than the central one, does that mean a change-up's coming? Like, are you getting more information earlier? driven straight down the ground. And my second question was going to be on the number 5s again, because as you mentioned, Paige Schofield is arguably the form batter in the country, the kind of official next cab off the rank, as it were, for the England team. And Charlotte Edwards was here for that much against Durham, and Schofield's come out to bat with kind of 4 overs left. If I'm Paige Schofield, I'm going, I'd really like to bat a little bit more in front of the England coach, if possible, please. Beautiful shapes from Davidson Richards, but a dot ball.
Yeah, and I'd love to know the rationale behind it. I'd love to be kind of inside the dressing room when they say, okay, so if we lose a wicket at this point, this is who's going to go out. If we're going really well, then ADR, you're going to come out. I'd love to kind of be in the dressing room to understand that rationale, because I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, because it's worked. But again, you know, your best batters, some of your best batters, should they be facing the most balls? Yes, they should.
Well, just 1 run off that Arlos over, so at the end of the 179th over, that'd be quite a thing. At the end of the 29th over, it's 179 for 3. But yeah, it is hard to pinpoint what the rationale is. So we've seen Alice Monaghan at 5, we've seen Paige Schofield at 5, and now we've seen Alice Davidson Richards at 5. And in the match last week, on Wednesday, Surrey were 236 for 3 when Capsey fell, and there was 12 overs left. And at that point, it was Monaghan who came out. But also, that suggests that when it's going very well, they go for Monaghan, but they're going pretty well at this moment. Maybe it was more of a death overs thing. They thought that Monaghan might be looking to clear the fences a little bit more. It's driven to the fielder at cover, who puts in an excellent kind of cartoon role. I don't know if this is a theme of the Warwickshire team, what they're doing to amuse themselves with a Sunday afternoon in the cold.
Yeah, maybe it's just my age, but I feel as though if I was fielding, I would not be putting in any unnecessary rolls at any point. My bones would be very cold and stiff.
It's a really good line from Ellis there, especially with the field, just square leg and mid-wicket and a kind of short fine leg in the ring. That kind of pace off into the stumps. You're really putting a lot of emphasis on Dunkley to force a shot if she wants to score any runs. There we go, that square leg in action once again.
Yeah, this is good from Ellis. I'm just looking at her stats and the bowler's stats so far. Izzy Wong actually only went for 4.4 from her 5 overs. At 4.4 is her economy. 22 runs from hers.
Pulled away, but it will just be the 1 run.
That sounded absolutely delicious off of the bat there. That is just, if you are a cricket fan, that sound, you could have it as your alarm to wake you up in the morning, didn't you? Just
That'd be quite intense.
But
keep going.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't turn it off.
Exactly, as a batter you go like, I'm ready to go, let's go and hit some balls.
Yeah. If you're a bowler, maybe not.
Another full toss from Alice. That one's from Ellis, and that's kind of plinked into the leg side. We had a very tame drama at my club, which I enjoyed. That so AJ Sports, the cricket brand, the family who run that are a Spencer family and have been for forever and a day. And there's this clip of a batter last season playing a really lovely cover drive, and the sound that comes off the bat's amazing, and it's an AJ bat, so they want to kind of show off that's how good their new sticks are. Dunkley squirts that to the left of cover. Who does the fielding? Just 1 run. That is the end of Ellis's over. Another good over for Warwickshire. The score was 182 for 3 after 30. But the drama is that the bowler, who last year was playing for a different club, has recently signed for us. So in effect, what he'd posted was his own new bowler getting absolutely walloped for 4. And going, God, doesn't the sound of the bat sound amazing, especially when this lad's bowling?
Yeah.
Got taken down. Which I thought was an overreaction, but it's fine. Rightio, our lot to continue from the city end. Dunkley well placed on 35, Davidson Richards on 4. 20 overs remain.
It just seems that there's a bit of a swing every over. One team wins with the over, and then the next team wins the over. So it just felt like Warwickshire just won that last over. Ellis bowled a really tidy over there, but previously Surrey had really dominated. So it's just that you can't quite pick which way the pendulum's swinging here at the moment.
Dunkley forces out into the offside for a single. No, you're absolutely right. So there was 3 runs off the previous 2 overs. It kind of speaks to our previous point that, well, when I joined commentary 6 overs ago with you, the run rate was around 6.5. It's dropped down to 6, which suggests kind of the last 6 overs have gone, I don't know, for about 30. But there's been a couple of really high scoring overs and then a couple of really dry ones. It's pulled away. That should be at least 2. Fielder on the boundary isn't able to pick up the ball cleanly, but Baker does get the ball in eventually.
That's a beautiful looking pull shot there from Alice Davison-Richards. Keeps her hands nice and high and just strikes really far out in front of her and hits it just in front of square. Fielder Hannah Baker comes round to pick up the ball. Not cleanly, comfortable 2 in the end, but just a lovely shot from ADR.
She's looking excellent there. Kind of technique is looking in very good order. Even there, it's not the cleanest of connections, but kind of high elbow, back foot drive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say actually, the high elbow, and that's a signature of ADR when she's batting really well. That front elbow is really high and she comes down on top of the ball really cleanly. That's why she can hit straight back over the bowler's head so well. She just holds that elbow so high.
That's short, and this time just goes over Dunkley's head, who kind of ducked into a pull shot. I don't know if that's clipped her helmet on the way through. I assume it hasn't, because there is no physio running on for the mandatory concussion test. Dunkley herself had a very interesting technique change over the winter, especially with her grip. Her grip her hands used to be a lot further apart. Now you can see on the screen now, much closer together. And we were all kind of alerted to it when Dunkley played that phenomenal innings in Sydney during the Ashes. She was striking the seamers back over their head for 6. At the end of the 31st over, the score is 185 for 3. I don't actually know, I've asked a couple of coaches kind of where that technique change came from, what was the thought process behind it, and I haven't got any closer to the answer. So if you can do some investigating for us, that would be lovely.
Will do. One thing I did notice with that though is, because her hands are now so close together and very low down the handle, is that she very much plays through the V on the offside. So she's playing off the back foot, so very much through the V. She doesn't hit very well square through the offside. So anywhere between point and cover, she doesn't access as freely. And on a few occasions, particularly where Karis Pavley was bowling, and the ball was a little bit tight but wide. Driven well down the ground there by ADR. Sorry, a little bit short and wide is, instead of actually just being able to guide it through that point cover region, actually she was kind of slicing it and actually kind of almost getting a really thick edge through third.
Did you ever play around with your grip during your playing time? Was that always kind of quite
not
natural from the...
Yeah, not intentionally. I think it definitely varied from time to time.
It's driven for another single. Because Dunkley was quite unique in her previous grip. I think of her and Faf du Plessis as the two kind of international players who had their grip with their hands very far apart. I always, just rightly or wrongly, associated that with playing cricket for the first time myself and doing that and then being told it was wrong, and so kind of stopping to do it. It's a good shot from Davison-Richards. Ellis wasn't that short there, but the kind of relative lack of pace on the ball has given her time to get right back deep in her crease and pull the ball away. It's interesting you say that she's changed her grip, and I'm sure she feels that she's able to access new areas with it, but you kind of pull your shirt one way, it kind of leaves a crease on the other side. I think that's a saying. You know what I mean. Katie George, busy as ever at mid-wicket. I would not fancy a dive across a square in this temperature. She just feels her arm, her hand there. She'll be burning.
Yeah, that's just madness.
Dips at the last moment. Cover will come to intercept it, but Surrey will be able to sneak through for a single. I think I remember probably almost a decade ago, Rory Burns sharing a photo of his calf or his shin at the end of a season, having fielded on the massive square at the Oval at cover and mid-wicket for 4 or 5 months, and it was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I can relate actually. The first game that I played in the 100 for the Oval Invincibles, 2022 it was, we played the second game actually, so the men were on first and we came on second. It was during that massive heat wave in July. It was about 33 degrees, and yeah, I was fielding at cover and I chased a ball out onto the cover boundary, slid, and my shin, oh, it was nasty.
It's foul. I hate it so much.
And you know, it was the middle of the summer, so bed sheets were getting stuck to it, you know, it was awful. It was really, really awful.
I was really hoping you weren't going to use that way of describing it, because I find it so visceral, and
yes.
like, I think a lot of people have suffered a graze to the extent and know exactly the pain, and it just never goes away, and it's always annoying.
Yeah. And you know, you've got the dirt as well that's got in it from the square. Shall I continue?
Please do, yeah. I'm having an emotional reaction on commentary, it's good.
But the thing is, once you've done it then, you're like, oh, I just can't slide, and you just can't bring yourself to do it anymore. But you have to.
And it never goes away, because it's so easy to reopen.
That's it, it's there for the season.
Well, I was distracted by it. ADR walks down the pitch at Arlos, who then bowled a wide. Just back in. And again, for the third time in this innings, Davison-Richards is on the one hand batting very beautifully and elegantly. On the other hand, she's almost offered up 3 kind of catching opportunities, two to the bowler and Ellis, and 1 there to cover. But she's just a little bit early on the ball. I don't know if that speaks to the wicket playing a bit slower than perhaps in previous weeks here at Beckenham. That's short, well evaded by Davison-Richards.
And there were elements of that in the first kind of 5-6 overs, where when Katie George and Izzy Wong hit their lengths, they were just troubling the bat a little bit, and there was, you know, a leading edge that almost led to a caught and bowled. So although, you know, we say there aren't any demons in these pitches, I think you're right. There are definitely patches where it is just holding, just gripping, and coming off a little bit slower than batters are anticipating. And you know, ADR is just kind of almost reaching and searching out in front of herself to make that connection.
We've had a slight field change here. Deep third has come up into the ring, mid-wicket's gone out to the fence. And Davison-Richards takes advantage of that new vacant area, drops a single. Do you reckon they were suggesting another short ball there, having just got one through kind of Davison-Richards' shoulder area? She didn't look particularly comfortable, or maybe that was Warwickshire's conclusion, so they stuck another fielder out on the boundary and thought they might go again.
Yeah, I'm always mindful of that. I was going to say I think there might be a slower ball here.
Because that was going to be my other question there, is if deep third comes up into the ring, the suspicion is that they're more likely to go pace off, is that correct? Because
yeah, although I would have probably expected long on to go back, but I guess actually for ADR, and maybe she was actually just going to try and pull her length a little bit to see if she'd take the bait.
Well, Davison-Richards is safely into double figures. I'm sure you'll be glad to know.
I think you'll probably be more glad.
The record continues. If anyone is listening who is able to keep track of the run of most consecutive double figure scores for a home team, please let me know. I think it'd be a niche stat to find the answer to. I think that's a real task for the Hypercore stat. because I can tell you for a fact I don't know how to work it out. Short cuts, and this time it splits the fielders at short third and backward point, and that's 4 runs for Davidson Richards. That's a real shame for Warwickshire. They'd been tying together a good few overs there. Final ball boundary. See the replay there. A bit of width, short of length. That's a fantastic shot. You just see the fielders at mid-off and cover throw their hands over their face, think they just snuck another wicket. But as it happens, at the end of the 33rd over, the score is 198 for 3.
Yeah, they were just building that boundary string that we were speaking about a few overs ago. And yeah, especially to finish the over on a boundary as a bowler, you're thinking, oh gosh, I just want to get out if it's over. And then just a little bit loose and you're punished for it. And that'll be good for Surrey as well, and ADR will be happy that she's managed just to tick the scoreboard on a little bit more.
Well, I think this is an exciting moment in this innings. Katie George is coming back. Now, George is obviously Warwickshire's premier, if not strike bowler. She had a difficult time of it in her first spell. You can see her figures there, 0 for 30 off 3. But if she gets it right, she could force a couple of important wickets here. If she gets it wrong, there could be a few more runs added to Surrey's tally. Short again, pulled over mid-wicket. And there is no fielder in that area, so that will skip away for 4. And we have a high octane start immediately. That boundary board brings up Surrey's 200. See the replay here. Short, pulled, 4.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about the no balls that she bowled in her first very short spell, but there is a very slight slope when you bowl from the Beckenham end. So she's coming down a very slight hill, and I wonder if she's just maybe overstretching with her run-up as she's coming in and landing, and maybe she's, just a little bit off balance coming in.
So we're seeing George direct some traffic here with her skipper Georgia Davis. We're going to have 2 fielders out on the leg side, a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket, which I don't mind if she's going to go to that short ball. Dunkley didn't catch it entirely cleanly. So 3 fielders out onto the leg side even. We have fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, mid on in the ring. Short again, and that'll be given a wide ball.
Yeah, I've seen a few teams approach this tactic to Sophia Dunkley and play that short ball, because obviously her tour in Australia, it was something that she faced quite a lot. Hence potentially putting that mid-wicket out and saying, right, we'll see if we can take a wicket here and force Dunkley's hand into playing this pull shot and getting caught on the boundary.
That's another wide ball. I think my worst nightmare as a professional cricketer, if it was decided I was someone who was bad against a short ball. Because even if they're right or wrong, it just means you're going to get peppered all the time. And famously, this always makes me laugh when people go, they don't like it around their face. I'm like, no one ever has gone, oh, yeah, you know what I really like? Fast bowling at my head.
And the faster the better. Yeah, I always felt for Stuart Broad after his nasty injury when that ball struck him through the grill and took him kind of under the eye. Because, yeah, ever since then, it just
keeps
relentless,
going,
isn't it? It is. It's just absolutely relentless. And he must be walking out thinking, oh, I'd love to see the stats of how many length balls I get bowled, but no.
There was, I remember, I think I was interviewing Will Jackson. Surrey had just played Hampshire. And Keith Barker had batted, and as soon as he'd come out to bat, they stuck 2 men underneath the lid immediately. George is just losing her line here. It's the 3rd wide of the over. And they immediately just started bowling short to him. And it was happening over and over again, every ball. I asked Jax, I was like, is that a plan? Like, when did you decide to do that? And he went, oh, we've known about this for years. It was just like, so it's just like every time he comes out to bat, we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
I went, yeah.
Wide travels, doesn't it, as well? It'll get around the circuit.
Davidson Richards just turns a bat on that. It was still quite leg side from George, but a better length. 8 runs off the over so far, 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, so I don't mind a short ball. I don't like a short ball from, well, a right-hander coming round the wicket.
Okay.
So a bouncer coming round, it's just that change of angle. Don't like that at all.
Well, I suppose it's just different, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're less used to it.
Yeah.
Short again. Umpire evades the ball. Cleanly fielded out at square leg by Beth Ellis.
Yeah, the umpire just says to Beth Ellison, maybe just on the one bounce if you don't mind, please. Bouncing it in off the square 3 or 4 times.
The dark arts of cricket are ever present.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, slipped out of my hand.
It's well bowled by George, just dropped into the offside for 1. I remember I used to play with a wicket keeper. If you're bowling second, he always made the point that no umpires were ever watching between overs, so he'd just run straight down the middle of the track with a little twist and a turn on his way.
Oh my God.
It was an amateur sport. It's fine. It's not cheating.
I bet he was a really popular man.
Well, he was on my team.
On your team, yeah, I'm sure he was. I'm sure you all thought it was absolutely fantastic.
End of the 34th over, 210 for 3. No, he was a very good wicketkeeper actually. What are we up to now? He had a construction. He worked in construction. Well, fine. I can't name him now. I've just told him
Well,
he
yeah.
spent his years cheating.
Won't be allowed back on the circuit.
He was at Essex for a little while.
Oh. Says it all.
Right, Emily Arlett's going to continue from the City end. I had a bone to pick with you. You told us the other end was called the Palace end.
I did tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I heard the announcer actually say it was the Beckenham end. I'm certain it was maybe it's changed. Maybe it's changed names.
We got corrected by playing a miss from Dunkley. We got corrected with a very lovely note from the ground staff. Said it was the Beckenham end, and they put a little smiley face on the end of it.
Well, there you go. Apologies. I'm always willing to be corrected. It's constructive feedback for me. It's a learning experience.
But also, it's one of those. You're obviously right as well. Just means that the Stars used to refer to it as the Crystal Palace end incorrectly.
Oh,
That's a lovely
really
shot
well
from
timed.
Dunkley. Clipped away into the leg side, and that will roll away for 4. Takes her to 49. And Arlott immediately signals to her skipper, let's make some changes in the field. A little shuffle down the track.
Yeah, it doesn't
Tucks away.
overhit that. Just leans on it nicely. Just a shimmy, leans on the ball. Really nicely played. Because what she had been doing previously was actually, had she not come down the track, she was just nudging it round the corner, picking one up at deep square or down to fine. But actually she said, no, I think boundaries now, a bit more important here, so just going to lean on that.
Dot ball means Dunkley stays on 49. The Wasps currently at 333. Which, well, another 119 runs at this stage in the final 15 overs. It'll be about 7 and a bit and over to get there. Entirely feasible. Driven up to mid-off. Dunkley hits some runs. And despite the direct hit from Davis, it does take her to a second 50 of the season. It's been a very fine innings from Dunkley. He's kind of played in third gear throughout, I reckon. There's not been too much by the way of fireworks, nor has she kind of been bogged down at any one stage. She'll be hoping in front of England's new head coach to double it in the last 15.2 overs.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I wonder if we're going to see any more spin. I think Dunkley's, she was really positive towards the spin, so I think as a part of her thinking, bring them back on. It's a very well bowled slower ball by Em Arlett. Deceives Alice Davidson-Richards completely. Big swing and a miss.
I always enjoy when Davidson Richards is deceived. She then does tell you immediately with her reactions. She was signalling there that she was just trying to force the ball a slightly different direction.
Yeah, I wonder what she'd be like at poker.
Bad. Awful. Short and pulls out. That split the two sweepers, but not with enough power. That means they will just get one. At the end of the 35th over, the score is 216 for 3. And Kirstie is going to make way for Georgie Heath.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Welcome back.
it's nippy. I'll give you that.
I've been warming up a little bit. I've my hands are firmly in my pockets throughout. And I think my corduroy cap is doing me well.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're going to have another change of bowling. It was just the one over for Katie George, and instead it's going to be Izzy Wong who's going to come on from the Beckenham end.
I've seen Izzy Wong's parents. They've actually vacated now. Izzy Wong's mum dressed head to toe in Liverpool kit. They've gone to
Very
Stamford
nice.
Bridge. So they're doing the tour of
South London sporting events.
that's the one. Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah. Apart from we're not in South London here, and neither is Stamford Bridge, but
London-ish. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
London-based sporting events, that can work. I should put in an extra word for no good reason. That Wasp has dipped an entire 1 run to
Oh.
3-3-2. Sorry, I've got to keep an eye on that. They want that getting any lower. That's tucked away around the corner. There is a fielder on the fence, so it'll just be 1 run. Ellis with the fielding. It's a shame for Katie George. Just the 1 over back in the attack. She lost her radar a little bit and was just spraying it down the leg side a touch. But it means Izzy Wong is back into the attack, with or without parents at the ground.
She won't mind too much, I'm sure. Off to see the beloved Liverpool.
All it is just a victory parade really now, isn't it?
You can understand why you would dress head to toe in Liverpool stuff
No,
then.
absolutely. No, my favourite sporting fact. Oh, this is the second time I get to mention QPR today after nominating the 2010-11 promotion season as my mastermind specialist subject. In the last 10 years, this isn't quite true anymore, but it was for a little bit. Play and a miss from Dunkley. Immediately prompts a field change from Wong, who brings up deep mid-wicket and sends out long on. Now, in the last 10 years, QPR have lost more matches in the Football League than any other team in the country.
I'm not sure that's really a stat you want to write on your forehead.
I think it's remarkable, because it just means we haven't had the decency to get relegated. We've just finished 17th for a decade. With long on moved out to the boundary, Dunkley prods the ball up to the vacant mid-on area, takes 1.
Always been a QPR fan?
I have always been
Yeah.
a QPR fan. It was a kind of series of, well, 2 coincidences. My dad grew up in West London, and he wasn't really a football fan, but he kind of was like, I don't mind who you support, but don't support Chelsea, and QPR was loosely his team. And then, as it happened, the first match I ever got taken to was by a classmate, and it was QPR versus Tranmere Rovers. They lost 2-1.
And you figured it can't get any worse from here, so might as well stick with it.
Older Steve Palmer scored, and then we lost. And my main memory is at the end of the game, we would check, obviously QPR were losing because, well, obviously. And one of the fans, the home fans, our fans, wasn't giving the ball back to a player to take a throw in like injury time, and prompted, I think I was 7 or 8, and I think that was when I really learned swear words.
Yeah. Hooliganism.
Dunkley picked up that drop in length from Wong ever so quickly there, but still wasn't able to force the ball away. Brings us to an end of 36th over. The score is 220 for 3. Are you a football fan at all?
Newcastle fan. For my sins.
Newcastle, well.
Yeah, out of nowhere, I know.
What a lovely year you've had then.
Yeah, great year. I mean, it's one of those things. So I became a Newcastle fan because my brother's always been. When I was really young, I was a Stuttgart fan. No idea why. I just liked the name.
Naturally, yes.
Just naturally, liked the name, so went with it. That was a rogue one when people ask you as an 8-year-old girl, do you support a football team? And you say, yes, I support Stuttgart. So that was rogue. So yeah, Newcastle. So it's always, you've been through the hard times, and
So how did you come across Stuttgart to begin with?
I honestly can't even. I think I just saw the name somewhere and just decided that that's what I was going to go with.
Georgie Heath, 8, big Bundesliga fan.
You know what? Actually, talking the Bundesliga, it's like when
Just a change of bowling here. Georgia Davis returns to the attack. She starts down leg side, swept away.
Has the Bundesliga ever been more popular than after COVID, when it was the first thing to come back and suddenly everyone was so invested in the Bundesliga because it was something to watch?
It was. I remember this. It was. I can't remember who they were playing against, but Dortmund played. I remember gathering around with my housemates, and there was something on. There was something on.
It was amazing. It was such an event.
Borussia and Boris. Those are my 2 lockdown staples.
You went into the Tiger King.
I did do a bit of Tiger King.
You could be Borussia, Boris, and banana bread. That was how Cameron Ponsonby spent his lockdown.
Dunkley quick to get back. Fielded by Perrin.
I think I did a lot of jigsaw puzzles.
I think my... any good ones? What was the biggest number? How many number of pieces are we talking?
Oh, we're only talking like 1,000. And
I think that's
my village, you could go and swap them in the bus stop. You'd leave them.
It's a lovely quick single from Dunkley. I don't really know how big a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle is in the scale of jigsaws.
I don't really like doing the ones that are really, really difficult. There's no fun in that. You can get one that's the colour spectrum and does all, and I see no fun in that. And apparently it's a clear jigsaw, and that's just stupid, if you ask me.
It feels like
Clear one, yes.
cruel and unusual self-punishment. It's beautifully driven by Davis and Richards, but well fielded by Perrin. He gets another dive in. By more means, so if you want, what's the biggest a jigsaw can get? Not size, and Daniel Norcross is lurking over my shoulder, being silly. But in terms of, you can get up to like 5,000. That's it's a wide ball.
I just think you must be able to. The problem is if you've got big enough space to put it on, and I would do it on the dining room table and then try and eat dinner, and I'd be like, just push the edge pieces out of the way, and
There we go.
Dog would come and put his head on it.
Davidson Richards squirts the ball into the leg side. They might be able to come back for 2 here. The fielder is quick in off the rope.
So I didn't do a Marie Kelly and learn to bowl with both hands during lockdown. I was doing jigsaws instead.
Hold that thought. You can tell more about that to Daniel Norcross, because I'm going to vacate. And Daniel's going to learn about Marie Kelly bowling with both hands.
We're going to come back to this one, aren't we, Daniel? And actually our old friend Hypercourse was back in touch again on the ambidextrous bowling. And how could we forget Gemma Barsby, who is another one who does that. Gemma Barsby, one of the most entertaining players to watch in the WBBL. Not only because this year, actually, I did see her crawl through the legs of the non-striking batter to collect the ball.
That's an eccentric
Went
manoeuvre.
through in her follow-through, and then the ball came back to her, and so she just sort of scurried through the legs of the non-striker, who must have been very tall. I can't remember who it was. Must have been very tall, because to get under there and with the pads and everything. So, yeah. But only Gemma Barsby, as Izzy Wong continues.
That's nice. He picked up. It'll only bring a single. I think you can have a certain temperament for jigsaws. Yeah.
Have you not got it?
No.
It's okay.
Absolutely not. I mean, I'm colourblind as well, so there's an issue there.
That could be a problem.
Yeah. But to me, you see, the whole purpose of the jigsaw is to finish the jigsaw. At which point
you break it up again.
Yeah. I mean, I can't help but feel, hello, that would have been tight there, but she's just got in. We've got a very good view of that from side on, as does the umpire, of course, hence why it was given not out. Yes, it sort of strikes me as an act of extraordinary futility, and of course you're tearing your hair out trying to get it, and then you finally do, and then when it's done you go,
There are
I've got to put it back in the box.
There are very few things in the world. I'm irritated by a lot of things. There's very few things that irritate me more than when someone comes along and puts the last piece in your jigsaw.
Oh, no.
Or you get to the end of it and you realise you're missing a piece.
Oh, that would be bang out of order. That's very much like a Hancock half-hour episode. Down the leg side, another wide will be signalled. Attempted slower ball. Well, it was a slower ball, but it just ill-directed.
We've seen her vary her pace a little bit, actually, in the last few overs, Izzy Wong. She's just trying to not let Davison Richards really read it well. She's 23 from 31, so she's well set, but we did see her strike it magnificently just a few days ago, didn't we? Really up the ante at the back end of that Surrey innings, in at a different point today.
Well, this is a sort of surface that very much rewards varied pace, and that's really well run by Dunkley. She set off for 2 immediately. She ran the first very quickly. She almost, didn't quite, but almost lapped Davidson Richards on the way back.
Yeah, whoa, turning on a penny, that's what they say, isn't it?
Turning on a
Davidson
penny,
Richards. That's another lacrosse term for you there. Although I did just find £1 in my pocket today, so...
That's nice when that happens.
Oh, isn't it good?
Yes, I found £1 just when I absolutely needed it. Ever since COVID, I hadn't been physically to a supermarket to do the weekly shop because I got into the habit of having it delivered.
See, I like to be able to select things.
I do, but I also like being able to
home.
watch Homes Under the Hammer and arrange for my delivery to arrive just after it's finished, and then discover that without a great deal of effort, within 10 minutes of unpacking, my house is absolutely filled with wine and treats.
Ah.
It's a very pleasing thing. That's for tomorrow. But as a result, I hadn't had a £1 coin. Oh, now that again, that's really good running. I'd say Sophia Dunkley, I think because it's so cold apart from everything else, is running with great intent, let us say.
And the pace she's going at to sort of almost overtaking ADR at the other end. It's like watching Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price running in the mothers race a few weeks ago.
I saw that.
Oh, it's fantastic. I think she's done it before as well.
Oh, that's a terrific half stop at short extra cover. Might have saved. Well, it was hit so hard, it might have saved 3. That 12 remained. 233 for 3. Surrey still looking to get well over 300, but possibly they're going to struggle to get up to the 348 they got the other day, which is another 112 away. You can see once again here at Beckenham, everybody getting starts. Bryony Smith, 78 off 72, top scoring, but everyone's looked comfortable on this surface. There's still plenty of batting to come as well. You see Paige Schofield, Kira Chatley, Moners still to come. So things are set up for some wild shenanigans in these last 12 overs. But yeah, you need the £1, don't you, for the
trolley.
For the trolley. And I thought, oh no, I'd forgotten about the £1 for the trolley.
Yeah, well, at least you get the £1 back. I found the other day.
You've got to have one in the first place.
Yes, but I got to Sydney Airport the other day, went to get a trolley for my luggage. $5.
No
just to use the trolley to push. I went, no, I'm just going to get in the way of everyone. I'm not spending $5 to get my luggage about 20 yards.
It is pretty much the most expensive place on earth, isn't it? Appeal, umpire unmoved. Take another look at that in a moment. Wicket keeper looked to me like she was just slightly heading towards the leg side there, which is often a bit of a giveaway. A lot of flight on offer here at the moment. Now I've been having a look at Cricinfo for the other games. Can't find the women's games updated. There's all sorts happening in the men's county championship and the IPL, but maybe you can.
This is when
that's skewed in the air and down to mid-off, and another wicket falls just as Surrey were looking to hit the afterburners. It's Alice Davidson Richards who never quite really got going today. 26 from 33, an important wicket that for Warwickshire, because had she stayed in and found her groove, then it could have been carnage these last 12 overs, but that you'd think will just suppress the scoring rate a little bit. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Bat turned in her hand and she's just sort of skewed it You can see the bottom hand coming off the bat. A nice, easy catch for the ghostly Wraith.
Yeah, a fairly tame dismissal really in the end, wasn't it? It was the hand coming off the bat, and it wasn't quite the free-flowing, easy enough for me to say, free-flowing innings of just a few days ago from ADR.
Yeah, I'm going to give a bit of credit to Warwickshire's bowlers. I think they've varied their pace, they've given the ball plenty of flight, they've set decent fields, and just Surrey are going at over 6 and over, and they should surpass 300 pretty comfortably. But here at Beckenham, that's not necessarily a winning score. It's more like par, really. So Warwickshire will be pleased after leaking so many runs earlier on, being very indisciplined with the new ball. They've clawed it back a bit here. Paige Schofield comes out to join Sophia Dunkley.
I can also bring you information from around the country on my ECB app.
Please do, Kevin Howells.
We're basically separated at birth. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, same hair.
So Durham women hosting Somerset women, and they've had a lot of rain interruptions.
Have they?
Yes, they've had rain.
Where are they playing that?
They're up north. They're
north.
up at Chesterley Street. Well, I've only ever been to Chesterley Street in the rain, so I can see why that's happening.
Yeah, I've been there in the non-rain, but it was exceptionally cold. So what's the sitch?
So Durham women, 46 for 3.
Oh, that's a lot of rain.
Susie Bates was out without scoring. I think they're playing 29 overs aside at this point, but they had a moment. They came out for about 3 deliveries. Susie Bates was out during those 3, and then they went off again.
A bit like Bryony Smith in the first game. Experienced that indignity.
I had a game like that. I was doing the Sheffield Shield, and it was raining. It was Munkawaja. They had 1 ball after lunch. They came out, he was out, and then it rained for the rest of the day.
Brutal game, isn't it?
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brings the 39th over to a close, 237 for 4. So that's going on at Durham. Essex women versus Lancashire women. So Lancashire batting first. They are 199 for 6. The openers again went well. Eve Jones 57, Emma Lamb 43 for her. Katie Mack over from Australia again, 39. Those are the top 3 scores there.
How many overs have gone there? Because that's a good fight back for Essex, who've had a poor start.
44.4 overs.
Well, they'd be pleased with that, because Lancs have shown a lot of form at the start of this competition.
And Hampshire women batting at Trent Bridge against the Blaze. 44 overs gone. They're 160 for 7.
Right, so
Ella McGacken, again, after the other day, scored that 157 from 77 for her today, but no one else really much to write home about. Next highest score, Harmon with 19. So, difficult day for Hampshire.
Well, difficult day for batting by the looks of it around the country, but not so much here, as Baker's back in the attack. First 4 overs went for 25.
Yeah, and a day for the leggies. Sarah Glenn picking up 3 wickets for the Blaze.
So 11 overs left here. Over a little bit slower today, partly fuelled by some wides and no balls earlier on, and the ball going to all parts. It's going to be eked it back a little bit with the spinners in the middle of the innings. Just checking this field here. Mid-on is up, long off his back. And will be called upon. Just a single there, so yeah, you'd think Surrey will be targeting somewhere around the 320 mark, but to get that, Schofield will be, I think, given a little bit of time to get used to the pace of the pitch. Dunkley's well set on 58.
Yeah, having quite a week of it, isn't she, Sophia Dunkley? Coming into form at just the right time, looking ahead to the international season.
That kicks off on the 21st of May at Canterbury with a T20. 6:30 start if you're thinking of going. I'll be there for that one. It's an awkward one. You're never quite sure whether to stay the night or not when you go to Canterbury for T20. It's well fielded at short extra cover.
I sometimes think if you're given the option, just take it.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's the BBC though, so.
No, you don't know where you're staying.
You don't really. Yeah. So staying in a stable or something similar.
There's what? Because there's no room at the inn.
There's no room at the inn.
Are you Jesus?
Joseph, really.
Joseph,
Yeah.
Definitely not Mary.
It's not even the father of my own child. Just the 4 singles from the over from Baker gave you a lot of flight in that over. Asked a few questions. 241 for 4. 10 overs remain. Surrey going just a tick over 6 runs and over.
Yes, another 10 to go. They'll be feeling pretty comfortable with where they are at the moment. And it's because we had that sort of rocketing start. That set the foundations, you know. So the foolish man built his house on the sand. Well, they've definitely not built theirs on the sand here, Surrey. Built it on the rock. I couldn't tell you what fable or psalm or part of the Bible that was. I could sing the song. I remember singing that one at school. There were actions as well.
Really? Yes, I'm not familiar with that one at all.
Yeah. Oh, well, the wise man built his house on the rocks.
I suppose it would very much depend how close the rocks are to the sea in a
Well, that's
changing
true, because also
climatic
surely they
landscape.
just quite often you lose the rocks anyway, and the cliff
You
face
do.
falls and.
Well, he's forever reading tales of houses near Beachy Head and Burling Gap and whatnot, no longer existing. So, you know. But that's Head Sands, probably not so great either.
No, perhaps not. And then if you live somewhere in the really expensive parts of the world, like Monaco, they actually just reclaim land from the sea so that you then have a beachfront house. So you think you've got one. You spent all this money on it, and then they reclaim land from the sea and they build in front of you.
Oh, right.
There you
Well,
go.
I mean, they deserve it. In Monaco, it's quite simply one of the most appalling places on earth, and Nice is just down the road, and just because billionaires are unprepared to pay tax, they won't live somewhere fantastic. So I'm perfectly happy for their quality of life to be destroyed by the movement of houses in front of them. I take a very strong line on Monaco.
I gathered that
Can you
much.
see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I took my wife. We were staying near Nice, and we went into Monaco, and she made the same noise about the whole time we were there that cats make when they can't quite reach a bird in a tree. She just like hated it. I felt she was right.
Nothing to do with the price of wine.
Well, we didn't stay long enough though. We didn't stay overnight. You know,
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
it's unpicturesque, isn't it? And everything's all lumped together, and you're supposed to want to buy an expensive car and a watch for some apparently.
The thing is, no
impossible
matter how much I
understand
want
reason.
to, I wouldn't be able to anyway, I don't think. My card would probably melt.
Yes, but you know, you can tell the time from your phone, can't you?
Just watch the sun go over.
Yeah. 245 for 4, 9 overs remain while we burble on about Monaco. Have you been to Monaco?
Do you think I can afford to go to Monaco?
Well, you can pop in.
Oh no, I haven't.
Go to Nice.
Yeah?
Absolutely
Okay.
glorious.
Do they play cricket in Monaco?
It will be tricky because they're basically clinging to the side of a hill.
Yeah.
It would be very much like Brook Cricket Club
Lord's
in
Slope.
Surrey. Worse. If you've ever played at Brook, but it can't be a 1 in 3 gradient, but it feels like it.
Oh, okay.
So yes, I'm not sure, and I imagine for reasons that befuddle me, the value of a piece of land large enough to play cricket in Monaco would be
fair.
prohibitive. Now then, this has been larruped, and it might have gone all the way. It has, very sportingly signalled there by the fielder at long off, because he's only cleared the boundary by a very small margin, I would say, but that is a mighty, meaty biff.
That's a hell of a biff, isn't it? From Paige Schofield. I love that. Down on one knee as well. Sort of stand and deliver. You definitely have to run after that one. The noise it made off the bat.
Mid-on still staying up inside the ring and still keeping long off back. So Baker just drags her length back. This could be tight, but no. The throw needed to be direct. But that's what happens when you've just been walloped for 6. In the previous over, Baker was kind of comfortably enough able to just toss the ball up, continually give it flight. And then the moment Schofield laid into her, she had to drag that length back a touch. Bit of a moon ball on this occasion, which she gets away with.
For a moment, Sophia Dunkley's eyes lit up, didn't they? She really thought, oh yes, 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 and then dragged it back and decided not to try and smash that one.
They're quite hard to hit though, especially if they sink or dip. Just landed that one nicely, Baker. So Schofield looks to me like she's going to be aggressive here. She had a great tour of Australia. Did you get a chance to see any of that while you were out there, or
I didn't
were you
actually.
ships that passed in the night?
I did bump into the players at multiple beaches, weirdly enough, which was
good.
very different. Yeah. But no, I didn't actually get to any of the A stuff. I sort of kept an eye on it and what was going on. But Cricket Central is an absolute nightmare to get to if you haven't got a car. And from where I was, it was 2 buses and 2 trains.
It's been swept firmly, should be cut off, and will be out in the boundary. But again, good running.
But she did have a great time of it, didn't she, Paige Schofield? In what are we calling it? The Red Ball game.
It was first class, so it counts.
164 and 39 in that one. And
Not bad.
Yeah, you'll take that. One of the ODIs. The previous game to that, 83, and then scores of sort of 30 odd, 34, 20. So, yeah, a pretty good trip down under.
11 off the over, exactly what Surrey needed at this stage. 8 overs to go, 256 for 4. Schofield just moving into gear here. Well, she'll be exactly one of the sort of people that Charlotte Edwards is looking at.
She's also very familiar with Paige Schofield. Obviously, she was down at the Vipers as well, so had a time there, and then headed up to the South East Stars and had a right ball of it. Been in a few different 100 sides. So she's in the zeitgeist.
And she's experienced now as well. So Davis is going to bowl her 10th and final over, still sticking with this round the wicket line. Juices a leading edge. It was not far away from Perrin at short extra cover. She really is in very tight to Vina Perrin at short extra. Partly for that, but also partly for just to stop the push and run.
It was timed magnificently, but well fielded. There, mid-off.
We're sort of having to cover different parts of the ground, you and I, aren't we?
Yes.
So you've basically got anything straight, and I've got anything square and behind. So one more to the total. Yes, we're commentating it side on, so we've got the monitor in front of us, and to my left is everything from backward point, square leg, behind square, and for Georgie everything is the other half.
Yes. Plus the sort of pole on my right.
Yeah, that slightly impedes your view of deep extra cover.
It does a little bit.
Well, I can cover that.
That's all right. We should tag team.
It's a bit like how they used to do original commentary on the football. They used to put it in segments, didn't they? So they drew a kind of map, is that right? And they would go, and that's why they would say back to square one or something.
Oh, there you go.
I think that was the derivation of that. It's been driven in the air. Should get a couple of runs here. Dunkley is so quick between the wickets.
She is speedy. I'd love to see her across a sort of get her on the 100 metres.
She's got long strides. I mean, she's not a short woman, she's not a very tall woman, but she's got very long strides when you watch her run. A single to complete Davis's spell. They think about one on the arm, it isn't there. 5 from the over. She finishes with very creditable figures of 1 for 47.
10 overs, no maintenance, 1 for 47.
Which hit here, I think if you're going in under 5s,
yeah, I think
you'd
be pretty happy with that.
Again, take a look at the card here. 2 players have made it above 50. Everyone else has got in 320s. Paige Schofield on the on the verge of that. Kira Chatney due in next. I was sent a picture of her eating a tiramisu yesterday evening.
Oh, I like a tiramisu.
Do you?
Every so often. I would never make one because what an effort, but why were you sent a picture of her eating a tiramisu? Did she send you it?
No.
No?
I'm part of a WhatsApp group which is famous people eating tiramisu.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
I was about to say, me too.
Nikki Chowdhury, commentator and colleague,
okay.
I think was with Kira, or maybe it was an archive picture of a tiramisu being eaten. Tiramisu it can be a very well, how can I put it? Incendiary pudding if you're not careful. I'll explain what I mean in a minute. And I might think of a couple here. Oh, she's coming back for it. My word, that is really good running.
That's
this
magnificent.
time from Schofield, going to the danger end. That really got the afterburners on there because the ball was almost in the fielder's hands when she turned to run. I'd say it actually might have been.
It seemed like the ball just came really slowly through the air. I don't know if it just had too much height on it, wasn't quite a flat enough throw, but Schofield was digging her way down the pitch.
Same spot again, but this time closer to the sweeper, so they'll just be the single. Yes, the great cricket writer, and I use those words meaningfully, George DeBell. One of the most extraordinary incidents of him with a tiramisu the other day, a couple of years back. Waits for that and looks for the gap through fine legs. Hadn't got quite enough on it to take it to the boundary. They'll get a couple of runs though. I like the idea because there isn't really quite a fine leg. So if she could just get a bit more power on that, there's nobody down on the boundary there, and it might create a change in field. It looks like it is going to now. Yeah, we're getting a short fine leg in. So if she wants to play that shot now, she's going to have to hit harder and elevate it. But as a result, Caris Pavley throws in the quicker one. We've seen her do that a couple of times today, haven't we? She's got
yeah,
a
nice little,
ball.
just darts it in, doesn't she? Nice little variation.
Ah, that's been crunched away. That's a fine shot. Again, using the pace that Pavley's put on that, leading back, finding the gap to the left of extra cover with the sweeper a little bit squarer, and with this outfield so rapid, you just wonder. I don't want to put the mockers on it, but I can't because that's superstitious nonsense. But Dunkley here on 71 might be looking to right the wrong of not getting a ton the other day. Again, a quicker ball will bring a single. So what's that? 10 off the over. 271 for 4, 6 remains. Yeah, we were
tiramisu.
Tiramisu in a lovely hilltop town called Cortona in Italy. And it's one of those places where in the restaurant, you know, when you ask for a recommendation and they give it to you, you should have it, right?
Oh, it's not just because it's the most expensive thing on the menu.
No, it's
okay.
water. It's like in a restaurant, mum as a recipe, you know. And the mum.
Nonna,
exactly. See. And they heartily endorsed the tiramisu. There are only about 3 options anyway, but, you know. Tiramisu, must have the tiramisu. It's the greatest tiramisu in the world. George DeBell said, I can't have it. I said, why? Because my mum makes the best tiramisu. Well, and why don't you just try another one? He said, it would feel like I'm being unfaithful.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of...
No.
No?
You can't be faithful or otherwise to your mother.
Yeah, yes and no. I kind of understand that, because also maybe he's worried that he will have it and then it will be better.
So you're Team DeBell here?
No, but maybe he would have it and then it actually might be better, but then he's going to have to lie to his mum for the rest of his life.
He claimed it couldn't possibly be better. There were no circumstances on earth in which his mother's tiramisu could be surpassed.
Oh, okay.
And it would also feel like a terrible, you know, thing to do, to sort of flirt with another tiramisu. It was a curious conversation. I've not got over it. It's been about
How
3
was the
years in the
tiramisu
making.
though?
Delicious.
Yeah?
Yeah. Best tiramisu I've ever had.
So I think that now you need to try.
His mother's. Oh, that's really unfortunate work on the boundary there. She's done well to make the ground that she had to. It's quite wide at long leg, and that was tickled nice and fine. But she got to the ball. That's why she's so furious, because she got there, got a hand to it, and then in the tumble, kind of flicked it back over the boundary rope.
Yeah, this is the point you wouldn't really be making eye contact with the bowler. She's done really well to make up the ground. It looked like it had 4 written all over it. Sort of got there, flicked it up, and then kicked it over the boundary in the end.
A welcome boundary. Wong in her 8th over. Started not brilliantly, but got it back together again, certainly. Katie George was one who was struggling most in that opening spell, but Wong's come back well in the second spell, and now here looking to close out one end, the City end.
I still would like to veto the name.
I know what you mean, but we can see what you call it, Canary Wharf and all that, can't we? Away to
Looks
our
like
right.
it's in the sunshine.
It does, doesn't it? Right, it's a big heave ho. And gets that down to long on.
No, so you're going to have to try George Dobell's mum's
I know.
tiramisu now.
I'm going to have to, aren't I? Well, I did offer to try it, but of course the problem will then, what happens if I say, look, it's really good, but not as good as non's.
No, no.
Cordon. This is good bowling from Wong. She's just targeting those pads, cramping Schofield, just what you want at the death here. Every dot ball precious at this stage.
Well, if you look at this over, the only reason that went for a boundary, it should have been saved. It's a very tidy over from Wong.
She's got 2 overs left after this, and you'd imagine she'd probably bowl them. That'd be the 47th and 49th. Slower ball, hammered high on the one bounce before.
Yeah,
She did
right.
really well there, Schofield. She read the slower ball bouncer. It's not a bad idea for a Wong, but let's see, was it slightly telegraphed? Not really, she just waited for it, and it's been walloped. It's a 9 off the over, and over up to that point. Been a pretty good one for Warwickshire. 5 remain. Dunkley on 77. She wants to get 100 here, which she will want to do. She's going to get 23. There are 30 balls left. If there's 15 balls per batter, 23 off 15 is pretty doable. The back
Yeah.
end, yeah.
Oh, I
Pretty
reckon.
tight though.
It is going to be tight as a tiger.
Yeah. A tiger's notoriously
I'm not sure what
tight.
that's definitely from a film, and I just you know when something just comes out of nowhere and you just say it thinking
Yeah.
everyone's going to get this reference, but I don't even know what film it's from. Probably
Yeah.
something terrible like Dude, Where's My Car? Actually, I think it might be, which a lot of the players out here are far too young to have ever watched.
I've heard good things about that film. Never seen it.
It's atrocious.
I think that is it. One of those films that you categorise as so good it's so bad it's
Sort
good.
of cult films.
Yeah.
No, that was The Meg.
Right. Okay.
That was one of those. I then watched The Meg 2 recently, and that was horrendous.
Meg 2.
Yes. Jason Statham needed some work. This is nicely played, just deft touch to get it very fine.
Yeah. Now, what's intriguing me here is the pace at which Karis Paisley's bowling. So she's varying the pace really well. When she bowls the quicker ball, though, she is in danger of batters using that pace. So, looking for where the boundary options are. Through extra cover there is a short extra cover in place, but Dunkley hit one the last over, didn't she? Just put to the left of that extra cover. There's also, well, potentially a little gap between backward point and short third. This is good stuff from Paisley at the start of this over. Long on, long off back, deep mid wicket is back, and the deep square. So the other option is if you can read the ball with the pace, and it's to try and get an up and over fine leg with the ramp. Or get a thick edge and get it running away towards the deep third boundary. Really good work out there to save the boundary, but on another day they might have come back for a third there, but 50 partnership comes up instead. Dunkley into the 80s.
Yeah, excellent bit of fielding. I thought that had 4 written all over it.
It was really well done, wasn't it? Fully committed dive. Again, can't get it past that extra cover. It was perfectly positioned, quite straight on the edge of the square. Dunkley's trying to find that spot to the left of that fielder with sufficient pace to beat the sweeper. She'll pick up a single to keep strike. That's one way of not needing to score 23 or 15, is to face a lot more than 15 balls. 285 for 4 overs remain.
Well, interesting as well, because I did hear a very early call of 2 as she struck that one, but there was never going to be 2 on it, because she hit it well enough that it made it to the fielder pretty quick fast.
It's also a quick outfield, isn't it? So, you know, it comes out of there. It doesn't exactly stick in the outfield.
So another 4 overs still to come. Wasp now saying 330, and it will be Izzy Wong to continue. She's ready to bowl her 9th. Just the 1 wicket so far. That wicket maiden a long time ago. And the great news for us up in the commentary section is that the sun is coming round this way, so we're warming up as Wong is in. And that is clattered by Sophia Dunkley. But hit well enough again. That will just be 1.
Bit of production going on here. I'm going to let you all into a secret that we're going to go very quickly at the end of the innings.
And that's not just because we know there's bangers and mash.
No, I've had my bangers and mash.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you snuck that in.
I did. Very nice mash, very smooth, and the umami gravy is very much to be recommended. Ball boulder, full straight, really good bowling from Wong. Right in the block hole. Schofield at this stage looking to drive anything full. Just goes over the top of the ball and it hits off stump. 5th wicket goes down. And this is really, really good death bowling, especially from around the wicket there. Just with the angle. Schofield probably looking slightly to turn the face of the bat, which obviously means he got less bat addressing the ball. He could squirt it away through backward point. Misses it completely. And she is the 4th batter to depart in the 20s today, alongside White, Hodge, Capsey and Davidson Richards. So Alice, is it going to be Alice Monaghan? It is going to be Alice Monaghan.
Yeah, it's not going to be a tiramisu-fueled Kira Shatley.
No, they're missing a trick there.
I actually hear that's what dietitians are saying these days. Got a bit of caffeine in there.
That is the 4th 50-plus partnership, but look, the highest partnership is 76. So Warwickshire have done well just to stick in there, take wickets at important times, just as each partnership looked to be dangerous. They've got themselves a new batter at the crease. But we're at the stage now where basically the slog is on. Now, at the halfway point, we're not going to have a great deal of time to reflect on scores, because we're going to get straight to a tape. Looking back at the history.
tape.
The VHS literally
Rewound it.
Spool.
Hope no one's recorded over it.
Lydia Greenway's on it. And
Always makes it worth
and the
watching.
ECB have made it, and it's about the history of women's cricket, and I'm barely going to have a chance to introduce it because it is pretty much the same length of time as the lunch break. So apologies if we will sound abrupt. Again, this is good bowling from Wong. It's not always easy when you're used to bowling over the wicket to the right hander. She's coming round the wicket to the right hand as part of it's a cramp, but she's targeting the base of that off stump. If you get that right, it's a devilishly difficult ball at the death to play, because we're obviously looking to get on with it. Slightly slower ball on this occasion. But 1 over's this been 1 wicket ...
Yeah, it's been really good this actually from Wong. At the very beginning we obviously saw some very expensive overs. Wong and George were both struggling a little up the top, and the openers were capitalising on that, especially when Katie George was obviously struggling with a few wides and no balls. Wong was a little bit expensive, 10 from the very first over of the day, but this has been a great comeback.
And there, she just feeds that ball way outside off stump. Difficult for the new batter to get any kind of timing on it. She picks up the single. Dunkley, what does Dunkley do here? Does she just look for the single to keep strike start of the next over? I fancy that's probably the way to go with 3 to go.
Yeah, you want her to be facing as much as possible. Not just because she's been eyeing up that 100, which could be very difficult now, but because she's the set batter and the one you expect to score the runs.
Well, she's got that fine. She will pick up the single, and she will keep strike. Moves to 84, 288 for 5. 3 overs remain on this cold, brisk, slightly windy day, but mercifully high clouds, no real threat of rain.
No, it was quite a shock to the system, the temperature this morning.
Well, isn't it weird? I mean, it was so hot a couple of days ago, and then you suddenly, as the wind came, you just felt, ooh, that's different air. That's a different air mass.
This is the air I don't like this air.
It's a wrong air. It's a north air.
This
Give
air
me back my other air.
Yes, I would. Yes, send it back this way. Just blow it back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's all right. We've got cricket.
It's not raining, Georgie.
It's not raining. And you know, where else would you want to be? There's,
well, you know,
on the Riviera with a nice glass of.
There's not cricket at the Riviera.
Rioja.
Yeah. I would like
While
that.
watching on the stream,
Yes,
multiple streams. No, don't want to be
They
anywhere
don't know they're
else.
born these days, do they? All those holidays where you have to sneak off and try and find a phone box and ring a friend to find out what the cricket score was.
Oh yes.
Had to
Someone
do that
asked
for
me about.
2005 Ashes, you know.
What were we talking about? CFAX? Was that on Monday?
I think we were CFAX,
quiz
yeah.
on Monday. We're talking about CFAX.
Yeah. Right, Emma Arlott back in the attack. She's got 2 overs left. You imagine she'll bowl out at this stage. So 1 from Wong, 2 from Arlott. And Surrey, who I think at one point would have been eyeing 340 like they got the other day against Durham, 348.
And that was actually the worst result for Sophia Dunkley because
Yes,
it was a leg bye.
yeah.
So she's now at the non-strikers and didn't get a run to her name.
And didn't get a run. And Monaghan has got free licence to swing here, and she will be doing, you would imagine. Oh, struck straight back at the bowler, who does very well actually to parry it down in front of her. Just see the replay again. Just make sure this wasn't a bump ball. No, that was it was a chance of sorts. It came back at us so quickly.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It's going to hurt. I mean, you've done well to stick your hand in the way of it, but at the same time you're thinking, I quite liked it when my bones were in one piece and my phalanges did everything they were meant to do.
And on a chilly day. And a right hand as well, with which you bowl. Well, this will just be the signal. Which gets Dunkley back on strike on 84. 15 balls remain. She needs 16 for 100, but Surrey's still not secured 300 yet.
Question for you.
Yes.
Was it Alice Monaghan who celebrated her graduation on the balcony at Lord's at this 100 a few years ago?
Ooh. Oh, I don't
I can't
know.
remember if it was Alice Monaghan for London Spirit, and she couldn't be at her graduation because she was just casually playing professional cricket in the 100. I think she had her celebration on the balcony at Lord's. I'll have to do some research on that one. I'm
Swung
informed.
away again just for another single.
I'm informed by Cameron Ponsonby.
Graduation expert Ponsonby over here.
I'm correct.
Oh, did they get back for 2 there? I think they did. That's extraordinarily good running. And that'll be irritating for Warwickshire because they wanted Monaghan on strike, not Dunkley. How come he knows so much about people's graduations?
I think Dr. Google might have had some answers.
Just the one more. It's been really good death bowling from Warwickshire.
Oh, well.
Wong and now Arlott. Just the 5 have come from this over. One of those was a leg bite.
There was a point a long time ago now when Wasp was telling us 360 odd, 340. Now we're down at 317.
I'm quite surprised it's 317. I mean, that's suggesting 24 runs in the last 13 balls, which won't be easy, especially the way these two are bowling. Down the leg side, that'll help a touch. Have to bowl it again. Yeah, I must say that I don't keep my eye too much on London Spirit.
Nah, yes. Well, I just think...
You know, they're bitter sworn enemies.
No, yes.
Over Invincibles women till I die.
Not a bad one to support.
No, I've been quite
Good
fortunate
record.
on that score.
Yeah.
Well, there's no run there, so a dot to finish the over. 6 from it. Another really good over from Warwickshire. In the last 10, they've eked this back. I think Surrey were about 240 odd with 10 overs remaining. We were thinking they needed, if they went at 8 and over, that would get them up to about 325. That's looking pretty distant at this stage. 294 for 5, 2 overs to go. Dunkley on 87. Wong is going to finish off. You'd imagine Arlott will finish off.
Dunkley, there's 13 runs between Dunkley and a century.
It's doable.
It is.
Doable. She's got an incredible record here at Beckenham. We were alerted to it by Kirstie, weren't we, during the last match that Surrey played here against Durham. Now they might think of coming back for 2 here. They will. She's got to have to get her skates on. Oh, this looks out, and it is. Up goes the umpire's finger. Monaghan has sacrificed herself to keep Dunkley on strike there. So a good throw came in from the deep on the bounce. Well taken up to the stumps. I Wong off with the bails, and Monaghan has to depart for a sacrificial 2. But Dunkley will retain strike. It was a tight one. She nearly made it home, but the throw was a good one.
Yeah, it was struck quite well as well. I think it's Emily Arlott out there at long on, and Dunkley was always coming back for the second. It came in at good height for Katie George.
Yeah, it
was.
was.
And the left-hander as well. She can just stick out that left hand.
I was interested in that because Wong didn't go over the stumps. I'd assumed, because I was looking at the other end, that would have been her there, because she came back towards the stumps and then she went to, if you like, back up the throw. Katie George went up to the stumps to remove the bails. So, the wicket itself is not so important, and Surrey wanted to get Dunkley back on strike, which they have done. That scoreboard is slightly wrong there. It's corrected itself now. But I like this line of attack from Izzy Wong. She's really cramping the batters coming round the wicket. So you can see there, just thudding into the pad. It's exactly where Dunkley doesn't want it. She's sort of forced to have to try and swing it away through deep backward square leg. There is a fielder out there on the boundary. There's another one at long leg. There's a deep mid-wicket and a long on. So all 4 boundary riders on the leg side. And the boundary option would be to try to get outside leg stump and try and loft it up and over the offside fill, but that's a very tricky shot. And she was given the opportunity there by a slower one that I think Wong will be happy with the slower ball, but she's also relieved that having put one outside the off stump, if Dunkley had connected with that,
I think we'd be
that would have
catching
been a
it up
boundary.
here on the boundary.
Yeah, we might have been. Yeah.
Take our hands out the pockets to catch that one.
I'd just be flying straight to the floor. There we go. Right into the pads, squeezed away. They're going to come back for a second. It's well judged by Dunkley. Takes her into the 90s.
Have you ever had that, the ball come flying at you while commentating?
Yes. Yes, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was
I
now.
had it.
Oh, at Wormsley during the
Okay.
women's test of 2014.
Lovely.
Can't remember who the batter was now, but it went straight into our tent, knocked over a cup of coffee, nearly took us off air. Now thick edge, squirt away for 4. That's the problem with this field. Wong has got to be tighter with her line, and in that over she was successful for 4 balls pretty much, well 3 of them, and then that one she's just gone too far outside the off stump. Yeah, it's a bit of luck for Dunkley, but that's the problem if you've got 5 up inside the circle on the offside. The 300 comes up, Dunkley to 94, and now, well,
It
she
really
wants to
does look
push and
possible
run,
now, doesn't it?
push and run. She's got to get on strike though. Down the leg side, wide will be signalled, so Wong will have to do that again. She's just saying, do you not think she moved too far outside the off stump? Well, yes, but that was still quite a long way down the leg side.
So yours at Wormsley, I had it. Martin Guptill hit the ball through the screen of our commentary box.
Oh,
and
where? Bristol or something?
No, in India, and hit the shin of the statsman.
Ow! Oh, thick edge, thick inside edge this time. 4 more to Dunkley, takes it at 98. And well, that'll be frustration for Izzy Wong, because she bowled a good over there, but the couple of balls have let her down. The one that took the outside edge went down the deep third boundary, and then this one here, she's unlucky there. It's a bit of a nutmeg. To get it between her legs. She goes to 98, 306 for 6. And the crowd now willing Kira Chatley to get a tiramisu fueled single into the offside.
So not a tiramisu.
Not a tiramisu, very
No,
good.
Thank you. Yes, it took out the
so it
smashed
hit
through.
Statsman's
It came. It was.
shin,
It had quite. He was having a day, and the
Yeah.
boundaries were not very large.
No.
It came through the window, and I was commentating. I was watching it fly towards me, and I was thinking, I can't catch this if it comes through the window. So I was ready to take cover. Kevin O'Brien stuck an arm out to try, and it just went straight through the window, smashed into the shin of the statsman, and you could see him trying so hard not to cry. And there was a very, very perfect circle hole because it came at such pace.
So the window
Yeah.
just stayed
Yeah,
intact
just-
apart from that
Yeah.
hole, did it?
That's how much.
Wow.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Like
It was
a
like something out of a
cannonball.
film. Yeah, you know, like Tom and Jerry when it goes through Tom and Jerry
Yeah.
shaped.
Well, it's going to bowl the last over. First ball, she picks up the wicket. Chatley looking to clear the fielder, couldn't quite. And she goes for a first ball duck. Easily taken by Izzy Wong. And Surrey lose their 6th.
And still, Sophia Dunkley not on strike.
Yes, well, I think with Chatley at the crease, it's kind of entirely reasonable to expect her to go for the boundary. She's got a thick outside edge on this occasion. But
New batter for Surrey, number 27, Callier Moore.
I think Callier Moore will be probably given the instruction to get something on it and leg it to the
Run.
other end. Yeah. Dave Bracegirdle had it happen to him, didn't he? Because there's a quite famously the BBC Radio Nottingham commentator, because he tweets about it on its anniversary every year. I can't actually remember who hit it, but it sort of landed. I think it was against Durham, because I seem to remember Martin Emerson was there as well.
Ah, yes.
I think so. I might have. It might be that I always imagine Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson together. They're locked in a manly embrace.
As the ball comes flying towards them.
Right, new batter Moore on strike. Yep, she gets drive away. Oh, Dunkley's going to take the 2.
Interesting.
She's happy to let that happen. I wonder if she might regret that. There's a dog down below who thinks that wasn't quite the right
it wasn't
decision.
happy with that one
No.
from Dunkley. No.
It's a nice drive from Callier Moore, and it is always a bit unfair on the batters that come out here, especially ones that can play perfectly well, but when you've got someone on 98, this time they are ambling the single as it's gone much closer to the sweeper. So Dunkley, has she got 3 balls? Does she turn down a single?
Ooh.
What do you do? What do you do?
So many questions. No, this one.
Because if she gets a single,
She gets a single, finds
then
herself
Moore,
stranded.
Oh, well, she really could, because then if Moore misses the next ball or hits it for 4, she's not going to get another chance. Here we go. Dunkley on 98. Swing and a miss. Clever bowling that from Arlott.
Very smart.
2 balls remain. Dunkley needs 2 for 100. Her major priority here is getting a couple of boundaries for Surrey at the back end of the innings, but it would be inhuman not to have this also lurking at the front of your mind. Where's this got? Out towards deep mid-wicket. It's just going to be the single. Right, they're going to run back for the second. Oh, and a direct hit would have been out. And instead, Dunkley brings up 100. It's been a great knock from Dunkley. She so nearly got there the other day here at Beckenham. A thoroughly deserved 100. Gets an embrace from Moore. 100 off 109 balls. Had the throw hit, she'd have been on 99 with 1 ball left, but Kelly Moore knew what her job was there. And it was to get back at the non-strikers end, come what may.
And I think it was agonisingly close, actually, because Emily Arlott let it go through.
Yeah.
She didn't stick a hand out to try and stop it, so the throw in from Davina Perrin.
She has a look on her face that's
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on the end of that look,
Yeah.
thanks. It's when
Well,
someone's eaten the last tiramisu.
last ball of the innings, swung away out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll look to come back for the second. Throw comes in, and I think she's made it. She has. That's fabulous running from Moore, but a fabulous knock from Sophia Dunkley. She'll finish on 102, not out. She's really anchored Surrey's innings on another good batting wicket, one where runs have flowed pretty comfortably from the very beginning of the innings, where Surrey got off to an absolutely flying start, 59 in the first 6 overs. Warwickshire, though, eked things back a little bit in the middle of that. 313 for 7. It's a good score. It's not necessarily yet a decisive score. Let's see how Warwickshire get on in about half an hour's time, where they'll be chasing 314 to win. But before then, we're going to show you a film from the ECB about the history of women's cricket, featuring, among many other luminaries, one of my favourite commentators and players, Lydia Greenway.
First of all, big welcome to all 3 of you. Thank you so much for joining us. I think between us all, we've played for England across 6 decades, which is amazing. But I think to get the ball rolling, we'll introduce ourselves. I'll kick things off. Lydia Greenway, former England cricketer, made my debut back in 2003 and retired in 2016. And we'll start with you, Heath.
Yep, I'm Heather Knight, current England captain, and I made my debut in 2010.
Still going strong?
Still going strong, trying.
Lynn?
I'm Lynn Thomas. I made my debut back in 1966, and I wish I was going strong.
Still not retired, Lynn, still available for selection.
Not officially retired.
I'm Carol Cornthwaite now, but when I was playing, I was Carol Hodges. I debuted for England in 1982 and played until 1993. And did actually captain England in 86 and 87 as well. Probably should mention that.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. You've got a couple of captains as well around the table. I reckon the first thing that we're going to start with is about our experiences when we first found out we were all going to play for England. Obviously, it's a special moment that I'm sure we all remember well. Let's start with you, Heather.
I made my debut in 2010 out in India. I just had my first time at uni, actually. And I quite enjoyed my first time at uni. So I turned up in India as a sort of slightly chunky-faced fresher, not really sure what to expect. Sarah Taylor got injured, so I was actually at Lord's playing in an indoor game. Someone got on the tan. I was like, Heather Knight, please come to reception. And I thought I'd like someone had hit my car or I'd done something naughty. And then it was like, oh, can you ring Claire Connor? And I was like, oh God, I've definitely done something bad. So I rang up Claire and she was like, yeah, can you get on a plane to India tomorrow? And flew out to Mumbai. You played in that game, didn't you, Liv?
I did. I remember you arriving.
Yeah, it was quite a chunky face, wasn't I? Yeah, I did. I did all right on debut and we won, which was really nice.
You opened the batting, didn't you?
I did, yeah. 49 caught me off.
Yeah,
I didn't get 50. Yeah.
Actually, it's interesting. You mentioned Tannoy. That was similar to your call-up, wasn't it,
Yes.
Lynn? How you?
Well, it was very strange because I was playing in a fundraising game. My father came at tea time and he said, have you been named in the England team for the first test? Well, I said, no, I don't think so. And he said, well, is there another Thomas playing today? And I said, no. He said, well, you're in then, because they just announced it over the tannoy.
Oh, wow.
So that's how I found out. The letter came the following day.
Oh, a letter. Wow.
Yeah, confirmation. The following
Did it have
day.
like a special stamp or anything, like an England stamp?
No, nothing like that.
Who did the letter come? Who would it have come from back in those days?
It would have come from the chairman of the Women's Cricket Association. The Women's Cricket Association ran our cricket, didn't they, Carol, at our time?
Yeah.
And they did an excellent job. And they were all volunteers. All of them volunteers. They had jobs as well as doing that work. So Women's Cricket today have got a lot to thank them for the time they gave up.
What about you?
I cannot remember how I found out that I was in the...
Really?
I can't remember. I'm assuming because it was for the World Cup in New Zealand in '82. And I'm assuming that I may have got a phone call, but I would certainly have got a letter. And
everything was done by letter.
Everything
no
was
emails.
officially confirmed by letter. Yeah.
And you would have had to have given up a bit of work at that time as well.
Yeah. I was working in the Midland Bank at the time, and I just had to go sort of cap in hand, asking very nicely if I could have some time off, especially having had like 7 weeks off the previous winter to go to India.
I was lucky with my time off. I had a very nice education authority.
Oh, yes.
And I had leave of absence with pay.
Yeah.
Every time I played.
Yeah.
Because you were a PE teacher, weren't you?
PE teacher, yes.
Yeah.
They were very, very good.
But we were saying, though, how you did have some teammates who couldn't play for England because their work just didn't allow them the time off.
Yeah, well, we went in 1968 to Australia and New Zealand for 4.5 months.
Wow.
And some of the team had to give up their jobs.
You had to get a boat across, did you? Get the boats across?
No, we flew.
Oh, you flew?
We flew,
right, okay.
yes. No boat. We did fly, but we were there 4.5 months. Yeah.
Wow.
God,
Yes, long
trip.
time.
And you were paid whilst you
I
were
was
away?
paid, and they paid someone to come in and do my job.
Oh, that's lovely.
So I was very, very lucky. I was one of the lucky ones.
I think when I think back to my debut, it was 2003, and that's in that time we were all still working as well. We were a lot of people were coaching. We had Claire Taylor, who I know you played with a little bit.
Yeah, I did.
She was a postie. She was had to take time off. We had Lucy Pearson, who was a teacher as well. And we just got a bit of lottery funding, I think. We got about £400 a month to cover our costs of equipment and travel. But I know for you guys, obviously, that was very different. You were out of pocket rather than...
Well, we paid for everything.
Yeah.
We paid for uniform and equipment, bats and pads and gloves.
Yeah.
We paid for everything.
That's so different these days.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
feel a bit bad,
And they all had to be
Thanks for
white.
paving the way for us.
Everything had to be white. You couldn't wear any colour at all. And when I played first, we had white blazers.
White blazers?
White blazers.
Okay.
But it was the last year of white blazers.
But that was a nightmare to keep
They
clean.
decided that it wasn't very practical for touring.
Yeah, I bet.
So we went to navy. So we had navy ones for touring. But everything had to be white. And one year, just in 1976, before we played in Lords, Rachel was given a pair of cricket shoes. That was unheard of.
Oh, wow.
She was given, but they had green stripes on them. So she had to whiten the green stripe before she took the field, didn't she?
Yeah, that happened a lot, yeah.
She'd whiten. You had to have, everything had to be white.
And was it like skorts that you didn't wear?
Divided
cricket
skirts.
divided
skirt,
divided.
3/4 socks.
Yeah.
Oh, how are the grass burns?
And then
Yep, the knee has the knees.
you had to wear your blazer everywhere. When you were waiting to go into bat, you wore your blazer.
Oh, wow.
If you were 12th and you took the drinks on, you went in your blazer.
In your blazer,
In
wow.
your blazer. You had to wear your blazer all the time, isn't that right?
That was certainly for the 12th taking drinks out. It was blazers, but it was a bit, by my time, it was a little bit more relaxed as far as sitting
We had
before
to
you went
wear
into bat or
blazers.
anything like that. We didn't
Yeah.
have to wear them
But
then.
waiting to go into bat. We were stuck in these blazers.
What, so whilst you're waiting to bat, you had to wear your blazer and then
you
like
had to wear
take it
your
off?
blazer, you had to take it
Oh,
off.
wow. You should see some of the stuff our girls wear at the moment. They like turn up to training in Crocs and all sorts of stuff. None of the blazers.
But it's all fitted
Very
now as
strict
well,
rules.
isn't it, Heather,
Yeah.
for the women's? Because I know when you started playing, the kit that we got was oversized men's kit, wasn't it? But now you guys have, it's all sort of fitted to suit the female body, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we just had Castor in actually to
did you?
to sort of check the kit and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Do you have
yeah,
a
it's
lot
very
of
different
kit
now.
as well?
Yeah, we do get quite a lot of kit. Yeah. I think I'm going to keep quiet actually.
When we went, where were we going? India. And I needed new shirts. So I phoned up the supplier and he said, I'm coming to see you off, I'll bring them to the airport. So he arrived with the shirts, but he brought England hockey shirts. And of course, they're nothing like the cricket shirts. Yeah. So luckily, I'd packed my old ones. But when we were in India, then, of course, we'd put the kit into the hotel laundry in Calcutta, and we put it into the laundry, and then we went on a bus tour. And as we were passing the river, we could see our kit being washed and hammered against the stones.
That's amazing,
That is
isn't it?
amazing.
And so when you travelled and you stayed in hotels, I think before we started this, I said, did you stay in hotels? Obviously, the girls now get to stay in the most amazing places, like 5-star, the Taj Palace and all that sort of stuff. I'm guessing that was nowhere near
Well, we
your
stayed
experience.
on tour. We stayed in private homes, didn't we? That's how I have still so many friends in Australia and New Zealand who stayed with them. But for test matches, we moved into hotels then, didn't we?
Yeah, that was still the same when I was playing. It very much the same anyway. Yeah.
And you would pay for your hotels as well still?
Once we were out in the other country, whatever it was, then it was covered by their association.
Right.
And
we didn't pay
when
for
we
them.
were there, we were often given an allowance for food each day as well.
Oh, we were never given that.
Yeah, we
never
got onto that by then.
We never given anything for food.
On a home tour, it was different.
Yes.
Again, the hotel was covered by the tour or whatever, but you know, all our transport for getting there and everything
paid
like that,
ourselves.
we paid ourselves.
So you used to drive between the games, not?
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
That's right.
invariably, we'd be going home.
We went back to work.
Going home, back to
To
work as
for
well.
2 days and then go off again.
Yeah, I remember in 1984 when New Zealand were over, we played a test match here. I finished the match lying on my stomach watching the rest of the game from the pavilion because I'd been hit on the back of my calf and had a bruise about the size of my calf. And I went back to work the next day and had to work about 3 or 4 days that week and then head off for the next match.
No physio or... No.
Nope.
Self-diagnosis.
No, there was a physio at the match, but that was it.
That was all.
I was just
We didn't
deal with
physios or
it.
anything like that.
No, we did.
Dust yourself off and off you go.
You're made of tough stuff, weren't you?
We did have a manager.
Did they do everything though? The manager was the coach, the physio, the doctor.
To be honest, Rachel did everything with us. Yes, Rachel did everything.
Oh, yeah.
Well, she had so much to do with obviously the first World Cup and Sir Jack Jack Hayward, you would have had a up-close look at how that all unfolded, I can imagine.
Yes, between the two of them, they managed to pull it off, and it was a great success. I think we had a lot of publicity after that, much more than we'd had before. You know, people started to think, oh, there is a women's team.
Yeah.
But I think it's the World Cup that started that off.
Definitely. Do you remember much from that World Cup?
I don't remember a lot. I remember the final. Well, we won, didn't we? I remember the final, and we were introduced to Princess Anne. And I always told Rachel, now don't forget, I'm Welsh, I'm not English. So every time she introduced me, she'd say, and she introduced me, she mentioned my name to Princess Anne. And before Rachel could say anything else, she said, oh yes, you're the foreigner in the team.
What about you, Heath, for the 2017 World Cup final? Just like that day in itself was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Oh, it was crazy.
In terms of the crowds.
Yeah, I remember the batters, we used to go early in a little car to get in early for the nets. And I just remember seeing the members just queued all the way around, and it was sort of 3 hours before the game, and like you just got this sense that, okay, this is amazing. And then I remember doing the national anthem. It was so Eileen Ash rang the bell, who I'd
who I did a bit of yoga with her.
Yeah, I did. I went to her house in Norwich a few years before that, and she's an amazing lady. I don't know if you spent much time with her, but she was lovely. So it was really nice to see her do that. And then they put Rachel on the big screen. Obviously, she's no longer with us, and just the enormity of the day, I think, was pretty cool. And seeing like loads of people that had kind of helped us to get there. Like lots of ex-players were there, and it was a cool day. Obviously, winning it as well in front of a home crowd was
That's what I wish now. I wish Rachel was here now to see the massive change that's come about. You know, that she instigated, really.
Do you think she had any idea how much her legacy is felt within all the generations across the women's game? Do you think she would have been aware of that?
She did see it start, you see, to change, you know.
It takes people like her to create change, doesn't it?
Yeah, because Rachel's last tour was the World Cup in New Zealand, which was my first. I did actually get to play with her for England.
So. Was she captain then?
No,
she wasn't.
I played then, didn't I? In '82.
You were international.
The captain of the international 11. Yes, okay. I'd finished playing for England, so I was captain of the international 11.
And that was my debut. Was the match against the international 11.
Oh wow! So that's amazing.
I have to get the scorecard up for that. See how you all did.
How did you do on your debut?
I think I got 4 wickets.
Yeah.
Oh, not bad.
You got 4 wickets.
I got 4 wickets.
You got 4 wickets.
Definitely got 4 wickets.
One thing I'm interested to know is, obviously we've been speaking a lot about our experiences playing for England, but in terms of how we all got into cricket, because I can imagine there would be some similarities, some differences. Heather, let's start with you, because I know you played a lot of boys and men's cricket, as we probably all did, down in Plymouth, wasn't it? Around that neck of the woods. Tell us how you got into
my older brother
game.
Steve just started playing cricket, and I was that annoying little sister that wanted to do everything that he did. So I just tried it and absolutely loved it. I love the kind of team element of it, but also like you have your sort of individual moment to sort of be in the game. I just went down to my local club, Plymstock, down in Plymouth, and played boys and men's cricket. Played with my brother actually, which was really nice. I didn't play women's cricket till I was about 13 or 14.
I was introduced to Wendy as being somebody who enjoyed cricket. She said, well, I'm going along to Leyland on Sunday. Come along. So we went on the train, got there to discover it was Lancashire and Cheshire junior and senior county trials. She hadn't said that. So I went out to play. It was literally the first time I had ever batted in the middle of a pitch with 11 fielders. I'd never done it before. I'd only ever played in the path or the park. So that's how I got into cricket. Yeah. The entertaining part was getting changed, of course.
Oh yeah, where did you get changed?
Oh no, the car. It was always the car.
It was the toilets for me when I was young. Cricket.
But it was good.
Players' room sometimes.
It was good fun. I did that for about 4 years, something like that.
Yeah. It's mad that your first like hardball proper game was 14 then.
Yeah.
And it took like someone to sort of coax you into doing that. It's just a few opportunities, I guess, to get
I'd never even really considered it before.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that I agreed to go.
Well, yeah, went on to do pretty well.
I was brought up watching my father play.
Oh,
He
so
played
was
for the local Davin, a local village team.
Yeah.
And at tea time, I used to get the men to throw a tennis ball at me in the nets. And in the nets, she went in the nets. I thought that was wonderful.
Yeah.
I was only about 6 or 7. And my father bought me a bat in Woolworths. And it slipped into the handle. So if you swung at the ball, the bat just went out to the handle and flew. And you were left with the handle.
Like a rounder's bat.
But I watched him play, and then I found out there was a local boys team, a church team, so I played with the boys. I played with that, and my father came and umpired the matches. First time I put pads on was when I went to college. I went to college in Chelsea College in Eastbourne, PE College, and it's the first time I put pads on and gloves, and I was waiting to go into bat in the trials for the college, and my turn came. I went out, and the lecturer said, "Put your pads and gloves on." I said, "No, I never wear them." She said, "Well, you've got to. They're using a hard ball out there, you know, and they're bowling fast." And I said, "Well, I played with boys," I said, "and they used a hard ball and they're bowling faster than they are."
And so you didn't go out with your pads
No, she
on?
made me. I had to go back and put my pads on and my gloves on. That's the first time I put pads and gloves.
But still no helmet?
No helmet. No helmet, no. I've only tried the helmet on once, and that was a couple of years ago. And I put it on, and I turned my head, and my head just turned in the helmet.
Because the helmet was too
the
big
helmet
for you.
didn't turn.
So would you want to be playing the cricket that you see now? What do you make of it all?
Well, as an opening bat, I'd like to face the fast bowlers now.
Yes.
To see how they compare with...
We'll get you in the nets tomorrow if you go.
Okay.
I'll lend you my helmet.
Have to tighten it up a bit.
Just to compare them, the speed with what I faced. They never said the speed of our fast bowlers, did they? Sharon Treadray and Tina McPherson of Australia were the fastest that I faced. And we had Mary Pilling playing the same time as I did, and she was fast.
She'd pretty much finished. She'd pretty much finished. I don't think I ever actually played against her.
She was quite fast. But Sharon Treadray, the Australian fast bowler, she was fast.
Quick, I remember facing her once. That was quite enough.
Did you face Catherine Fitzpatrick? She might have just been coming in?
No, she was just after me. Just after me.
Yeah.
Well, my first game in Australia, I opened the batting with Diz. Do you remember Diz?
Yeah, I remember Diz.
Do you remember Diz?
Yes.
And of course, Diz had been to Australia with the previous tour in '57. So I looked round, we went into bat, and the wicketkeeper was standing way back. So I called Diz down. I said, "Why is she standing so far back?" And she said, "So that she can see the ball more easily when it gets to her." So I thought, right, I faced the ball. First ball, zoom! I heard the sound of it pass my head.
No helmet as well.
No helmet, no. But all you did was, you could hear the ball passing, you know, the noise of it. Did you have that? Well, you didn't open the batting, though, did you? You batted in the middle order?
Very occasionally I opened the batting because I started off playing for England as a bowling all-rounder, went in about number 7, something like that. But then in '84, I opened in the last Test match. I got promoted to open. Yeah, so I went from going number 7 to opening the batting within the same series.
That is a big jump.
Wasn't that I'd done anything, but so I went to open the batting, and in the second innings got 158 not out. So from then on, I was opening the batting. But then later on, I went. Batted number 3 most of the time. So I very much became a batter who bowled a little bit.
So was that all Test matches for you, or was it one day?
No, I played one days as well.
One days, yeah.
So only Test matches. Well, we just started playing one day. I did play a few one-day games. The World Cup in '73, that started it all.
Yeah.
But all in white, no colours.
Of course, yeah.
White
Red Bull.
no colours.
Would you like to play T20? Or the 100, what do you think of the 100?
I wouldn't have been chosen to play in the T20.
What format do you prefer watching these days?
Test.
You prefer the Test
Oh, yes,
still?
the Test.
Yeah.
Not many opportunities to watch those, is there?
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Are you coming tomorrow, on Sunday, sorry?
Yeah.
You quite often come to a lot of our games, don't you?
So
you and your
them
Welsh?
all, yes. I follow them all every summer, and I'm only sorry that more players of my era don't come. I do tell them when I see them. Enid comes.
She does,
Enid does.
You know when Enid's there, you hear Enid.
You hear her before you see her.
If I tell her when the matches are, because she can never remember. So I'll be having an email now shortly asking me where's the next match. And
She
when.
sends me the longest text. She loves an emoji actually as well. But yeah, she's good value. Get her along if you ever need tickets.
We got on well together.
She's good cracking, isn't
We
she?
got on the field and off the field too, together.
Did you have roommates when you guys toured?
Yeah, when we toured, we'd get, but we were always allocated our rooms. And allocated our roommates as well.
Me and Led often shared together.
We could choose. We could choose at test matches. You know, we could choose occasionally if we wanted to do a room with someone.
We mostly got told who.
It was nice to change round, though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
Pick out of a hat and.
Well, the girls get their own room now.
We get our own room now.
You get your own room.
Which is
nice.
Come on, Heath, tell us what it's like now. We want to know how you travel, what's your hotels
we have phones and they carry us around and we go to the... No, I'm joking.
Red carpets.
No, we're really lucky. We get to stay in really lovely hotels, have our own rooms. We're quite mollycoddled these days. We've got 2 physios, 2 SSCs. We've got a masseuse, which is really nice.
I could have done with that.
On your car.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot. So,
what do they all do?
just go and chat to each other, really. So, bowling coaches, fielding coaches, that sort of thing. Yeah, we're very lucky. We do get looked after really well.
How do you think the youngsters are these days coming through? Do you think they have a understanding of, you know, what Lynn and Carol sort of went through when they played? Do you think they have that appreciation, or do you think it's quite hard for them to?
Yeah, I think it's hard because a lot of the younger players, it's all they've known, really. I think when we were made professional, we'd had jobs or gone to university and worked, I guess. Whereas now, often you're given a contract, whether it's regional or whatever, at 17, 18, and then that's kind of your life in the game, I guess. Yeah. So it is a bit different, and I actually really loved being able to go to university and have stuff outside of cricket, and I'm a lot poorer than those girls are going to be, but I guess I had a lot more of a rounded experience, and I think I'd love to get you guys to meet some of the girls, actually. And
that would be amazing.
I actually was telling Maddie Villiers a few years ago that when teams went to Australia, they used to have to get a boat over. Yeah. And she thought I was pulling her leg. She didn't believe me. I had to get her to Google it because she thought I was winding her up.
But you would now, I think one of the big differences is the amount of coverage that you get. You're obviously in the papers, the media a lot more. So with that element of the social media, which wasn't even when I was playing, how that's a big pressure, isn't it? You're under a lot more scrutiny these days, I would imagine, than we were when we were playing.
I think I've definitely noticed it in the last sort of 3-4 years. Like, everyone's got an opinion, really, and I think it can be quite hard to avoid that sometimes as a young player in particular. When you're on social media a lot, you've kind of grown up with it, and there's certainly, I guess, that awareness, I think, which isn't always is helpful sometimes. I do think younger players coming in care a lot more what other people think, a little bit, whether that's a generational thing or a social media thing. I'm not too sure, but it brings different pressures, and you kind of have to look after those young players and try and let them know that all the opinions that matter are in the dressing room, really.
I think the first time that we really came across any major publicity was for the World Cup final in '93, when we suddenly found ourselves on the front pages of the newspapers, and that we'd never had that before. In sort of '93,
we had coverage once in one game, an area game, west of England playing against East Anglia, and one of the girls dropped her contact lens and couldn't find it. So 5 of the girls went across the wicket and crawled down and found it. But the next day, front page of the local paper were 5 bottoms.
With their skirts on.
Oh no! We had publicity through that.
Well, what did they say? All publicity is good publicity.
Well, that's in '93. I think the men were doing particularly badly against Australia in '93, and I think the very fact that there was a cricket team that was actually
that helps sometimes.
doing all right was good. So we actually ended up on the front page of those papers.
But what I want to finish with is just what you would all like to see happen in the women's game in the next 10 or 20 years. I think we'll start with you, Heath, because you're in the mix every day,
sure.
aren't you?
I would love to see no barriers for a young girl getting into the game, really. I think we've all discussed sort of barriers that we had growing up. I think there's a lot less now, but I still think there's a little bit of a way to go to kind of get to that place where it's really natural for a girl to just play cricket.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that, and more crowds and equal opportunities across the board.
Yeah. Still, I know we always talk about how amazing and how much growth there is in the game. There does still seem to be more work to be done. What about you, Lynn? What would you say? Or have you got any sort of feedback in general that you'd like to give us?
What I don't understand about the game today, when I watch the batting, I don't understand why the batters try and lift the ball over the first line to get a 4. When they can pierce the field through the gaps.
Just keep it on the floor.
Yes.
Oh God, if I get caught on Sunday now, I'm going to get the beady eye
I can't understand that.
from Lynn in the crowd.
You can pierce the field without taking the chance of hitting it over the fielder. That's one thing. And the other thing is these reverse bat things.
You would have been great at those, Lynn, as a hockey player. You would have been good
I can
at those.
understand it.
You're sitting with 2 players that's probably one of their best shots.
But I can understand it if you're not scoring in other ways. But
that's
when
why
you are
we play it, I think.
shots and scoring boundaries, and then you try it, I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I know Charlotte Edwards would agree with you on that one. Keep the ball along the ground. What about you?
Yeah, I think very much what Heather said, just more opportunities. Everything's going in the right direction and just more heading in that direction. You see, now, obviously I'm only watching on the television quite a lot, and I see some grounds where there are fantastic crowds. I don't know if this is the case, but it looks like there's some grounds where there are really good crowds, and yet there's other grounds where there seem to be far fewer people there watching, and get it to the point where every ground that you go to, there's a really good crowd there. Yeah. And I love seeing the fact that so many young girls are in there, in the crowd, enjoying it. I must admit, I love the 100. I love watching that. I really do, because of what it's done for bringing the crowds in. And you see the families. And if those girls who are there watching then see, well, this is something that I could do. They need that opportunity locally to be able to do it. And the more opportunity there is, obviously the more players will come through, the better the cricket gets at every single level. So, that's what I would hope. Just continue in the direction it's going.
I'd agree with that. I think mine would be exactly that, I think. And as well, making sure that the role models continue to be as accessible.
And the first ball of Warwickshire's run chase is underway. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay with the new ball for Surrey. I'm Karen Ponsonby. I'm joined. I almost called you Kirstie Price there again. Kirstie, what? You got in my head.
You're obsessed.
Especially I'm obsessed with this mythical figure who doesn't exist.
I'm going to Google Kirstie Price.
I did. Nothing comes up.
Oh.
I think I was like a recruiter. It's a wide ball from McDonald-Gay. It was another fine batting display from Surrey. Surged past 300 for the second match in a row. They finished on 317. Sophia Dunkley, the star of the show, with 102 not out. First runs of Warwickshire's run chase comes off the outside edge of Austin's bat. Austin's first game this season. She's come in for Stair Callis, who's back at Yorkshire, who had a thumping victory, I believe, over Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and also Chloe Brewer, who had, I think she'd been floating around the top order, has actually, well, I've seen her at the ground 'cause she's not too far, living from here actually, well, family home, on crutches, so I don't quite know what happened to her. But that'll be a loss at the top order as well, having lost Stair Callis and Chloe Brewer.
McDonald-Gay takes the outside edge again. Now, I saw the extent of the information we had on Brewer. There was Warwickshire put a tweet out saying she rolled her ankle during the fielding innings against the Blaze. Well, she's obviously not playing. You said she's on crutches?
Yeah, she's on crutches. It looked a bit ankly. I didn't know it was ankle injury, but yeah, just from the way that she was kind of going around the ground, but she definitely wasn't really weight bearing.
It's a lovely shot by Austin. It looked to just have been tapped towards Schofield at mid-on. Instead, it raced past her on the opening boundary. Well, how's that? That'll settle any nerves she has. She said first game of the season. Big shoes to fill. Callis has scored thousands of runs of late, it seems. She's a Dutch international. Austin, 21 years old. 20 years old even, beg your pardon.
Yeah, she did a tidy job in the field actually. She was quite impressive. She seemed to patrol the boundary really well.
Now I'm duty bound to ask you, 313, par, above par, how are we feeling? Who's the happier of the two teams at the moment?
Yeah, I knew you were going to ask me this question. I'm not really sure. I think anything, you know, as a batting team, anything over 300 you're really kind of chuffed with.
It's another fantastic drive from Austin. Fast hands through the ball. Finds Bryony Smith at mid-off. At the end of the first over, Warwickshire are 7 for no loss.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a really interesting game if you know, Warwickshire have lost 2 batters here, so Stair and Chloe Brewer, who've been really influential for Warwickshire. So I think Surrey will be feeling, if we can get through a couple of wickets early on in the first 10 overs, then it could be our game for the taking. But yeah, I think we're in for a really good game. I wouldn't want to put my money either way at the moment.
Well, Alice Monaghan is going to take the new ball and the second over from the City end. I think she's been very impressive with the ball this season, without kind of getting the wickets she deserves, in my own humble opinion. She was getting the ball to swing a lot against Somerset's top order here a couple of weeks ago. Thought she bowled very well to Heather Knight.
Yeah, she actually opened the bowling from the Beckenham end against Somerset. Did she open the bowling from the City end during the week against Durham?
I'll have to get the scorecard up and remind myself. Starts with a ball slightly back of the length. Freeborn goes to the pull, doesn't quite get near it. I'm going to go and find that right now.
I do agree with you though, she has been really effective up front. Obviously when she was down at the Vipers didn't have as much of an impact with the ball, and the opportunity with the ball, but she seems to be taking it.
That's a full toss, pulled away. That should be full. It gets so quick down in that direction, runs away down the hill towards the stand. Despite a very impressive start to her season. Second ball today, big full toss.
Big trigger across off stump there from Abby Freeborn.
So batters to come for Warwickshire. I'm very much looking forward to watching Davina Perrin. She batted beautifully for a half century in her last match. She hit Sarah Glenn for a couple of wonderful straight sixes. There's that big trigger again. Freeborn will get another boundary because it was another full toss from Monaghan. I don't know, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but if I'm an umpire, I'm getting ready.
Yeah, hasn't quite found length yet. First ball she did, but yeah, the last two, I don't know whether she's struggling just with the wind behind her, but then coming up the ever so slight slope from the City end. Just needs to settle into her rhythm here, I think.
So from memory, she was from the City end the previous match against Durham, because McDonald Gay's 3-fer did come from the Beckenham end. So she's here for the second match in a row. It's a better length, honing in on those stumps.
Yeah, much better length there. Surrey quite vocal in the field here, just picking up on the effects microphone here, just seem to be enjoying themselves. Didn't hear much of Warwickshire in the field, but it is very, very windy and very cold.
You've got to do anything to keep some enthusiasm and warmth within yourselves.
Yeah. Nice hot lunch.
Were you a big sledger? Freeborn comes down the track, hammers it down to mid-on. I took your kind of silence there as a yes.
Well, I wouldn't say I was a sledger. Everything was always above board.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I'd just make people aware, you know.
Just aware.
Oh, it's about 12 dots now.
I know you're there. So I'm fascinated to now. I want to ask everyone on the domestic circuit, what's Kirstie White's reputation? I go, God, not her. It's beautifully bowled by Monaghan, takes the outside edge of Abby Freeborn's bat. And at the end of the second over, Warwickshire is 16 for no loss.
Yeah, no, it was all above board. Quite silly.
Yeah?
Playful. Fun. I'd never, nothing below the belt.
I've always struggled. One of my oldest friends is, well, for starters, he's one of my oldest friends. And for seconds, I think he's one of the most unpopular people in the league he plays in. I have to convince people that he is a nice person off the pitch.
Is this as unpopular as your wicketkeeper friend who digs his spikes in to the track, or?
That was just a very smart, intelligent piece of cricketing play. I've never seen it said. No one told me that's against the rules, apart from everyone. But
there's a moral code.
Freeborn scampers down the track again. This time knocks it away into the leg side. She started the season well. Freeborn. She had 70 in the opening round. And followed it up with 40 against the Blaze. She did very well for Central Sparks. Average of 37 in this day cricket. Appeal for LBW. No, says the umpire. Sneaking down leg side.
Yeah, I wonder how long Surrey will tolerate Freeborn just walking down the track at them. Whether they'll say, no, there's one way we deal with people like you.
Here we go. See, this is why I don't believe you said you weren't a sledger. Nicked. Now runs away down to deep third. It should be cut off. It is down the boundary by Danny Gregory. Don't envy the leg spinners on a day like this. Got to find a way to keep your fingers warm.
But at least it's dry.
That's a good
Not like
point.
that game against Somerset.
That Somerset game, really, we've had no normal day in Beckenham so far. Somerset was rainy, cold, miserable. Durham was sunny, glorious, hot. And today the wind's back. People are kind of huddling around everywhere. Lots of beanies on display. Play and a miss from Austin.
Yeah, I always think it's best to manage expectations when people say they're coming to Beckenham and the weather's forecast is good, because it's not. Whatever you've seen, it's not.
Yeah, I fell foul of that. I read the warnings in the WhatsApp group to wrap up warm, bring an extra layer than you think. I looked at the forecast for myself, and I went, these people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, fashion over function.
Hit to mid-on, out. Comfortably taken by Schofield. Austin looking to go aerial. And McDonald Gay has her and Surrey's first wickets of the afternoon. Warwickshire 19 for 1.
We've spoken a lot about Paige Schofield and her not banging the door really on playing for England. How soon do you think it will be until McDonald Gay is a name on the team sheet that you can't take off?
Well, they've got the white ball series against the West Indies coming up next month, I believe. McDonald-Gay obviously had a bit of a breakout winter, making her Test debut. She's been so impressive for Surrey, and she's been a player that people have been predicting for the international game for, it feels like, for a couple of years now already. So I wouldn't be surprised if, with the new era and potentially the chance for a few new faces to be on show, it could happen sooner rather than later. It could happen within a matter of weeks rather than months, rather than years. She's off the mark, and she made such a difference here against Durham on a day where runs were being scored at such a kind of pleasant and easy rate. She removed all of their top three and basically won the match for Surrey in the space of a couple of overs.
I think one thing to remember about Rhiannon McDonald-Gay is she's 20, turning 21, but there is no cricketer that knows her own game as well as she does, but also knows the game as well as she does, because she is so clear in what she's trying to do, why she's trying to do it, and how she's going to execute it. That she really is the complete package at such a young age.
How long would you guys have been aware of who she was? I'm sure a lot of she's been playing kind of regional cricket for however many years, but I imagine a player of that talent when she was 14, 15, you were aware of her in the county. And Perrin's off the mark with a beautiful drive through the offside. That's 4 runs. Now, Perrin is an incredibly classy player, very talented. Two of the country's most talented cricketers are on show here in McDonald-Gay versus Perrin. And look at this for a way to get off the mark. Easy as you like.
Yeah, that's really nice full face. Just opens it ever so slightly and guides it through between point and cover. Just going back to your point about Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, I think it's an interesting one, because she started to come through in an era where actually county cricket was not as prolific as it had been, and we're into that regional era. So she came through the Stars Academy. So as a name on the county circuit, we'd had COVID and all of those bits, so maybe hadn't played as much cricket as she would have liked. Very, very good hockey player as well. Very good hockey player in and around the England setup for that. But I think she first started banging on the door when she's so athletic. There's nothing she can't do in the field.
Monaghan starts her second over. Warwickshire 23 for 1 after 3.
Sorry, and then I think she just kind of, you can't not notice her, and it's not in an arrogant way. It's just if there's a ball on the boundary that she is 30 yards from, she will do anything in her power to stop it, and it doesn't matter if you're about to win the game by 30 runs or lose the game by 100. She's going to put in the same effort.
Freeborn's come all the way across her stumps there, looking for the paddle sweep. Now, the fine leg area is vacant, but it's a remarkable shot to see so early in the innings. She's being very proactive in moving around the crease.
She's really trying to disturb the line, isn't she, of Alice Monaghan. It's going to be a good battle, this. And then I think one of the biggest standouts for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay was that year in 2022 in the 100 as well, where she was so disciplined, and she took a lot of wickets at such a low economy rate. She was one of the most effective seamers in the competition that year.
Hits in the air, should be caught, is caught. 2 wickets in almost identical fashion for Surrey, and Freeborn, who had been very active in moving around the crease, takes 1 risk too many, and she is caught by Bryony Smith at mid-off, and Monaghan has a wicket to add to McDonald-Gay's wicket in the previous over, and Warwickshire are 2 down.
Yeah, really disciplined bowling here actually from Surrey. This is the difference here, I think, with Warwickshire and Surrey, is Warwickshire showing the same intent that Surrey did, but with the ball, Surrey have been far more disciplined in their lines. That was a ball that was targeting the stumps, so even if Freeborn misses that, it's hitting the stumps, and it's just not there for her, and she's just trying to force something, probably to get up and around that required run rate early doors. Brings Katie George to the crease.
Katie George had a very fine year of the bat last year, averaging 36. Got a bit of a tall task ahead of them at the moment. We saw Wasp that will tick over on our scoreboard. Had already gone down to 18% after the first wicket. It will have dropped even further. And Warwickshire at 23 for 2. Not the start you'd be after if you're chasing a target north of 300. Although I must admit, I very much like Katie George's blank bat. I'm always partial to a stickerless bat. Did you have a brand of choice?
I was a Keeley girl.
So I find Keeley interesting because for years, didn't they just make bats, but they didn't stick them up and no one they were mysterious. And all of a sudden, kind of the secret was out and they're everywhere.
Yeah, really, really great business though. They're a family-run company. Tim Keeley, lovely guy. Talk to you all day about cricket. Great factory.
And we have a disturbance behind the sight screen, which surprised me. There's 4 of them lined up, so dot to start proceedings. Surrey going quite an interesting field here. They've got Davison Richards at slip. They've got short third, kind of cover point and cover in the ring, and a mid off, and their boundary rider is out at backward point. So just a little bit maybe extra pace on the ball, maybe, so they feel the ball will be sliced square of the wicket. Is that potential thinking, or?
Yeah, I feel I do like this field actually. Oh,
Playing a miss there from George.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, going back to this your kind of comment about have extra cover and a kind of cover point. They're quite close together, Danny White-Hodge and Sophia Dunkley. So that's a difficult kind of wall to break if there is anything on the drive.
See Davina Perrin dancing around at the non-strikers and trying desperately to warm up
in the short sleeve.
That's wide from Monaghan. Oh, she was wearing her teammate Surun Kumar's jumper in the field. And this suggests, well, she must just not like batting in a jumper.
Yeah, maybe she's not a long sleeve girl. It didn't really bother me. I wasn't too fussed. If it was cold, I'd bat in a long sleeve. If it was short, sorry, if it was
short,
hot,
you bat in a hot sleeve.
Yeah. If it was hot, I'd bat in a short sleeve. But there are a lot of people that Danny White-Hodge you'll only ever see her in long sleeves.
Oh, that's a big full toss. George does well to carve it away. It's given a no ball immediately by the umpire and 4 runs. Simon Widdup with his arm up, arm raised. See, that is wild from Monaghan. 5 runs and a free hit.
Just not finding that length, is she? But yeah, going back to this point about the 2 fielders here in front of the bat, so your cover point and your extra cover. I actually went down to the no, it's not even the Aegeus now, the Utilita Bowl. Excuse me. On the weekend just gone, and one thing that impressed me that Hampshire did so well with their spinners is they had 2 extra covers in, and they were just a absolute wall. You couldn't get through them.
Pulled up in the air, will drop short of fine leg, and they'll run through for a single. And that will bring to an end the 4th over, an all action over, a wicket, a big no ball, a free hit, and the result is it's 30 for 2 after 4. I had another question I wanted to ask you. Did you ever get to participate in the Cricketers Who's Who? It's my new favourite book. They get all the tidbits and fun facts about the players.
I don't think I did, but I'm not particularly fun, so I don't know what you'd write.
I just wanted to know what happened, because I don't know how serious the answers are. I don't know the process of, because there are different questions for different cricketers. Does everyone get the same questions, and do they edit the answers down for the most entertaining ones? There was Blake Cullen of Middlesex. I hope, for the sake of a young man, this is a bit tongue-in-cheek, but in his dream slip cordon, where you're meant to be mentioning like Nelson Mandela, Gandhi.
Okay.
He's gone for Matt Hancock and Rishi Sunak.
Right.
Tucked into the leg side. They come back for 2 as well. Run.
Oh,
it could be overthrows here. It will be overthrows. It's going to run away down the hill. Dunkley's setting off in pursuit. And it's a doomed chase. That's 4 more, so 6 runs for Warwickshire. We'll need to confirm that. It makes an issue of
who's on strike.
Who's on strike? There we go. George signals. Is it 6? The umpire agrees. So he returns to take strike. Because I think the rule there is you've got to sort of like set off for the start of the second run, or you've got to have crossed to get the extra runs. There you go, confirmation on the scoreboard.
Sophia Dunkley, who's just scored 100, was then chasing the ball like her life depended on it.
Driven down the ground.
Ooh.
Nasty one for Schofield, just bobbling in front of her.
So Matt Hancock and Rishi Sunak
Was in his dream slip cordon. I'm going to find out who the other players were as well. I think that's tame. It's unusual. I want you to have more exciting heroes if you're 24 or whatever he is.
Yeah. I mean, I've got questions on so many levels.
Cricketers Who's Who PDF. Oh, the fun we're about to have.
Also,
yeah.
If you're Chris Whitty, are you thinking, how have I not made the cut?
I've not thought about that name in so many years.
Because I just think, hang on, this is a very, topical slip cordon.
He was right. Let's just make sure it is indeed. Yeah, he's got Matt Hancock with the gloves on, tucked away behind square. He's got Robbie White, who also plays for Middlesex at first slip. He's got Mark Stoneman, who obviously used to be at Middlesex, second slip. And then he's got Rishi Sunak at third. So I wonder, was this potentially done in like 2021? Is this a COVID joke or whatever? Let's go and find some. Let's see what McDonald Gay has to say about herself.
I think Boris Johnson would be quite entertaining in a slip cordon. If we're talking past and present MPs.
He'd be a sledger.
Oh, he would
He'd be a big sledger.
He'd be the fielder that would take an absolute screamer out of nowhere, but drop 3 catches prior.
Right, Rhiannon McDonald Gay, which public figure inspires you? Excluding sports people. No, it's just Simon Squibb. Clips into the leg side, they'll pick up a single. They'll look for 2 and decide against it. At the end of the 5th over, the score is 39 for 2. Simon Squibb, for those who don't know, he's the guy on Instagram, and he goes round, he asks, he goes, do you have a dream?
Oh, yes, no, ringing a bell now.
And her favourite warm-up song is Time of Our Lives by Pitbull and Neo. See, this is the good stuff. This is the good stuff.
Mr. Worldwide.
Well, he recently had a tour of London, I believe.
He did, yes, yeah.
Did you go?
No, I didn't. I didn't, but I listened to Radio 1 actually on the way in to work every day, and Greg James is a big Pitbull fan. So that obviously had a big feature on the show, which I quite enjoyed. Radio 1's become part of my morning routine recently as well. It's kind of I'm trying to work out if it's a guilty pleasure or not, whether I can... Oh, there's no guilt. No guilt at all. I think Greg James is a national treasure in my opinion.
Ooh. Monaghan kind of hits Katie George in a mess of midriff, thigh pad, glove. The end result is they scamper through for 1. Now I think we're going to have a little concussion check here, because I think the ball has spiralled up and struck George in the grill.
It just seemed to roll up her, didn't it? Just kind of straight up into the grill.
Well, let's hope and confirm that she's okay, but in the meantime it gives us more time to go through the cricketers who's who.
Yes, absolutely, that's what's important.
So Alice Monaghan. So hobby she'd like to learn, bit tame, how to throw a boomerang. I'd expect more from Monners.
Yeah.
Of all the things
also, that's really why? Like, you throw a ball all day for your job. Why do you want to throw something else?
Because it comes back to you.
No, they're dangerous. Gosh, my brother had his lip split open by a boomerang.
Really? So it worked then?
Well, yeah. I didn't throw it.
That's one of my favourite jokes growing up. To break the #1 rule of not repeating jokes. That was not going to be that funny, but I enjoyed it. The man walks into a shop and goes, "I'd like to return a broken boomerang." And they go, "Well, where is it?" He goes, "Exactly." There we go.
Yeah, that's shocking.
It's good stuff here on the Surrey live stream. If you want even more content from us, make sure to check our YouTube channel afterwards for the Oval and Out podcast. Katie George has been given the all clear. She's on 14 off 9. Davina Perrin on 4 off 3. She got off the mark first ball with a Damien Martin-esque kind of forward defence through cover point for 4. It really was lovely. She's got branded bats 777. I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I think a few of these Warwickshire girls are sponsored by 777. I know some of the Central Sparks girls were last year, so maybe it's a Midlands-based brand.
Bit short, and that's just cut over. Short third where Danny Gregory leaps into the air. The end result is 4 more. I think we could be in for an entertaining passage of play of these two at the crease. See the replay there. Perrin not in control at all there. Good touch, sir. Get out your feet early. No hands involved at all. We're having a change of feel. I feel that feels cruel to feed a pet to Danny Gregory. Alice Davidson-Richards has now got her short third. She's extending her arms up in the air. I think her extra 3 inches has got her the nod in the catching position. That's very straight. Gets Perrin in a bit of a tangle.
Yeah, I think, was it last over you were talking about this deep backward point and how you think actually is this part of the game plan, so if anything does come with a little bit of width, it's quick enough, it's not going to hold up. Come back down through this deep backward point third region, which appears to be quite a high traffic area at the moment. Case in point.
Blocked into that exact area Kirstie's referring to by Perrin. She picks up a single. I've obviously got Perrin up on a Cricketers Who's Who now. We will move on from this shortly. Quite a few interesting answers. Hobby she'd like to learn: spray painting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bit of that. And then this is actually a good stat. Surprising fact about you: I got bumped up a year at school.
Wow.
So I got the brains and the brawn. That I don't think I appreciated people who were both athletically and academically talented.
Yes, that's it's quite threatening, isn't it?
George just pokes the ball into that gap once again. I don't think Surrey will mind that too much for now. Probably playing for both these batters to open the face a little bit, maybe brings in catching opportunities behind the wicket.
What's interesting here is I've just looked down at the Wasp, so the Wasp is at 16%, and that's 16% in Warwickshire's favour, correct?
Yes.
Yes. However, they are above the run rate, the required run rate. It's funny how it works out.
I guess it illustrates the importance that algorithm places on early wickets. And Warwickshire have lost 2 of them. They have also batted for 6 overs, and the score is 46 for 2. You'll all be pleased to know I've closed my laptop, so I no longer have access to the Cricketers Who's Who list. We can talk about what's in front of us. The worm is in front of us now. Just see there those 2 early dots where the Warwickshire wickets fell slightly behind where Surrey were at this point. Perrin and George not out at the crease at the moment. Perrin on 9 off 7, George 15 off 10. Austin and Freeborn both fell in very similar fashion. Austin caught mid-on, Freeborn caught mid-off. Almost identical figures for McDonald Gay and Alice Monaghan. McDonald Gay will continue from the Beckenham end. Her 2 fielders out at the moment. She's got a deep third and backwards square leg. But everyone in the ring on the offside, so she'll be looking to bowl straight. Smartly in behind by George. So was it a theme with Katie George that she was always kind of very proficient with the bat, or was it a product of her being injured a lot, where it was a case of you have to kind of, this is the only skill you can practice, basically?
Yeah, I believe so.
Blitzed away behind square. Kaylee Moore's going to set off in pursuit of it, and it's well fielded. She dives and scoops the ball back, and Davidson-Richards is there to help out as well.
Yeah, she's been really unfortunate with her back injuries, Katie George, and I think that really forced her to work on those skills that she could focus on during that injury, or that series of injuries that she had around her back, and it's been really effective for her. She's scored runs wherever she's been, really.
Chipped, could it be caught? No, just falls short of Schofield. It wasn't the best bit of cricket you're going to see this afternoon. A low full toss, toe ended, just short of mid-on. The end result is just a dot ball and everyone carries on. But almost a third wicket for Surrey.
Yeah, it's a very busy area there, isn't it? I can't tell if it's just holding ever so slightly.
I wonder if I'm just kind of searching for a theme where one doesn't exist, but I seem to remember it kind of happening with Tash Farrant as well from Surrey, where she's had injury problems in the past and was a bowler primarily. Then she had a brilliant start to the year last year with the bat. I'm guessing in part because she'd had so much time to be able to practice one skill over the other. Flicked behind square. Kelly Moore sets off once more, but this time the ball beats her to the boundary's edge, and that's 4 runs for George, and brings up the Warwickshire 50. See the replay here, just short of a length.
Yeah, she's picked that up nicely, hasn't she?
Just 1 ball remaining of McDonald Gay's over.
I think on that point as well, you know, talking about players that have had injuries and then it forces them to kind of look at their second skill, it kind of takes other teams by surprise because they're not expecting this. You know, they haven't done their scouting on you as a batter.
Driven wide of mid-on, well fielded by Schofield. Slides down quickly to her right. Good piece of cricket to end the 7th over. Warwickshire 53 for 2.
Yeah, so for the likes of Katie George, Tash Farrant, who have come out and scored runs, teams are kind of standing there thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Obviously we know a lot about Katie George now in terms of, you know, she is a threat with the bat, and you know, previously she'd probably come in 8, 9, 10, and now she's a really formed herself as a top order batter. And you know, similar with Tash Farrant now, you'd think, oh gosh, you know, she can come in anywhere from 1 all the way down to 11, and it depends what the lineup is that they're batting in. So it is there are so many resources now within the setup that you do have the opportunity to then, you know, go back to the drawing board and work with your coaching staff and think about, okay, so we know what we can't do, but what can we do?
Sure.
And how can we, you know, really make the most out of this time being injured?
Pulled away behind square, that'll be 4 more. Monaghan just lost her length, and it's an almost identical shot to how George scored a boundary off McDonald Gay from the other end. I think if I had to have a choice, if I'm really honest, I'd choose batting at 9 and not having a broken back than batting 4. I thought that was funny. Oh well.
I think anyone would take that over being injured, wouldn't they? But
I've got a friend and colleague of mine who refuses to believe a fast bowler is quick until they've had a stress fracture. That's the qualification of being fast in their eyes. So actually, that's quite a positive way of looking at it. It's like you've joined the club.
the validation.
Driven by George. These two are putting on a fine little partnership here. It's just only just getting going. If it needs to make a serious indent on this match.
So we've seen it a lot in the women's game. So I think I overheard you talking about Freya Kemp earlier. You know, Katie George has worked on her game really hard. If you think about the men's game, does it happen the same way?
Tucked away by George, and they could be able to scamper through for two here. They do very comfortably. It's interesting. I think the only player that would come to mind in that respect would be Jamie Overton, because he's had a series of issues with his back, and he basically got in the gym and learned how to hit sixes and really improved that side of his game. England were desperate to pick him in the white ball side, but they didn't really know how to. They were picking him as a specialist batter at number 8 at times in the West Indies. And he's lost a lot of weight actually, because he's basically explaining in very simple terms. That's lofted, and it could be caught by Schofield, and is the 3rd wicket to fall in that exact fashion. And George goes for a very enterprising 28 off 19, and you get the feeling that's a very important wicket for Surrey. Just when Warwickshire were getting a bit of momentum behind them, Surrey strike again.
And that's going to be the difference here, I think. What Surrey did well was they built partnerships. You know, they maintained a good run rate whilst building partnerships, and if they can take regular wickets here, Warwickshire really don't stand a chance of winning this game. So you asked me at the start of the game if I thought there was enough on the board. If I could have caveated it with, if Surrey take regular wickets, then yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So if the bowling team get the batters out,
if we take more wickets than they did and they score less runs, then Surrey will win.
I've always thought that there might be something in that.
Yeah.
That's one of the great team talks.
Yes.
That Alex Johnson gave and under 11s. I can't do it. This suit's too silly. So if we score more runs than them, we'll win.
Yeah.
And all of us were 10 and we went, that is a good point.
Yes.
Let's give
I
that
had a very
up.
similar one at university actually. Our captain, I used to play football. Captain just turned around in the team talk, deadpan, and just went, if we score more goals than the opposition, we will win. And we went,
they're correct.
Yes, we will. Let's go.
And did you? Do you remember?
We did. We won the league.
Genius. Why has no one thought about this before?
She is now the head teacher of a multi-group primary school trust, actually, I think it is.
I thought she's now the head coach of the Lioness.
Have you heard of Serena? Serena. Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah.
Right, well, Surrey can take a maximum of 10 wickets this innings. They're going to try and do all of them. And they've got 3 so far.
Oh,
fantastic delivery to welcome Wraith to the crease.
Yeah, Wraith quickly scuttles off to square leg just to take stock of what just happened there, and maybe think, I wasn't warned about that. And in fairness, Davina Perrin hasn't faced a delivery like that yet from Alice Monaghan, so...
Well, Nat Wraith is kind of a new signing, that as much as everyone's a new signing to some extent. She's joined from Western Storm rather than the direct Central Sparks link. She had a good season last year, averaging 36. She's driven into the ground. Yet to get a big score on the board this season, but she did get 34 in her last outing against the Blaze. First 2 dot balls are dots, and after 8 overs, Warwickshire are 59 for 3. Distracted me. There's such inspirational leadership talks distracts me from my next topic of conversation I wanted to discuss, but we'll get back there.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was interested when I saw Nat Wraith had signed for Warwickshire, because I thought, she's first choice keeper at Western Storm, would have been if she'd stayed at Somerset. And obviously Abby Freeborn is holding the gloves at the moment for Warwickshire. She's a very, very good keeper, Nat Wraith, and obviously strong with the bat too. So I wonder if she came to Warwickshire knowing that she wasn't going to be first choice keeper.
Perrin drops the ball into the leg side. Scamper through for a quick single. Maybe she just wanted to live in Birmingham.
Well, there's that.
Life takes you in finding direction. I remember chatting to a player about whether they wanted to leave a certain county, and he didn't play masses for his county, and he was getting offers to go elsewhere, but he kind of kept on lightly referring to the fact that he's like, this is home, I grew up here, so I'd rather stay. It's a big full toss. Well, it's just dipped at the end there from McDonald Gay, flicked the pad through, so it's not a wide ball.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the big things when this the women's structure changed and it moved to counties, that people then were really put in a position where they're thinking, but this is my home county, I can't play for a different county. It's a very strange... Oh, that's really
Cut away behind 4. Cuts away behind square, won't go for 4. Be fielded by Danny Gregory. He's got the big sunnies out for an overcast day. Just 1 run, but delicately played behind square.
Sunnies or no sunnies?
I find, in general or today, just
in general.
In general, I admire them. I think they look cool. I personally find them impossible to field with. It's a lens. I don't believe it's kind of quite reality. Were you a sunnies-er?
Well.
Catch just falls short.
I wasn't, and then I was.
Ooh. What sparks the change?
That's it. Next topic of conversation. No, so I think...
See the chance there. Full toss. Perrin Gets absolutely none of it, and it falls short of McDonald getting a follow through.
Yeah, just playing at a higher level when you're in that professional era, there's a lot of resources going into you, and obviously eye health is one of them.
Just takes the outside edge, 1 run.
So on good decks, when the sun's shining and there's a big glare, and you've got people saying, you know, you've got to look after your retinas. And I tried them previously, and I just can't get on board with them. But after we won the Charlotte Edwards Trophy as stars, I thought, well, you know, we got a little bit of prize money, not a lot of prize money, I'll say, but a little bit. And I said, I'll treat myself to a pair of sunglasses, and I never looked back. Yeah.
So that's interesting. So one of the main reasons for wearing sunglasses given isn't necessarily kind of comfort or style. It is literally the fact that you're playing in the height of summer, the sun's glinting off the decks, and your eyes hurt in effect.
Yeah. So especially like squinting the eyes too. But even in this weather here, if I had them on, I'd keep them on for the days, because then I didn't like adjusting. So some people can keep them on, put them on, take them off, and adjust quite quickly. But for me, if they were on, they were on.
That makes sense. I think I'd be on board with that. The consistency, not kind of having to chop and change. 9 overs gone, 62 for 3.
And they certainly take some getting used to. It wasn't they went on and that was it. I had to do a lot. I took a lot of high catches with the glasses on to adjust to the depth perception.
Sneaks down the leg side with a wide ball.
And then obviously you had different lenses for different weather conditions as well.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I genuinely didn't know that.
Yeah. So I wore they're a field lens, so they're actually designed, they're like a golf lens, they're designed to pick up a white ball.
Okay.
So they're obviously during the season, a white ball, they're really helpful. And then you've got the really clear blue lenses, iridescent ones.
Iridescent's a big word. What does that mean?
Shiny.
Okay, right. Fine.
Shiny. Danny Gregory wears those lenses, so if you pan to Danny Gregory at any point, she'll have those blue lenses on, but they're really good for just a completely blue sky. So any cricketers amongst us will be able to tell you that taking a high catch from a cloudy sky, even though the ball's white, is much easier than taking it from a clear blue sky with no clouds, because of the depth perception. It's really hard to gauge. Ooh, high.
Just nips in. Perrin strikes from the thigh. I've just seen a couple of deliveries in the last 2 overs from Monaghan. She just leapt off the surface a little bit more. I didn't realise there was such a range of choice with these sunglasses.
Yeah.
If they're practical and cool, I might have to get on board.
Yeah. Well, I don't play anymore, but because obviously I had them, I do a bit of running, so I wear them out running, and gosh, people think you're an absolute idiot.
Short, cut away, really well fielded by Davidson Richards at short third. Important hand, because that would have been 4 runs. She was put there because of her height, and she actually gets down very low very quickly.
Yeah, she can get down, Alice Davison Richards. She's quite often on the long off or the long on boundary, and she will save a good few out there. She'll let you know about it too. She'll vocalise and narrate every move that she's making. Hats. Do you wear a hat?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not an idiot.
What?
Whoa. Davison Richards down well once again. I think a hat's essential. You're standing in the sun for 3 hours. So you're telling me you were Sonny's no hat?
Oh no, Sonny's and hat.
Oh goodness me, thank you.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Sonny's and hat. Abby Freeborn actually keeps without a hat. Sonny's no hat.
I just think the sunstroke at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it is very dangerous.
I've recently moved from a cap to a floppy and feel wonderful about it.
Okay.
It's well played by Perrin. 12 of 14. She got 2 early boundaries in her innings, so she's just been slowed down a touch in the last over or 2.
She's very busy though, isn't she, at the crease? She's quite dynamic. She'll drop it under her eyes, and she's always looking to score.
I think she's an all-in-all very entertaining player to watch. We were commenting on her fielding in the first innings. A kind of cartoon, rolls after the ball passes her, always willing to put on a dive, whether it's for show or for real. She scampers off, runs the first one so hard. You just have to settle for a single. At the end of the 10th over, 66 for 3. There must be... I've always thought that something I'm jealous of. Your life is kind of a Southeast Stars side cricketer. Just amount of stats. You're wearing a Southeast Stars coat at the moment.
It's function.
But it's also I remember I did the social media for a franchise team once, and I managed to pinch myself just 3 pairs of shorts out of it, and that was actually incredibly useful, and I wear them to this day. I always like to think, sometimes I walk, so I used to coach at Surrey, and so I'll be wearing a Surrey long sleeve training top from about 10 years ago and Washington Freedom shorts, and I always wonder if sometimes people see me and try and work out what cricketer I am. I'm like, no, I don't play.
Yeah, we do like stash, don't we?
It's a very important part of the game.
It's part and parcel of being a cricketer. It is the stash. So much of it. Oh gosh, I need to declutter really. We've got this this ottoman bed in our spare room, and the whole underneath of it is just kit.
It's like a treasure trove.
It
is. Open the bed. Driven straight for no run. Of course, on the flip side, I found it like genuinely useful to kind of amass some just sporting active wear.
Yeah.
And then you'd see the players leave their full bag of kit there, and they go, I don't want or need it. I've got so much. This is the 7th team I've played for this month.
Yeah.
I don't need any more. Edged. Ooh. That's wide of Chatley. Danny Gregory's incredibly fine at deep thirds. They scamper back for 2. Perrin's quick. I'm just very surprised that hasn't raced away for 4, but Gregory, well positioned.
Yeah, she's very fast, Danny Gregory. No, I don't know. Don't know the official stats, and she was the fastest for a run 2 at Southeast Stars, but I think she may have been pipped by maybe Alexa Stonehouse or Rhiannon McDonald-Gay in the last year.
Flicked over to the leg side, it'll land safely. Kelly and Moore will do the fielding. Very smartly in and out, lands thuds into Chatley's gloves without having to move. On the full as well, so being very well behaved. I guess the ball might just be new enough that Surrey don't want it to go soft yet, if it might be moving.
Potentially, yes, yeah. And probably maybe keeping seam on for a little bit longer. Usually they'd have gone to Danny Gregory by now.
Takes the inside half of the bat and they scamper through for a quick single. Monaghan's fast, but Perrin's faster. It'll be interesting. One storyline to keep an eye on is whether Alice Capsey will be fit enough to bowl. She didn't field during Surrey's win over Durham. I actually think, aside from the slight ankle injury, I believe it's an ankle injury. I stand to be corrected. Don't take that as official gospel. I think she had the perfect day. Scored runs, didn't field.
Yes.
Lovely.
Yeah.
A dot to finish the over. Well, not before an aggressive throw from Capsey at cover knocks out one of the stumps. Wraith was just thinking about sneaking a single, and Capsey, for whatever reason, was furious about it. At the end of the 11th over, the score is 70 for 3.
And I think we might be about to see some spin because Kira Chatley's signalled for her helmet and is staying up to the stumps. So Callie Moore.
Callie Moore into the attack. She pulls a kind of very beautiful off spin, I'd say. It's kind of very, what's the word? Traditional feels too boring, but it kind of really spins. There's a lot of loop, a lot of dip on it. I almost kind of sometimes think of her as like the leg spinning off spinner. Yeah, she's a lot of modern off spinners will target the stumps, won't they? So they'll bowl straight and flat, whereas actually she wants the ball to spin, so she will bowl that off stump line. Of course, all change of bowling is sponsored by and powered by SSE Energy Solutions. First of the day. You weren't here for the Durham game, but Holly Armitage, I think she made about 25 bowling changes. Oh, yeah, she does like doing that. Well, having said she likes to give it flight, she drags down a very short long hop. She covers her mouth in a bit of faux embarrassment. But it was a dot ball, got away with it.
I think the only way she could have got away with that a little bit more is just to then just loosen the shoulder up a bit more, so a bit cold.
That's edged, and it flies through the vacant third area and away for 4. It's really travelled at a distance. I think it's almost picked up pace with the spin of the ball. And that is 4 runs.
Top spin off the top of that.
Well, Wraith makes her intentions clear immediately, targeting Kaylia Moore. An eventful start after 2 balls. The first was a real rank drag down. The second, big show of aggression from the Warwickshire batter. Edged again, and that'll be 4 more. It's flying away down to the fence. And Moore is wondering where the justice in the world is at the moment. And Wraith has added 8 to her tally.
Yeah, you mentioned Holly Armitage. She's had a good day with the bat today. 89 for her.
Well, she's been
Durham.
She's been in excellent form this season already. I think that's probably her 3rd score of 50 or more.
Yeah, they had a slight delay, but they were 216 all out, so Somerset not out to bat yet. They were delayed and they played 38 overs.
Rock's back and that's cut. Wyatt Hodge is on the case and Warwickshire will get back for 2. Don't be deceived by the scoreboard in the bottom right. It says there's been 3 balls of this over gone. There's in fact 4. There was a dot ball right at the start, so 2 balls remain of this over. Shores again. This time it's pulled up to long on for a single.
How do you feel about being trolled by Dan Norcross behind you?
Well, I've always said the same thing about Daniel. He's personally very supportive and professionally sabotaging. Fearful of anyone under the age of 40. It's a lovely shot by Perrin. That's cut behind square. Wyatt Hodge isn't going to be able to make it. That's a 3rd boundary of the over. 15 runs come off Moore's first over, and she didn't really deserve it. 8 of those came in thick outside edges that went through a vacant slip area. Just see a replay here. Short and Perrin quick to leap back in her crease. And after 12 overs, the score is 85 for 3. And I'm going to make way for the wise old Daniel Norcross.
Daniel Norcross is actually warming up as if he is about to come on to bowl at the Beckenham end.
Even in jest, the boy makes a good point. I don't get the modern kind of thing for sort of being encouraging and supportive of the young. You know, there's this thing, oh, let's hear the young commentator of the year. Why on earth would I want that? I've got about another, if I play my cards, another 10 years at this. I don't need to be sawn off before my dotage. That was an interesting leave. If that ball had turned a little bit more, she might have been in trouble, but she gets away with it. Yeah, there's a huge phalanx of talent that's coming through. And my job is to obstruct it, Kirstie.
Well, you're doing a good job of it so far, so...
Thank you.
Long may it last.
Well, what a curious 12.5 overs we've had. Wickets, runs outside edges. Somehow, Warwickshire are a very dangerous side. They bat very deep. They're going along pretty nicely. We did say, didn't we, that 300 was sort of par, really. And Surrey haven't got a lot more than 300. And so despite the loss of those early wickets, you think still M. Arlott, is he Wong to come? There's plenty of batting, so if these two can put a partnership together, just get them up to, you know, the mid 150s and beyond, they're still batting to come. And it's also a delight, isn't it, to watch Davina Perrin. I'm absolutely fine with young cricketers coming through.
Right. Just to be clear.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I have absolutely no ambitions in that department.
Well, I don't know. Your warm-up seemed to kind of give a little bit of...
Oh, do you think?
Yeah. It was both arms as well. I wasn't quite sure it was going to be left arm, right arm.
Well, you need to move every single sinew in this kind of weather, don't you?
You do, yeah.
But I don't know if it's slightly harder to tell against the spin here, 88 for 3 end of the over. But Perrin has there's a kind of echo of Bouchier to me in some of the shots that she plays. Not so much has to be said there against the spin, but then I think when you have Bouchier in your mind's eye, you're kind of thinking of her against a hard new ball and driving, aren't you? Which is sort of how I think of Perrin.
Yeah. No, I do see what you mean, actually. They're very similar in style as well. I think just very out in front. Yeah.
That'll be it. Out in front.
Yeah. I think as well, you said, Warwickshire do bat deep here, but...
Well, it's almost like it's slightly lopsided, the order, in a way. I mean, lopsided is not quite what I mean, but I suppose... there's a lot more strength relative to their top order in their lower middle order than you'll find in a lot of sides. Look at Surrey, and it's quite... They bat deep, but they've got a lot of big names in the top 5 and 6, haven't they?
Yeah.
Whereas that's not what Warwickshire have got, really.
No, they've got steady names, though.
Steady names.
Names that you're like, oh no, yeah. Oh, they've got another one. Not powerhouses, but consistency nonetheless. The only thing that worries me here for Warwickshire is that, I think they were reckless with the ball in the first 20 overs, and they've been reckless with the bat in the first 10.
That's beautifully driven, and that's sort of what I mean. The echo of Bouchier. Another couple of runs to Perrin. We batted well in the semi-final of the Under-19 World Cup. Got England off to a flyer, but they were eventually choked, really, by a phalanx of left-arm Indian spinners. I mean, they were so impressive, I thought, watching those young Indian spinners. It wasn't that they did a great deal with the ball, their control of line and length was really impressive for one so young. And I say this with fondness, but if you compared the way they bowled against, say, how Tilly Coleman bowled. Oh, that's so close. It's slightly impeded by Perrin, who's totally within her rights to stand her ground at the non-striker's end. I'd like to see that one again. Well, we will do in a moment. If we can get the angle from behind the batter, that'll give us a really good idea of how much of a hand.
Yeah, Callia Moore is exceptional at fielding off her own bowling. Very similar, actually, to Charlie Dean, if you will. She saves a lot of runs off of her own bowling. Her figures mean a lot to her.
It's a bugbear of mine when they don't feel well with their own bowling, because when the same ball would come back to you if you're at short extra cover, you should be stopping it.
Yeah.
It is different because you follow through. Your body's slightly differently balanced and whatnot. But it is their figures, and you're right. You see Charlie Dean hurtle around.
What's interesting about this bowling change that we've had, double change at both ends, is usually what we'd see from Surrey and Stars is actually Danny Gregory would come on. And not seen her yet.
She was slightly later into the attack against Durham. That's a good bit of fielding. Come to expect that from Danny Wyatt-Hodge out at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, she was slightly later coming in against Durham, which surprised me. And Briley Smith came on earlier. And we haven't seen Alice Capsey yet, who didn't field or bowl, obviously, against Durham. And don't quite know the reasons for that.
Yeah, and I was wondering, because obviously it was a question that you'd asked, will Capsey bowl today? Is she fit to bowl? And, well, we don't know yet.
Don't know, no.
And I probably would have expected to see her bowl earlier if she was, but Bryony has been bowling exceptionally well.
She's attacking the stumps, isn't she? And it's sort of, you can see Natway's very keen to play the ball into the onside. If he misses one of those, there'll be an almighty appeal.
Yes, definitely.
That's good running on the throw, because it wasn't a bad throw came in from the deep. But we've seen a little bit today. Some good proactive running from both sides.
Yeah, we have. With some really athletic performances in the middle from batters. Just keeping an eye on Bryony Smith here, because she was struggling with her knee while she was batting, and she's put herself onto bowl, but that's a lovely shot.
That is splendid. It's gone all the way, very close to a... Looks like a young girl in a pair of shorts there. That was really, really firmly struck. We'll take a look at this again. Wow. And oof. That could have been unpleasant. Mercifully it wasn't.
Yes. Gosh.
6 to complete the over, so 12 off it, 104 for 3. He brought up the 100 with that 6 as well. And is a very Davina Perrin shot.
Yeah, that was beautifully struck with the wind, but nonetheless, I think it had plenty of momentum without.
Well, we saw a ball struck. The hardest ball I've seen struck all season in both men's and women's cricket, I'd say, was from Alice Davidson-Richards here a week ago, which she hit that one over mid-off. Mid-off was up.
Yeah.
Bounced, boom, clattered into the hedge behind. I think, have they lost that ball?
Yeah, I believe, yeah, there's a few people searching in hedges.
Right. I think something has been brought out. Another ball has been brought out, and what's this particular hold up for? Wait and see. With Bryony Smith bowling so early, do you think that's more of an indicator that Capsey isn't? I mean, you mentioned that she's got a little bit of an issue with the knee, so if she's bowling herself, that might suggest that Capsey might not be bowling.
Yeah, potentially. It's a hard one to call. Capsey moved well in the middle. There was no indication that she was carrying a niggle or any kind of soreness around anywhere. She moved well, and she's moved well in the field here. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if she does bowl, and if available, when. Yeah.
Now, of course, one of the things I should have pointed out was that they wouldn't have needed a fresh ball for this over, because there's a new ball from each end, isn't there? And that was hit 6 was struck off the last ball of the previous over, so that won't be what the hold up is. I think it's just an attempt to get into, a bit more of the IPL mindset, where you can just eke 3 or 4 minutes out of the game here and there. Just attenuate the tension. Swing, a miss, well taken behind the stumps.
Yeah, there was a small conflab, wasn't there, just prior to the over starting, with bowler captain and I think vice captain.
Well, yes, you can see why, because the game's just gone a bit quiet for Surrey here. The last, I say quiet, I mean, been taken with some runs, but it's a little bit easier than the last half an hour, 20 minutes or so for Warwickshire.
Yeah, the Wasps crept up.
Yeah. 23%, what was it down to at its worst? I think under 10.
Yeah, I think it was just under 10. It had crept up to about 13.
Well, this pitch will always give hope to the side chasing, I think. Now, I wonder if we can just get our producer to zero in here on Davina Perrin's stance, because it's quite interesting looking at where she places her hands. She's got a strong bottom-handed grip.
Yeah, and her top hand is actually really tucked under. So a lot of people have their top hand you can see the whole kind of back of her hand.
Yeah, the bottom hand's doing a lot of punching, isn't it?
Has cover been up this hole over, or have I just imagined that Danny White-Hodge has just come up into the ring?
No, I think you might be right. I think that might be for the very reason that we're talking about here, actually. Because when you look at the way Davina Perrin holds the bat, it's strongly suggestive of somebody who's going to want to take the ball into the onside. End of the over, 105 for 3. Come back well in that over. Did more. I'm always interested by people's stance. It's like when you look at Danny White and how her back foot slightly is turned towards kind of cover.
Yeah.
Not cover point, to sort of cover as opposed to cover point. And what it says about the prevailing direction of travel for the ball. Now Bryony Smith is going to continue, her third. High in the air, but it's going to bounce in front of long on. There is protection for her back at long on. Now long off goes back for Perrin, who crunched that 6 in the previous over in that direction. Long on stays back as well, as does deep mid wicket. Square leg comes up, so she can still keep the sweeper out on the offside.
45's come across as well.
There's a slight shovel, which is what you get with the setup. If you've got a player who's like that, is there a temptation sometimes to tinker in some way? I don't know, because I mean that's obviously what is a natural grip.
That's very well
That's
played.
swept away. That's a fine shot. Not a great ball from Bryony Smith, with the field up on the offside and a square leg back, but it's really nicely played by Davina Perrin.
Yeah, what's really nicely done there about what Davina Perrin has done is that square leg had come up, so square leg has come up into the ring, and long off had gone out, mid off had gone out, and she said, okay, that's fine, I'm gonna score a boundary. Well, you don't want me to now. So.
Somewhere else. Yeah, you've got to be a little careful here, Bryony Smith, because of the way Perrin is happily accessing the leg side. Just bowling a touch towards that leg stump. Oh, just over the bowler. One more to the total. And we're on Nelson.
Oh.
We've got an update for me.
No, I'm just looking at batters still to come.
So well judged single to finish the over. 7 from it, 112 for 3.
So yes, we've still got Ellis, Arlott, Pavley, Wong, Davis and Baker to come. Now, Arlott and Wong and Karis Pavley can hold a bat. I'd say those are the main dangers. I think Bethan Ellis is fairly competent with the bat. Don't quote me as gospel there, but they'll be very keen to have the scalps of Perrin and Nat Wraith quite soon.
This partnership has been building, hasn't it?
Yes, and it started quite quietly as well. And Nat Wraith has. I just looked at the scorecard. I didn't really even realise she was on 23. She's done that quite stealthily.
Frankly, as depicts someone with the surname Wraith. The ghostly spectre that creeps up on you.
Callie Moore's now bowling from around the wicket as well, so she's brought cover up and she's coming around the wicket, so she really is just saying to Davina Perrin, onside is the only option for you, and if you want to score a boundary through the offside, you're going to have to do something and go against the grain here.
We've seen a bit of that today, haven't we? We saw it with Izzy Wong towards the back end of the innings, actually, and Is that because of the particular dimensions? It was from the far end, from the city end. We've seen a fair bit of round the wicket bowling trying to cramp the right-hander. Then if you get it wrong, well, she's got a bit of cover there at wide long off. It's able to keep it to 1. Or is that in part that's a tactic for Perrin because of the way she's going to generally tend to address the ball, give cover out on the leg side?
Yeah, I think it is. She's very strong on the drive through this extra cover region. So actually, just to cramp her there and then just say no, we're happy for you to pick up singles. That's really nicely played.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? And it shouldn't make the boundary. Just be cut off inside by Alice Capsey.
Pick up 3. Alice Capsey's had to run about 40 yards there.
Yeah.
Maybe more, maybe 50. She seemed to be running forever to go and gather that ball, and they've actually run a 3.
Well, it hints at her movement being fine.
Yeah.
They'll land safely in front of long on, so 6 off the over without having to take too many risks there, which is pretty much the required rate as Warwickshire tick along very happily this partnership. 118 for 3 from 18. The target 314. Taking a break?
I am. I'm off.
You are. Warm up. It is. I shouldn't keep saying it's perishing out here because I should really be encouraging everybody to come down. Especially because it's free. I don't know if we've made that clear. It is free.
It is free and freezing
Free
all
and
at once.
freezing,
So
yeah.
if you come down, just bring a hot water bottle, a little blanket, maybe a sleeping bag for me. My coat is verging on sleeping bag.
It's very good, actually.
It could be another 2 feet longer, I think.
It could. I've got one that goes down to sort of mid-calf.
But then I'd sort of be, no one can see me luckily, but sort of waddling.
Well, dignity's overrated.
Oh, well, we know I don't have any of that anyway, so
Alice
it's okay.
Davidson Richards at the attack. Powered by, I should say, SSE Energy Solutions, who are with us throughout this season on the Surrey live stream. Davidson Richards, you bowled a bit at the death, first game. First time we've seen her in this match, coming in for the 19th over. Still no sign of Alice Capsey, who didn't bowl against Durham on Wednesday.
I can see a mighty fine couple of bobble hats down in front of us as well.
Oh yeah.
That one's got
Oh yes, you
a
can,
fluffy
can't you?
bobble. Well, I actually used to have a hat with a fluffy bobble on it, and then once I came home and it didn't have a bobble anymore. Took a while for Mum to admit that Dog had eaten the bobble. Yeah. I think we saw the remnants of the bobble again later, sadly.
Yeah, as I can imagine. They are good bobble hats, so you're dead right. Yeah. I think I want the one on the left is my preferred. It's
Okay, well that's good because then
you can have
I
the
like
red
the other.
one.
I'd have
Yeah.
the other. Yeah.
Oh, now did that carry?
It's Danny Wyatt there, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Backward point. She had to go one-handed. Clutching that hand as well. It was very close to the ground. It's a tricky chance. It went hard to her left. But I think she got a hand to that.
I think she's got a hand to by her reaction as well.
Yeah.
Oh, great start this for ADR. And also great because the sun is coming out.
Oh yeah.
Ever so briefly.
Any minute of this is good. Must have taken a little brush on the pad there. The umpires. Yeah.
No,
You
I
can
think
see actually the umpire there just give a little tap on the leg to indicate why it wasn't given as a wide. Wasp is up to 27%.
Oof.
After those 3 early breakthroughs, Perrin and Wraith getting it back together. Now it's going to land safely again. And it will just be cut off down in front of us.
Hell of a
Come back for a
chase.
third. That's a really good running.
Really good
Alright.
running all round. The 2 in the middle and Paige Schofield after that one.
Yeah, that was, might we say, good cricket all round?
Yeah.
Bang did try something a little bit different. Perrin looked for the pocket, which is basically over mid-wicket. There's a little pocket of space down at deep mid-wicket. As long as she could get it over the short mid-wicket, it was a safe shot. And good running, good fielding. Gone short again. And that has been once again superbly cut off. This time by Moore. I thought she got a bit more on that. The sound off the bat was particularly pleasing. But it's another couple of runs. I quite like what Davidson Richards is doing here. We haven't seen too much in the way of short balls at the body as opposed to short with width. Now deep mid-wicket goes out alongside the deep square. And as a result, there's a big gap that's vacated and an easy single taken.
It's been quite a good recovery, this. Up to 32 on the Wasp now, Daniel.
It's rapidly climbing.
Yeah, those early wickets falling, we thought, oh, we'll be in the rush hour traffic.
I don't think there is much on a Sunday.
Oh, that's a fair point.
From Beckenham with a bit of luck. I had a phenomenally easy journey in this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's great. Only marred by it being Love Songs on a Sunday morning on Radio 2. 6 off the over, 125 for 3.
Too early for the Archers omnibus as well.
Yeah, Sunday's not a great day for Radio 2 because once you've had the Love Songs on a Sunday morning, you then have to endure Elaine Page and show tunes. So, you know, I really should just tune into something else.
Perhaps, but when you like what you like, you just put it on, don't you?
Yes.
I don't have the joys of the car, so it was train to Waterloo, and then the train from Waterloo East.
Oh, is that how you do it?
And then I wandered along here. It was a different route to the one I took a few days ago, so I was discombobulated.
Oh, that's really brilliantly played by Perrin. Such a delicate dab, but so well timed. To get 4 off that, she's done little more than just placed the bat on it.
And I think also a little lack of communication between the two fielders. It was a sort of Chuckle Brothers, to me, to you. And then it just goes through the middle.
Yeah. There isn't a sweeper on the offside, so this is the issue for Callie Moore, because she's coming round the wicket trying to cramp Perrin. If she gives any width, then she's in danger, even though there are 4 in the ring on the offside. There's really not much of a gap between backward point and short third.
What exciting young talent, though, Davina Perrin is.
Yeah.
She was great in that Under-19 World Cup.
Well, I reckon, yeah, you'd have seen more of her than me. I saw her in the semi-final and was hugely impressed. Oof. Slightly wild throw.
Nearly lost her head. Yeah, really exciting talent, obviously a product of the ACE programme.
I think we might be seeing more and more of more graduates coming through that programme. Now, there's obviously a problem with the ball. At least I think there's a problem with the ball. Or is this just a serious conversation that's taking place between the umpires?
Yes, it's where we're going for a roast this evening.
Well, it does look like a serious conversation, but it's happening in the middle of an over, so...
I can't lip read, can you?
No.
No.
No. Oh, no.
He went to his pocket there, and in my head I just assumed he was pulling out a yellow card.
I'm sorry, dear watcher, I cannot imagine what this might be about. Bryony Smith's going to come in to chat to the umpires. Well, she's been given a telling off about something, I don't know what.
No. So now
Cameron Ponsonby is behind me.
Oh no,
Does he
isn't.
have any ideas? Nick Friend is beside me. He thinks it's because it's too cold. Drinks are coming out, but they're not warm drinks. I have absolutely no way. I mean, I could speculate. Oh, don't, what? 5 penalty runs. Why are 5 penalty runs being signalled here?
5 penalty runs awarded to the Warwickshire total.
For what? Now, the last thing that we saw, I wonder if we can get Jake to replay the last ball. So the last thing that happened was a throw came in that was a little bit wild. That was the previous ball, wasn't it? Back into the keeper.
Yes.
So is that intimidatory fielding? Is that what? If you chuck the ball back at the batter, then that's not acceptable. But surely, to a degree, an amount of deliberacy needs to be done there. Deliberacy?
It's a great word, like that.
Yeah. Maybe at the end of the over, maybe we can get Jake to give us a replay of what happened.
Maybe someone on the internet will have an idea for us.
Well, that was... Yes.
Deliberacy.
Deliberacy.
Interesting.
Deliberate. Well, you know what I mean. Intent. I should have been thinking about Katie Martin. Intent.
Because I was wondering, is it deliberateness? It's definitely not.
I don't think it's deliberateness, but I don't think it's deliberacy either.
Well, it's like with the use of normalcy, which is not a word, it's normality, but normalcy seems to be
that's taken over.
Creeping into the lexicon, thanks to the Americans.
Yeah. Well.
There's a lot of arm waving around us.
It could be quite significant, 5 runs. There's 4 more to the total there with a short ball, a drag down that has been larruped through mid-wicket. So that over has cost 14 runs, 5 of them in penalty runs. And the conversation is still going on. The umpire's chatting to Kelly Moore here. And I'd love to know precisely what it is that has caused that. But what I'd also really like to do is, if possible, see the third ball of that over again and see if we can get any clues. Right.
Very strange.
Okay.
Well, the interesting thing now is that Davina Perrin, 49.
Yes. You've
Aye.
got some questions now at the close of play, haven't you?
Yes,
because
I
you're supposed
do.
to be taking...
Oh, yes. Get
Yes.
some quotes in. We're not interested in Sophia Dunkley and her 100 anymore. So, in that 20th over, the third ball...
Bryony Smith will know.
She
because
will.
The umpire would have told her. So, Davidson Richardson, the new over, very nearly gets the jammiest of wickets as a smile teasing across her face because an under edge went close to the bat. Now that I'm getting a chance to have a look at that third ball. Well, I can't believe that would be the reason for the 5 penalty runs, given that the ball was nowhere near the bat of the throw coming in and the keeper... Oh, dropped by Kira Chatley, going for the up and over, got a thick outside edge of that. It wasn't an easy catch.
Davina Perrin's 50 from 54 balls.
It brings her 50, but it was high and to Chatley's left, but she, having got 2 hands to it, should have held on. Instead, Perrin rides the luck and gets to a half century off 54 balls. It's been a fine knock, but it got to a half century in really weird fashion.
And ADR was actually celebrating.
Well, that could be a key moment. There's been a lot happening in this last couple of overs. We've had 5 penalty runs, a couple of boundaries. Wasp has climbed to 45%, and Perrin's been given a life.
Definitely given a life there. I mean, it's one way to reach your 50. God, you'd be frustrated if you're out 49 like that, just having a bit of a waft at one. Reminded
me of a very key dismissal in the semi-final of the Women's T20 World Cup between Australia and India. Oh, tickled fine. Work here for the fielder. And, oh, she's done brilliantly. That is absolutely tremendous work out there. Putting down a right paw and just clawing it away from the rope.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay patrolling down there.
It is. She had a lot of ground to make up.
She's not even in the shot.
Oh, that is superb. Full length commitment from your fast bowler. Keeps the scoring to 2, saving a couple of runs. That's safely as well, just in front of McDonald-Gay. Another yard on that, and that would have been in her hand. So at the moment, there's a lot happening in this over.
Almost in her teeth in the end, thinking about your orthodontistry at that point. It bounced up.
Well, Davidson Richard is very, very much testing out the middle of the pitch here, isn't she? She's in her first over, there were a couple that were banged in. That one there's taken a top edge. And that should bring another couple. Dunkley out there at deep extra cover, so 7 off the over. Warwickshire are up to 50% on the Wasp.
Ooh.
It's anybody's game. 146 for 3, 21 gone. Cameron Ponsonby next to me is looking quizzical. He's still trying to work out the 5 penalty runs, aren't you? You think he thinks it was the throw, but I've had a look at that back, and if so, I'm quite surprised.
There's still a discussion, actually. Alice Capsey, Bryony Smith are having a word with the umpire. I can hear an ice cream van again, Dan.
Do you like ice cream?
Yes, but perhaps not in sort of minus 403 degrees, which it feels like out here. But at least it wouldn't melt.
It's not a today food. It wouldn't melt.
It wouldn't melt. I did once actually get stuck in Grenoble Airport in a blizzard, and it ran out of food, so we ate ice cream at 4 a.m. So, you know, I could do, and that was sort of minus 10 degrees at that point, so I could do a frozen. And then you don't have to eat it so fast because it won't melt. So maybe we should just eat ice cream in cold weather.
Apparently it warms you up.
It's like they say you're meant to drink tea when it's hot.
Yes, exactly. And you're not supposed to give brandy to people in avalanches or something. St Bernards are a disaster. Don't drink the little barrel of brandy when the dog comes to save your life.
Is that what's in the barrel?
Yeah, brandy. But your capillaries expand.
Oh.
And so you have even more rapid heat loss.
I think I'd probably just get more excited by the fact the dog has appeared, actually.
Now this is quite significant. Alice Capsey is going to bowl. She's been held back and held back. We wondered if she was going to bowl today. Well, she's on. And Surrey really need her to find a breakthrough. And we have confirmation that the 5 penalty runs were given for intimidatory fielding by Gregory, which now I would have assumed that intimidatory fielding would come with intent attached, because occasionally, you know, the ball slips out of your hand or whatever. It's like you very rarely see 5 penalty runs for that. And Gregory did throw the ball in quite hard, but it looked to me like it slipped and she sort of went ooh the moment she did it, and Chatley was well in front of the batter and was able to intercept the ball. This is flicked away nicely between the two fielders. It's going to be 4. It's a perfect shot from Nat Wraith, bringing up the 150. There's a fielder at deep mid-wicket, quite straight, and there's a fielder at deep square leg, and she has found the perfect spot there, Nat Wraith.
Yeah, it couldn't have bisected them more evenly, could it? And they sort of both thought about it, but if someone's going to catch up with it, Sophia Dunkley, we've seen how quick she is today, just had to watch it race on by.
We've got Dunkley and Wyatt out there, so 2 of the best fielders in England. And she found the perfect spot, as you say, bisecting them. Not dissecting.
Oh, that's my favourite when commentators say
yes.
Dissecting.
I know.
Big fan.
One day I'd love to see it.
Just out there with your equipment dissecting a fielder.
Now there's a mid-wicket in the bisection point now between that mid-wicket and the deep backward square leg for Nat Wraith. Just on the 1. She'll now move for Davina Perrin.
My question on intimidatory fielding as well, I have this image of you sort of making a face or waving, you know, sticking your tongue out, Darren Gough style.
Threats and that sort of thing, yeah. Now then, that is a wonderful shot. 1 bounce 4, up and over mid-off, who's up inside the circle, long on back, mid-off up. Warwickshire really are on the charge. This is a fantastic partnership between Perrin and Wraith. Great use of the feet. And a clever shot as well, isn't it? It's a clever shot. You see Bryony Smith up inside the ring. 10 off the over, still 1 ball to go. So dot to finish, 156 for 3, 22 overs gone as the sun just gives us a little fleeting coy glimpse behind the bank of cloud above us. Perrin and Wraith between them have scored 100 in just 93 balls. required run rate under a run a ball.
Yeah.
Surrey need a breakthrough, they need it quickly.
And Wraith going along at quite a lick, actually. 42 from 34, but somehow she seemed like the quieter of the two. But that strike
That's
rate
because
tells a different story.
it's nominative determinism. You see, Wraiths,
Ah, okay.
they're quiet, spectral way they go about things.
It's one of my favourite things, nominative determinism. Then this morning I did hear reporting on the radio was Phil McCann. And do you remember when the BBC were reporting on petrol shortages? And they went, we'll go to our reporter, Phil McCann, from the petrol. And that was just one of the very best.
Katie, who's got in touch with us on Blue Sky during the last game to inform me that she'd come across somebody, I think it was a reverend called Paige Turner. She imagined to be a writer of murder mysteries.
I do sometimes think I wish I had a more exciting name. I think it's quite fun, you know, when you introduce yourself to people. Ooh.
Yeah.
There was girl at my school. It was a girl at my school. Her first name was Moe, which was quite cool anyway.
Moe?
Yeah, and her mum was Japanese, and her dad was Japanese. Her surname was Takenashita.
Really?
And she used to win prizes all the time at school.
I bet. Yeah.
And my headmistress didn't enjoy saying it too much.
No, I imagine the girls enjoyed it though, didn't
Oh
they?
yes.
Now there's a good run on the throw again. That is the 100 partnership. They came together. Warwickshire were in, well, more than a spot of bother. The Wasp had them down in single figures now. They're pretty firm favourites here.
There was a point earlier I thought I might make it home early for a roast later on.
You might.
But, well, yeah, but because they're batting so quickly.
That'll be wided down the leg side. Moe, though, is
Moe,
as
yes.
M-O-E-T.
Mm.
Yeah, there's two names that you don't necessarily imagine going
No.
together.
It'd be funny if her brother's name was Dom or something, you know, Dom and Verve, and
Yeah.
and then you can have and then the sister called Lambrini or something.
The youngest.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
10 years younger or something, you know.
Lambrusco,
Oh, yeah.
Now, so far, Surrey have tried a few things, and Davidson Richards has tried a few things, and she's nearly made things happen, especially with that short ball. On this occasion, a bit too wide of the off stump. When she gets it straighter, it has brought both fine leg into play and the wicket keeper.
Well, obviously nearly had rid of Perrin on 49. A difficult catch leaping to the left for Kira Chatley, but still goes down as a drop in the books, and she did get both hands to it, and Perrin now out there on 61.
And that's going to be 4 more, despite the desperate dive from McDonald Gay. Again, nice idea, but just drifting too far down the leg side. She's able to get inside the line, plays it really well to get it fine enough to beat the fielder. Problems are mounting here for Bryony Smith and for Surrey.
This is a great knock from the young Perrin. Not the most imposing of figures, is she? But she's a compact unit.
Wow. That is a mighty shot. You could hear the crack off the bat. And that is a very expensive over. 14 coming from it. This might be my shot of the... not that one. The next shot's probably my shot of the day, I think.
Yeah, right. A real crack, didn't it?
Takes her to 69. We've had one Centurion already today. Davina Perrin will very much be eyeing another one.
Well ahead of that run rate, going at 7.39. And these two have rebuilt, and then now they're building an extension. They've added underfloor lighting.
Well, this is why do have a question about the tactic of batting first here at Beckenham. Because what undoubtedly happens here is that the pitch gets no harder, takes no spin, the bounce is true, and you can play your shots.
So it might as well be an AstroTurf.
Yeah, well, with most of the turf shaved off. And I just wonder whether, you know, it's such a good batting deck that you can be pretty confident of chasing down most scores here. And the issue for an opponent is when they arrive, they don't necessarily know just how good this pitch is going to be. Do you know what I mean? And with Surrey's incredibly powerful batting lineup, I just wonder if sometimes you're better off letting an opponent get a score and then saying, well, we can knock off pretty much anything. Whereas the danger when you bat first is, you know, you just sometimes rein it in. You're conscious of the fact there's 50 overs. And
also today, they just don't... They need to find some kind of breakthrough here. Yes, they took those early wickets, did Surrey, but they haven't really got that sort of killer intent at the moment. They're just sort of going through the motions, and their two batters look very comfortable against it.
Well, I think the issue is, if you feel you really need a wicket, and that tends to come in the second innings, on this deck it's quite hard to find one.
Yeah, and that's why you've got to take them early on. So we saw that in the last game, didn't we? 3 went down early, and that sort of really put the wobbles on.
Flick of the wrist, and she's got her. Caught out at long on. Wondered where a wicket was going to come from. A much needed one for Surrey. Capsey with the breakthrough. Perrin looking to go up and over, and instead of going over mid-off as she had done the previous over, the ball was angled in towards her pads. She got the elevation, but she didn't quite get the distance, and she's ended up rather spooning it with a bit of bottom hand down to long on. Well, and that partnership has finally been broken. It's been a super knock from Davina Perrin and an excellent partnership. Paige Schofield making the catch look very easy, but my goodness,
well, that
Surrey
was
needed that, didn't they?
Just what they needed, exactly what I was going to say. You could see Perrin, and she was wandering off, sort of tapping herself on the head with her bat, frustrated because there was 100 there to be had. Yes, still 31 runs away, but she looked very comfortable, was taking on the bad ball. We saw that glorious 4 back over the bowler's head just a few balls ago, and then this time just didn't quite get enough on it. Sort of didn't quite go through with the follow through, and then didn't get the distance but got the elevation to make it look easy for Schofield, who's a good fielder, and didn't look like she was going to be dropping that one. Hands under, fingers under, the English way, is that what we call it, rather than the Australian way? Yes. I'm never really sure we call it that anymore, do we?
Well, it's, yeah, because I mean you basically do it above your head if you need to, or
yeah, you just wait and let it land in the bucket.
If you need to. So a third catch for Paige Schofield today. You take a look at that card, and it's really a continuation of what we've seen so much here at Beckenham. It's a wonderful place to bat. Earlier on, Monaghan with a couple of wickets and McDonald Gay with 1, but since then, been hard going for Surrey. That partnership of 114, very much putting Warwickshire in the ascendant, and you can see from the Warham, just what a fabulous last 10 overs or so Warwickshire have had. They were in touch, just behind, just ahead, level, and then they really shot forward. But now Surrey have got a chance here with a new batter coming in, just to exert some pressure here, try to find another wicket or two. For Warwickshire, well, there's no need to panic. They've got batting to come. They just need to regroup. They know that the pitch has got no demons in it, so they can just build another partnership and re-exert that pressure. And there is the match summary. 141 needed from 26 overs. Ellis coming in at number 6. So Em Arlett, who got that massive 100 a couple of games ago, still to bat. Izzy Wong, we know, can hit a very long ball. Plenty left in the tank.
Just coming to the end of a drinks break here as well. I think I'd be requesting hot chocolate if I was out in the middle.
Hot chocolate?
A hot chocolate. Go down nicely, wouldn't it?
Oh.
You know what I am quite into, which does make me sound like an 80-year-old woman, is Horlicks. But I wouldn't need it.
I haven't had that for 25 years or
it's
so.
fantastic.
I used to love it.
I love a Horlicks, yeah.
Do you make it with too much Horlicks?
No, well, obviously. I actually could probably just eat it as paste.
Yeah. Well, when I was little, they used to do Horlicks tablets.
Oh, yes, nice.
You'd have loved that.
Just eat them.
Cheap. And it was just little, dry discs of Horlicks. Absolutely fantastic. So, Capsey completes an over that was separated by a drinks with a dot. Could be an important one for Surrey, that, and a wicket-taking one. 173 for 4, 24 overs gone. More from Georgie, Heath, and then it is going to be Cameron Ponsonby.
Well, as Daniel goes off to find himself a hot chocolate or a Horlicks or such, this is turning into quite an exciting period. Those two, Perrin and Wraith, were really going along nicely. Looked to be sort of taking the game away from Surrey. But the wicket of Perrin going down has just dragged things back a little bit for Surrey, and now going to have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. It's going to be Danny Gregory, looking to try and follow the old adage of with one wicket comes two. They would very much like rid of the end of Wraith.
Hello, Georgie.
Hello. Are you warmed up yet?
I have warmed up. I've kind of naturally returned to my kind of baseline state of freezing on this balcony, but we shan't moan because a very fine match is ahead of us. It's an excellent start from Gregory. Seeing the batter scamper around the crease. Wraith has batted very well for her 47. Ellis, in just her second match of the season, she did play against Hampshire, where she made 11, and her bowling figures were 0 for 11.
Well, there you go.
Comes out as 0. Sneaks down the leg side. A muffled appeal for a wide. For a wide? The wide was given, stumping wasn't.
A very late appeal as well from Chatley behind the stumps.
Skips down the track and hammers the ball through mid-off. And that is a half century for Wraith off just 40 deliveries. She is giving her team a real fighting chance in this match.
Yeah, really nice early, quick movement of the feet, goes inside out. And actually, she didn't realise she'd scored 50. I think she got shouted to by her batting partner and suddenly waved her bat.
She's done wonderfully well to power that through mid-off. She was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Plays it on the up through extra cover. That's a wonderful cricket shot. Gregory very, very full. She turns her wrists on it for a single. I always really enjoy when batters kind of don't celebrate landmarks. I think it's very cool, but it's only cool if they're kind of accidentally doing it. If you're knowingly being cool, then of course that makes it uncool, which is a real pickle for everyone involved. Ben Stokes made his century at Headingley. The helmet stayed on, he didn't acknowledge it, and you thought, they're in it, they're home. An attempted sweep. I thought it almost came off the back of Ellis's bat there, but a wide ball it is. Apologies for the scoreboard at the bottom. It's just being a little bit slow at the moment. Pulled out to the mid-wicket region, and Ellis is away off the mark. One sweeps that deep mid-wicket, falls off in the process. So we move on to 181 for 4. There's 2 deliveries remaining this over. Chance to be a hero here for Gregory, because Warwickshire are batting well. They are 4 down. That wickets column is going to be a concern.
Yeah, especially if he sees the back of Wraith, who is the key in this at the moment. Obviously we do talk about there is batting still to come, but she's the set batter. She's also striking it. A really nice strike rate, 53 from 43. Now Wasp still in the favour of Warwickshire at the moment. I've watched it push up by about 25 since I've been on air.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Warwickshire. You can have that one.
Rocks back in her crease and Ellis pulls again. It's a good opportunity for Gregory here because there's still runs that Surrey have to play with, over 100 of them. Gregory could just force the issue. A wicket here for 20 or 30 runs. It's probably a deal that Surrey would shake hands on. At the halfway point of the innings, after 25 overs, the score is 183 for 4.
Yeah, and they'll be happy with this after the recovery, losing those early wickets as well. We were just watching them tumble, weren't we, from just inside, thinking, oh, actually, this could go...
Well, Warwickshire seemed out of the game.
Quite badly for Warwickshire, yeah.
They were 59 for 3 after 7.4 overs, and all three wickets had fallen in almost identical fashion, caught in the ring at mid-on or mid-off. It's another wide ball. There's been a few wides of late in the last handful of overs.
Yeah, they don't want to let these creep into the game, actually, just starting to give away free runs at this point when Warwickshire are already looking on top again, having recovered from that position.
It's delicately played by Ellis. If she can get back for 2, it would be a wonderful cricket shot. Just the one. Dunkley intercepts the ball. But it's quite a difficult period here for Surrey because, as you mentioned, the required run rate isn't that high. It's only just above 5. They're cruising along at 7.3s at the moment. And Alice Capsey is bowling with her 4 fielders out, 3 of which are on the leg side. There's just 1 fielder in the ring on the leg side. So her protection is leg side, but also the gaps are. So Warwickshire are able to tick along. She gets away with that. It was a big loopy wide.
It was, wasn't it?
Volley.
That's when your eyes really light up as a batter. But those are also, they can so often be the ones that get the wicket, so your worst delivery. The batter just gets a bit overexcited.
Short and pulled down to long on. Surrey are changing the angle of that fielder in at mid-wicket, depending on who's on the strike. When it's Heath, rather than the mid-wicket kind of being stump high in a more traditional sense, she's almost at forward square leg. And now with Ellis back on strike, the mid-wicket is once again traditional. Drops inside. This should be a run out. Appeal and given. And Heath is run out, and that is a huge moment in this match. Ellis dropped the ball at the feet of that kind of very standard mid-wicket and set off. Unfortunately for Warwickshire, it was a suicidal run. See here, she calls early. The slightest of stutters from Heath, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, a very tidy piece of fielding, one-handed pick up and throw in one motion, and Heath is out.
Yeah, great bit of work by McDonald-Gay. The throw coming underarm while she's almost lying on her belly. And you could see there was the hesitation from Heath. You know, she didn't think they were coming through for the run, and then suddenly thought, oh, I've got to get my skates on here. Ball was already with McDonald-Gay, and you sort of just carry on running at that point. She knew she was gone. Didn't even get the dive in.
Well, very much look forward to seeing what Wasp has to say about that, because Heath was batting superbly well, both in quantity and quality of her runs. Now we have Emily Arlott coming in, who played the most wonderful innings earlier on this season with 130 against Essex. And it was, however, slightly against the run of play form-wise of her previous years. She's had a really tough couple of years with the bat, averaging single figures last year. And that's why everyone loves and hates the sports cricket so much, because out of nowhere she had kind of the best day of her career, 130.
It's honestly, it's one of the most unpredictable sports out there, cricket, and then you can sometimes just have something, you know, a bit of luck that runs your way, and suddenly your average looks a hell of a lot better than it did 24 hours ago. But then alternatively it can go completely the other way. You can have a freak run out, play onto your own stumps.
Arlott defends. It looks like Capsey's not even really trying to spin the ball at the moment. Sometimes it looks like as if she's almost rolling the ball out the front of her hand. Don't think she always is, but just changing it up. That's tickled round the corner. If they really run, they might be able to get back for 3 here. I don't know if the ball's quite going to reach the fence. And it is cut off, but they only make it back for 2.
Well, Emily Arlott sort of running through custard, actually. She got to the other end, turned, and it was like a cruise ship trying to leave the harbour. Didn't really set off at much pace. Ellis at the other end was ready to rumble again, and Arlott was saying absolutely no chance.
Well, after 26 overs, the score is 188 for 5. And the run rate is not an issue for Warwickshire here. They are well ahead in that respect. They need another 126 to win. It's just that wickets column which is the real issue. And that'll be so frustrating for the away side because the pitch here at Beckenham has been slow. It's not had many demons in it. The wickets have fallen in front of square. Caught mid on, caught mid off. A run out, self-inflicted. There's a lot more pressure that goes onto Ellis's shoulders here as well. Back in the team. Unfortunately for her, it was her ill-fated call that paid price for Wraith. She's on strike here against Gregory.
Well, Gregory went for 10 in her first over. I think we've seen a lot of bowlers go for 10 in their first over today. We saw it with Izzy Wong starting things off. I think Katie George, unless hers was that very expensive over. I'm pretty sure we've seen a few of them go for 10 in over 1, which seems very strange.
Cut to backward points. Not a clean piece of fielding by Wyatt Hodge, but does the job. No, it's been a day of expensive overs. A feast or famine type day here at Beckenham. We've had lots of overs go for north of 10 or double figures. It's not been a day where people have just been ticking over the scoreboard politely. Top edge. Will it fall safe? It will. And that is a really good piece of fortune for Ellis and Warwickshire. I thought that could have gone anywhere.
I was actually quite impressed by the lack of worry from the umpire, because from the way I'm looking at it, that was going straight, about to plop on his head. He just nonchalantly took a couple of steps back and watched it land. Didn't have to take any particularly evasive action. And look at that Wasp, down at 36% again now.
Wow. The impact of 1 wicket. Arlott tucks the ball into the leg side. They run the first one hard. And Ellis is interested in the second, but Arlott turns her away. The sun's just peeping through the clouds here at Beckenham, ever so occasionally and slightly. It does massively make a difference to the warmth. She looks to sweep again. I think this is a good plan from Gregory. Bowling very straight, encouraging Ellis to play square of the wicket and gamble that if she does miss, well, she'll be out. Skips down the wicket, heaves into the leg side, and that ball will skip along to the boundary. I don't think Gregory will mind that too much, because she'd built some pressure. She forced Ellis into taking a risk, and it paid off this time. But that's the game. At the end of the 27th over, the score is 194 for 5.
I think we're in for an exciting period of play here, actually. That wicket as well going down. So these two relatively new batters in. Ellis 8 from 10, Arlott run a ball 3. They've got to try and just build a partnership here. They don't need to worry about that run rate because they are well ahead of it at the moment. But what is crucial is not losing a wicket at this point, because then we start to get towards a sort of, not quite the tail, but very much the lower order.
Completely agree. Warwickshire want a bit of a sim game period here.
Yeah, and someone like Izzy Wong, yes, we know she can hit big when she needs to, but you don't want to rely on her to have to get sort of 100 and be there for a 100-run partnership.
Very comfortable single taken by Arlott. And also something to be aware of is Capsey, as of earlier this week, wasn't fit enough to even be able to field. So will she be able to keep bowling? At the moment she's been doing a fantastic job for her team. The 1 wicket, the run out came off her bowling as well. Will she be able to keep plugged in for her captain and keep twirling away from the city end?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because when we saw her on Wednesday,
Yeah.
She almost looked like she needed crutches, the way she was hobbling so gingerly in front of us in the
I thought
commentary.
we had a news story happening in front of our eyes.
Yeah.
Alice Capsey.
Out for the summer.
Alice goes for that paddle sweep again. It is a vacant area at fine leg, but with the lack of pace that Capsey's putting on the ball, she's really holding it back at the moment. You're probably at best only getting 2. That's a risk reward that Alice is currently happy with. See if she'll go for the shot again. So she skips down the track, drives the ball out to long on. You're completely correct in that for this period now, wickets are so crucial to Warwickshire. And what's the point for Surrey? If Surrey are able to nab another wicket or 2 now, the game very quickly becomes close to being over. Whereas if Warwickshire can add 30 kind of guilt-free, carefree, drama-free runs, well, then you can almost win by accident. You can just chip yourself the rest of the way there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be showy, does it? You just plod your way to victory.
Either way, I think we're headed for a very exciting finale. And exciting middle overs for that matter. That's scooped around the corner. A remarkable shot from Arliss. Is that going to go for 4? It is.
A very strange shot, actually. She just didn't look very comfortable at all. It was almost feet right next to each other, almost front on, and just sort of turned it round the corner, as if when you first start playing you look quite awkward and you don't really know what to do with your footwork, and you just sort of give it a little flick. But it's paid off for Arla.
Oh, goodness me. That was a shot from the 1800s.
It's like you're putting. Maybe she's been playing some golf.
It's prompted a field change, so now the fielder at mid-wicket has now gone into short 45. I imagine Arla will just walk across the stumps here and dab it into the leg side. A bit like that. And they'll take 1. Now, well, at the end of the 28th over, the score's 202 for 5. I think that's an over that would concern me if I was Bryony Smith, because those were 7, if not 8, very gentle runs scored without a risk being taken. And that's okay for a little bit, but if Warwickshire are able to string together 2 or 3 overs of that sort, well, the complexion of this game changes a lot very quickly.
Yeah, these two very wise cricketers. They're doing exactly what we were saying, just building this partnership and not taking those risks. They don't need to at the moment, and that's what was done so well by the top orders, that they got ahead of that run rate early. After those wickets fell, they didn't let themselves get worried or bogged down. They carried on, they took on the bowlers, and now they're so far ahead that they do have that
Stifled appeal, but a bit too high, bit too leg side.
They've got that sort of luxury of being able to just sit back a little bit.
It'll be interesting when or if Bryony Smith feels the need to twist, whether they need to bring an extra fielder up, put a slip in, kind of go hunting for wickets.
And you sort of wonder if they might think about turning back to one of their pacers at any point, just changing it a little bit, because these two look very comfortable against the spin from the 2 ends at the moment. But, you know, we talked about how great Rihanna McDonald-Gay was the other day. You've also got the likes of Alice Monaghan in there as well.
That's full and turned away into the leg side. Gregory bowling with 3 fielders out on the leg side. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Short fun leg is in place where the skipper Bryony Smith is. Just encouraging the batters to play across their front pad and try and take an easy single. And that's very leg side on. Although it's a wide, you can see a slightly frustrated Ellis there, because all she needed was a tiny bit of bat on that, and it would have raced away for 4. Ellis once again, and goodness me, the spin on that ball was brutal, and it's completely foiled Kalia Moore, who came sprinting in. You normally associate that type of spin with a sweep shot when it comes off an edge of the bat, but Ellis got back, pulled the ball, and we're right in line with that. And I cannot emphasise enough how much that has curved back in the direction of where Moore had come from as opposed to was going.
Yeah, it's got some serious deviation. That's an ankle buster, that one, if you try and turn back on it again.
And Wasp has leapt back up above 50% for Warwickshire. More in business once again. Ellis has been so quick on that pull shot against Gregory. Normally when those balls, when that happens and you hear the wicketkeepers shouting spin, the blame and the embarrassment lies quite firmly on the fielder. But there I actually don't know if I think I've got quite a lot of sympathy for Moore there. I wasn't expecting the ball to kick on that way at all.
And actually that kind of spin you would expect from the third bounce as well.
Yeah. Well, end of the 29th over, the score is 209 for 5, and again 7 runs come off it. The required run rate, the world's hardest sentence.
It is so hard to say. It doesn't matter if you're good at saying your R's or not.
If you're good at saying words or not.
Yeah,
It's a tricky one. Well, that required run rate is now exactly 5 and over. Bryony Smith and Surrey might be feeling the need to change ever so quickly, ever so soon. Capsey is going to continue for now. She's 1 for 26 off 4. Where can you take your risk at this moment? So they still have the same field. The 4 fielders out on the boundary, a deep square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off. Cover point, backward pointer in the ring. So we do have a mid wicket in place now. Right, this is a change of plan from Capsey. So she's come round the wicket and she's hopped a fielder over from the offside, where she previously had the kind of ring of fire defence in the offside. Now there is a mid wicket, a 45 in place, and 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. So what she's going to try and do is effectively play a game of pass the pass with her, the batter, mid wicket. If the ball can just be kept in that little triangle, they'll be very happy and force the batters into trying something different. I'd like to see Ellis reverse sweep. I'd find that exciting. So she forces the ball out. It's a long off. It's just 1 run.
I haven't seen a lot of reverse sweeping actually.
No, I've missed it. It's one of my favourite games. My
Oh.
favourite shots. I very much enjoyed. There's a quote that's attributed to David Lloyd, aka Bumble, about the reverse sweep when it first started being played in the early 90s or late 80s. And he said the reverse sweep is like Manchester United getting a penalty and asking Brian Robson to take it with his head. You think about how much the game has changed, how much of a staple it is in all formats of the game now. It's an excellent over so far from Capsey. Just 1 run off 4 deliveries. To take a second single. And the problem Surrey have here is even if this over goes for 2, the amount of pressure it puts back on Warwickshire isn't that much at this point in time. So we have 1 more fielding change. McDonald Gay goes from mid-wicket to short third. That's encouraging Alice just to take the 1, and they'll shake hands on 3 off the over. And there you have it.
Easy game, really.
What do you know? At the end of the 30th over, 20 overs remain. The score is 212 for 5. I think Capsey's bowling very well. They just need a wicket from somewhere. That'll change this game's complexion.
Well, there's a big discussion actually now going on between Bryony Smith, Rihanna McDonald-Gay and Alice Davison-Richards, and Rihanna McDonald-Gay has just taken her hat off, and I think, I was saying this a couple of overs ago, why not turn and try a bit of pace, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
No, you called it spot on, Georgie.
It's very satisfying when you can do that.
Absolutely.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Occasionally.
Almost.
Occasionally it's okay. I remember kind of having the wool pulled from my eyes when I've discovered that. When you hear commentators often going, I've got a sneaking suspicion that ex-bowler's about to come on. And what the viewers don't know is just off camera, said player has been viciously whirling their arms around.
Yeah, although sometimes you do viciously whirl your arms on just because you want the captain to notice you.
That's a good point. It's very chicken and egg. Right, Surrey are hunting for a wicket. They've returned to their strike bowler in McDonald Gay. Ellis is on strike. They scamper through for a single. Ellis batting well so far. She will be feeling the pressure, the added responsibility of contributing to her team's innings here after the run out with Wraith. Partnership's going well so far. Currently at 26 off 26. Got more discussions, more head scratching. Right, what's happening here?
There's a proper mothers' meeting going on, isn't there?
So we've got fine leg where Alice Davison-Richards was. She has now moved up into the ring, and Paige Schofield has dropped out from mid-on to long-on. Top ball, so solid start so far from McDonald Gay. Just having a look at the scorecard, what options Surrey have. They've used 7 bowlers today, so they can turn anywhere. That struck down the ground. Will it beat long on? It will indeed. That is a wonderful strike from Arlott. Well, it looked like she was putting for a previous boundary. She got the driver out for that one. Full extension of the arms. Straight back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, complete balance as well. That's what's so important, isn't it? It's not about just using your full muscles and giving a big swing. It's about getting yourself set and balanced and timing. And for a moment, McDonald Gay waved her arms as if she thought about catching it.
That's pulled down to long on. This time Schofield will be able to reach it. The sun is just peeking out. There's something about when a cricket ground is bathed in sunshine which makes batting that much more palatable. That run rate required down below 5 now. Takes the inside edge of Ellis's bat.
So this is already turning into an over that's leaking runs again. That 4, just boundary and over at the moment. That real injection. 7 now off this over, and they're very happily ahead of that required rate. Now Wasp up at 61.
It's also only double figures required now. It's the target needed. Well, they're chasing 314 to win. It's 95 away now, and the psychological kind of boost that has when it's no longer 3 figures. We have more discussions. Bryony Smith with another bit of words of wisdom. It's McDonald Gay's ear. No field changes for now. She's gone short. Is the umpire happy with that? No. Wide ball given. And I think from Rhiannon McDonald Gay's reaction,
yeah,
she's very pleased with that decision.
The double teapot, not pleased.
I must admit, I think that did just gently raise over the batter's head, so I'm not entirely surprised she's been asked to bowl this again. The scorecard has jumped ahead. There is 1 ball remaining of this over. Shots for the short ball. Could they scamper back for 2 here, Warwickshire? Again, in a theme. Ellis is often keen for the extra run. She's got to turn down on that occasion. That is the end of the 31st over. A profitable one for Warwickshire. 9 runs coming off the return. Rhiannon McDonald Gay's return to the bowling attack after 31 overs. The score is 221 for 5.
Yeah, perhaps not what they would have quite expected with the return of one of their strike pace bowlers. I feel like those wiggly worms well ahead at the moment at Warwickshire, but as we know, just the 1 wicket can really change the complexion of the game. It's going to be continuation of Capsey. We're unsurprised about them. She's bowled 5 of hers so far, but as we said, for someone we thought might not even play, we thought it was going to be hobbling around today. She's had a bit of a hit out in the middle, picked up a wicket.
Arlott very casually drives up to long off for a single. is there a change of field for Ellis being on strike? Nope. With McDonald-Gay still at mid-wicket. And the 45, so she'll be targeting these stumps, Capsey. Ellis goes to the sweep, beats 45. Will Dunkley be able to cut that off? She will. Saves 2 important runs.
Now, it's not gone for a boundary, but that was such perfect placement, wasn't it? You knew exactly where that field was placed and managed to get it in not that large a gap.
You're absolutely correct. And 3 runs off the over already. They can tuck the ball around for another 2. They'll be very happy. That's well bowled by Capsey. I'm just concerned for Surrey about where their wicket's coming from. How are they building pressure? Are they forcing batters into false shots here, or are they going to have to get them out? It's well battered again by Ellis. Just takes that outside edge. It was quicker from Capsey. And that flies through for 4. I'm going to sound wise after the fact. I was just wondering whether Surrey could lose one of those 2 fielders in the ring on the leg side. And with Capsey forcing the ball across the right hand, it's not turning massive amounts. Whether a potential wicket-taking option was that outside edge. Of course, said it after it's happened, which makes it doubly important. It's a crucially vital boundary. And to rub further insult to injury, Harlott takes the simplest of singles into the leg side. And another fine over for Warwickshire. 9 runs come off it. The score is 230 for 5, and Surrey needs something to change quickly.
Very much so. Well ahead of that run rate at the moment. Warwickshire, obviously, you can see they lost the sort of cluster early. Those wickets going down, but now very comfortable. There was the rebuild in the middle, sort of led by the charge of Davina Perrin, who eventually went in somewhat disappointing fashion, she would have thought. She was thinking about pushing up to a big score today. We thought maybe we'd be seeing our second triple-figure score of the day after Sophia Dunkley earlier on today made 100 for Surrey, but wasn't to be.
With a change of bowling, the skipper has turned to herself. All bowling changes are, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. So more spin, this time from the Beckenham end. That's clipped into the leg side. So it's still a very similar field to what Capsey has at the other end. This time the only difference is they have a short third rather than a mid-wicket in place. So it's 5-4, 5 fielders on the offside. And we're tinkering slightly. Long off is coming up into the ring, and cover point is dropping out for Ellis. Just get the sense it's too easy for Warwickshire at the moment.
Yeah, they're just being given those singles as well, aren't they? And that's all they need. You can just rotate that strike, dot up the singles, and they won't care if they just plod to victory one at a time.
Well, aside from Harlott's straight drive off McDonald-Gay, that is the only real shot of anger that this pair have played together. And yet their partnership is 45 off 39 balls. Bless you, Georgie Heath.
Sorry, it just came up on me too quickly to turn off the microphone.
Oh, goodness me, I'm all frantic now. I was scrambling, trying to press buttons to save us all.
Sorry, everyone.
Not
Apologies. It was the sunshine that did it. Wasn't used to it.
Took you by surprise.
Took me by my body was so shocked by the sun.
4 singles off the over so far. Make that 5. And Bryony Smith kind of rests on her knees there, looking quite forlorn, and with a limp if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she doesn't look very comfortable, does she? Is she just holding that thigh, or is she just leaning on it?
And that is 6 singles for the over. And again, at risk of sounding like a broken record, something needs to change for Surrey here, because this is far too easy for Warwickshire. 6 runs off an over with 6 singles. 6 risk-free singles is literally the dream over Warwickshire could hope for.
Yeah, and the 50 partnership up for these two as well. So we said that when they came together, it was important to try and build a partnership. Exactly what they've done, risk-free. And yeah, Bryony Smith doesn't look particularly comfortable, does she?
She's just seeming a real spot of bother there. So keep an eye here. She's staying on the pitch. She's walking off in the direction of the change room, but I think she might just be going to field at short third. I suspect that will be her only over if she is hobbling around like that. They're continuing with Capsey for a 7th over from the City end. Attempted to have an off-air team talk with my colleague, but failed.
I was interested. I wasn't privy to this conversation.
I thought I'd pick the brains of an actual cricketer to understand like what a plan could be, what type of plan I could present to the listeners.
You'll get an actual cricketer in a minute. I'll go take a seat.
That should make me feel terrible, Georgie. Well ball by Capsey. It's a dot ball. Who would you look to bring on potentially?
Well, my suggestion didn't work. Rhiannon McDonald-Gay.
Well, that's why we need a plan B.
So we need a plan B.
It's well batted from Ellis. She doesn't get the run. That fielder on the leg side has moved from short front leg to square leg. And where it was deep square, it's now deep backward square leg to kind of cut off that sweep. I'd be interested in plan ADR.
Okay.
Case in point, well, it comes off the Q end. Forward. Everyone there as Alice went to just paddle gently behind square. I think maybe she has kind of changes of pace, variations.
She went for the variations earlier, didn't she? Went shorter, and at times got the batters in a little bit of a twist.
Good single for Ellis, who manages to get off strike. It's just very difficult. If you think across today, we've had 12 wickets, and all of them really have been kind of people being caught in the ring, caught through or dismissed through acts of aggression rather than any demons on the pitch or movement off the seam bettering a batter. And so here we're Surrey are hunting for a wicket. It's quite difficult to think of a winning plan. That's short and bold. Well, there's the breakthrough Surrey needed. Arlock went for that French cricket shot once again, missed it, and it scooted on through to clip off stump. And just how crucial a wicket is that for Surrey, Georgie Heath?
Yeah, this is very strange again. This is just Arlock getting her footwork a little wrong. She just gets her feet really close together and ends up just trying to turn it round that corner in that very strange manner that we saw work earlier, but just not quite read it, and it just finds the top of off stump, and Arlock can't quite believe it.
Well, neither can Alice Capsey, but they have very contrasting emotions as Arlock walks off, and that is so important for Surrey. We have a serious cricket game on our hands, because yes, the run rate is not by any means out of control, but they still need 77 runs to win Warwickshire. They now just have 4 wickets in hand. Karis Pavley comes to the crease. She was out in Australia recently with the England A set-up.
She spent the winter out there as well. She was over with Hannah Baker, who are playing over at Campbelltown.
I love this great club cricket knowledge. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you. Campbelltown.
Is Campbelltown Sydney?
Well, it's Sydney in inverted commas.
Okay.
It's a long way out.
Lovely.
I think there was that story a few years ago of Ollie Pope was going over to play cricket and he was in Sydney, he thought, but actually Campbelltown is a long way out.
Right, gotcha.
I think Monty Panesar's played out at Campbelltown as well.
Are they the Ghosts? Is that right?
Oh, I'm not sure that much.
Let me find out.
Yeah.
Google is
I think they came out as victors in the T20s, their side. The New South Wales Breakers player Sarah Coit, also part of that Campbelltown setup.
They are indeed the Campbelltown Camden Ghosts.
Rolls off the tongue nicely.
Absolutely, it's always worse than required. Great.
You need a very small font to fit it on the shirt.
Right, the left-handed Pavely is in, so this is good news for Surrey with their bank of off-spinners. It's a good start from Capsey to the left-hander, and at the end of the 34th over, the score is 237 for 6.
Yeah, so a lot of it seems to be more and more every year, sort of especially the younger players heading over and having a stint at a club in Australia. So obviously Hannah Baker and Karis Pavely, I think they were living together as well, playing at the same club. So they spent a lot of time together this winter.
Absolutely is living the dream for many. The idea of kind of being good enough at cricket to get yourself a winter away in Australia, very nice too. We are having another change in the bowling attack. This change is powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Alice Monaghan is replacing her skipper Bryony Smith, who was moving very gingerly by the end of her over. I think this is a good move from Surrey.
Yeah, I like the idea of coming back to a bit of pace, especially if you've got the new batter out there, Pavely, who's not necessarily known for her batting antics. Obviously she can bat, but she's coming in further down the order and only faced one delivery so far.
Well, she's been in handy form so far this year with the bat. In her 3 matches, she's made 17, 31 and 25. I think Warwickshire would shake hands on a handy 20 from Pavely now. Maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they need a little bit more. I think that's the...
Yeah, 77, it's not an easy ride home. It's not sort of cruising in neutral down a hill.
Not at all. We're set for a blockbuster finish here at the Beckenham County Ground. That ever so nearly scuttles back onto the stumps. It just got caught up in Ellis's pads.
It's that heart in the mouth moment, isn't it, when you're trying to spin around and see where the ball has gone.
Well, Lancashire's George Bell was dismissed in very unfortunate fashion, where the ball got tangled up in about his chest and then his thigh and then his knee, and then he kind of walked his foot backwards to regain his balance, and he booted the ball back onto his stumps. Heaved into the leg side, but it falls safe. Warwickshire are interested in 2, but think better of it. It's important runs there for Ellis, who, I mean, it more speaks to the fluency of her innings so far that she'd faced kind of 3 dot balls in a row before getting off strike to Capsey, and then faced another couple there. That's the first time she's really had a bit of a slowdown since she arrived at the crease. So we have Monaghan coming round the wicket to the left-handed Pavely. Pavely's taken an off-stump guard. So she's going to be well across her stumps. Pavely drives beautifully up to mid-off. Is able to get off the mark with a single. Paige Schofield on screen there with 3 catches to her name today. 3 very simple ones, I'll add as well.
Don't go down as that in the scorecard though, do they?
Safe pair of hands. Ellis scampers down the pitch.
Almost caught in 2 minds, wasn't she? She came down early and then just decides to drop it into that offside. Nice noise off the bat.
She seems quite intent on taking on this leg side boundary. She heaved one in this direction earlier on in the over, and she looked to do so again there before thinking better of it.
more discussions there. I really like the way Paige Schofield talks to the bowler as if she's a doubles tennis player. You know, when they talk behind the balls, it's as if someone's lip reading somewhere.
Well, we'll see what they had in plan now. Short one, that's turned to short third. Danny Gregory has a shot at the stumps. They're coming back for two here. No, they're not, Warwickshire. Once again, Ellis was searching for another run and turned down by her partner. And I believe we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Georgie Heath is leaving and Kirstie White is joining.
Oh, tangled up.
How are you feeling post the Capsey wicket?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Yeah.
It's concerning me. I imagine you'd be feeling better.
Well, yes. I mean, it was a big lapse of judgment. I was very confused, actually, to be honest. And I don't really know what happened. And I feel like Emma Arlott probably maybe feels the same, because there was a big lapse of judgment there, wasn't it? And where, you know, again, it's those pendulum swing moments, aren't they, that you just think, oh, could it?
Ellis finds that gap in the leg side. She's able to scamper through for one. No, I don't know if you saw it, but Emma Arlott had played that kind of French cricket bunt earlier on to good effect.
I don't know what had happened. I don't know. You know, she seemed to get through the shot early. The ball kept a little bit lower.
It was a very important breakthrough for Surrey, who, well, Warwickshire are now 73 runs away from victory. The run rate is not an issue, but the wickets column is. Goodness me, they set off for another run there. They do get home comfortably, but the running between the wickets in the last 10 overs hasn't filled me with confidence from our perch up on the gantry.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, I was just going to once again say how timely a wicket was for Surrey, because Arlott and Ellis had been batting kind of like been cruising along. They played kind of one shot in anger, and they had 50 off about 45 balls. And with no real attacking fielders in position and the difficulty of forcing a wicket on this surface, I wasn't really sure when things were going to go right for Surrey once again.
No, I do know what you mean, and I think, you know, the last over by Monaghan was a really good over, and that again is that the moment where the momentum swings again. If Capsey can have a good over here, and they've been starved of a boundary and they're having to either force singles, they've got 4 in the ring around the bat now.
Gets down leg side. Was there a little bit of glove on that? The ball's racing away. It will reach the boundary. Just trickles over. Runs given. So a tiny bit of bat on it from Ellis, and that's a crucial boundary for Warwickshire. Capsey will be frustrated with this stuff. She is trying to bowl a very tight and straight line. So that is the direction she'll miss in, as I just slips on my chair, much to the alarm, much to the concern of everyone around. I
thought you'd gone through the balcony, to be honest.
I was a bit nervous.
Out the trap door.
An on-air stall fall. Once again, just getting a bit leg side, Capsey, but
yeah. A 45's come into place now. What I was going to say is I just don't feel comfortable that there's not 2 fielders behind the bat there. I would much rather they picked a single up in front of square than they were potentially to score 4 runs behind through that 45 region.
So explain that. You'd rather they took the risk of playing that paddle sweep, or?
Yeah, for one, you know, what the risk and reward again is, well, there's a fielder there, so actually if I'm going to beat her, I've got to get it really fine. I'd rather actually protect that and have those fielders in behind the bat than nurdle it round the corner.
We have the left-handed Pavley on strike for the last ball of the over. She skips down the wicket and plays it beautifully up to long on. It's a very calm and confident shot from Pavley, who's at number 8 but batting very well so far for her. Admittedly 3 runs at the end of the 36th over. The score is 348, 248 for 6. I've done that a couple of times today.
No, I do know what you mean though. Karis Pavley, yeah, that was driven down the ground as though she'd been batting for about 20 overs. It was very confident, really well timed, strides down nicely. I'll give a bit of confidence to her partner at the other end, who's taken the brunt of the load.
Well, Monaghan is going to continue for a second over after there had been a flurry of bowling changes from the Beckenham end. There had been Danny Gregory, then McDonald Gay came on for 1 over, then Bryony Smith came on for 1 over. She seemed to kind of do herself a mischief and whipped herself off immediately. Monaghan so far so good. We'll look to settle in. Edged, dropped, low to Chatley's left, and the ball run away for 4. It's the second tough chance that Chatley has put down today. Monaghan gets a consoling pat on the back from McDonald Gay. She smiles wryly. That could be a crucial moment in the match.
Yeah, that was a genuine edge there. Chatley diving low to her left.
It's almost beaten her for pace.
Yeah, she was there. It's just caught the thumb, I think.
Well, 4 more crucial runs. This time she drives heartily in front of square. She looks to turn for 2. She could be run out here. She just gets back the throw. Monaghan did extremely well to take it cleanly on the half volley. But that slight erring in judgment. We see a replay here of the dropped catch. And all action here at the Beckenham County Ground. Well, chances are happening.
Yeah, it's just nervy, isn't it? There's a real sense of nerves in the air from both teams.
Big appeal, not given. That was a fantastic delivery from Monaghan. The umpire decided it was just sneaking down the leg side, but it was incredibly full. See that ball swinging in.
Yeah, it's a good decision by the umpire, but wow, that has followed Beth Ellis's big toe like a honing missile.
We've had 3 balls this over, 3 wicket opportunities, but Warwickshire survived so far. This time she's able to pull the ball away for a single, get up the other end. This match is quickly reminding me of what we were talking about earlier, the kind of freedom of retirement from playing means that level of nausea during a runs chase, I assume, is a little bit less, or has it returned?
Oh, I don't know. If you ask me around the Somerset game, I think I had to. I was quite rude at the end of the Somerset game. I just took my bag and got in the car and drove home. I think I said any.
Well, I wanted to. I tried to talk to you about it a couple of days later, and you went, "I don't want to talk about that," and I thought you were joking, so I just carried on.
You went, continued to talk about it.
No, actually, I don't want to talk about it. I was like, "All right, sorry, okay." Pavely shuffles down the wicket and plonks the ball into the offside. Warwickshire again turn for a second, decide against it. There's 1 ball remaining in this over. It's gone for 7, but that does not tell the full story at all. Monaghan is doing a mighty fine job for a team so far. Runs to win 59 now. White Hodge fields cleanly at backward point at the end of the 37th over. The score is 255 for 6. You can have a little bit more from Kirstie White as I get out of the way. Daniel Norcross will take you home.
Lucky us.
You'll have to show me the way, though.
You're not a sat-nav man? Map?
Well, yes.
Written directions?
Written directions.
By your nose?
Just go round and round in circles, really.
Wouldn't be a very good black cab driver.
Well, it was so hot here the other day, by contrast to today, that my phone got so hot that the sat-nav kept cutting out. Oh. And please don't take this personally, South East London, but I get very, very confused about where I am. Look at that there, Durham. Considerably ahead of Surrey's worm. It's all about the wickets here for Warwickshire and Surrey. The number of balls remaining, 78 runs to win 59. That's not a problem at all, but 6 wickets down. And very nearly, of course, they lost Pavely in the last over. Chatley with her second drop of the game.
Yeah, I think Chatley will be disappointed with that drop.
Well, yep. I mean, there's still some batting to come for Warwickshire, but they lose a 7th soon, then that pressure will start to build. Neither of these sides have had a really dominant start to the campaign. Both really, really want to win.
Yeah, you're right. And if this pair see out the remaining 76 balls, they will win. I've got no doubt about that. A wicket changes everything here.
Oh, now then, this could be trouble.
It's very well
Throw
run.
comes in at the wrong end. Well, I say wrong end. It would have been tricky to get it to the other end, but probably needed to be a bit more aware of the relay there, because there was hesitation. Seen some good running today, generally, haven't we?
Yeah, that was a very good run. Very good dive, actually. Not something I enjoyed doing, definitely.
No.
I just accepted my fate, I think. If it was, I was either in or I was out. That was it.
Well, you can lose a lot of skin with those dives, can't you?
Yeah, and dignity.
And dignity, yes. Bits of equipment fly off.
Yeah.
You've got to do it right, haven't you? You've got to dive forwards of hands down that way.
That's it,
Otherwise
yeah.
you can bang, you can
Yeah.
jar, you can do a shoulder.
Marizanne Kapp, exceptional at a full frontal dive.
Yeah, and she bounces out of the dive at the other
Yes.
end, doesn't she?
Oh.
Well, that's been squirted away. It'll just be another single. Skipper tidies up.
I think Kapsu's pace on ball needs to come with a warning. It's like a Japanese bullet train.
Would you not have a signal? Would you know? I mean, I've often wondered this about slow
Yes.
bowlers. As we saw Pavely do it a little bit, didn't we?
The baseball sign
Yeah.
with a...
Yeah. Sort of like, yeah, exactly. Fingers, whatever. It's weird how you don't see it in cricket very much.
No. Especially with the keeper up to the stumps as well.
End of the over. 5 from it, which is pretty much what Warwickshire needs. Slightly more than they need. They need 4.5 at the moment.
Yeah, good over though. No boundary, so it's a win for Surrey.
It is.
A few dots. Dots are important.
The plane flies overhead. Look.
Yeah, there's a plane.
I almost feel like Henry Blofeld. Find me a helicopter immediately in a bus. I want a bus.
I'll tell you what, speaking of baseball,
Yes.
did you hear Seymour Wheeler died?
I didn't hear Seymour Wheeler died. No.
Yeah,
No.
just found
Was
out.
it an exposure he died of?
He was 98. He saw a lot.
Bet he did.
He was a prolific Mets fan, baseball
Yeah.
fan, very famous. He actually became the face of $1 hot dogs
Oh.
for the team, hence the name. Embraced his name. But yeah,
But it's a name you should embrace.
yes, absolutely. He said, I
Yeah.
know my name's not the best, but I don't mind. I knew you'd enjoy that story.
I do. 98.
98.
That is
Gutted,
that is a full life, isn't
Yes,
it? Yeah.
very full. Well, actually, here's a fun fact for you. My dad,
Yeah.
99.
No.
Fact.
Same age as Attenborough, David.
Yes, and the late Queen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually quite annoyed
1926.
that the Queen passed away because he wanted a letter from her.
Right. He doesn't feel that the King's letter would carry quite the same currency.
No,
No.
no, he was really upset.
Well, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He reckons 104 is his number. Not sure why. Said, I'm going to live to 104. I was like, okay.
All right.
Shall I make some plans now? Or
Is he well? Is he?
He's very well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He lives in his own home. He plays mahjong the tiles game on.
Well, that's going to keep you young.
On the computer, so his mind is very much there. He watches YouTube videos all day on the computer, a bit like a teenage boy. So this is great for him. He loves the YouTube. No, he's very active.
I wish I could get my father-in-law to work out how YouTube works.
He walks on his own. He's no sticks, no nothing. Fabulous man he is.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's a no ball because it's bounced twice. Back in the day, you could get away with that, but I'm afraid things have moved on. A wry smile from Alice Davidson-Richards. That's just come out all wrong.
I think it's actually pitched closer to her than it has the batter.
Oh my word, it has, isn't it? Yep.
Well,
So
you've got to laugh, haven't you?
It'll be a free hit though, which is significant. So a run to the total, and no jeopardy on this ball for Warwickshire. Ellis can just swing to her heart's content, much like Seymour Wiener did, I think. As that goes high in the air, that catch will not count, of course. I mean, it counts insofar as she's caught the ball.
Yes, a good catch, good clean catch.
She's kind of got away with that.
Yeah, I think as far as free hits go, I think you'd take that, wouldn't you?
I think so. I think so. Especially when you're bowling seam on this pitch, which is a hard thing to do. Nice slower ball right into the block hole, but dug out well watched.
I'm just trying to think how Surrey take a wicket here. Now, I think run-outs are a genuine option. I think these two are a little bit dicey between the wickets, keen to turn and take two, so Surrey will be alert to that. I'm just not sure how they're going to take a wicket.
Well, that'll be a wide, I would think. It is, yeah. But you could see Alice Davidson-Richards is trying something, and it's commendable. She's a couple of times been denied a wicket through misfortune. There was that one drop of the attempted uppercut at a really important moment, and she had one that was top edge down to long leg, bounced just in front of Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. But you've got to try things on a surface like this. Keep the batter guessing. Single to finish the over, so singles off every ball plus the no ball and the wide, and Warwickshire are cruising here, 268 for 6. It's why I was sort of saying earlier, I think it was to Georgie, that I understand why you win toss and bat, because it's a beautiful batting surface and you think scoreboard pressure. But the way Surrey line up with such a strong batting unit, I wonder if you reassess, because sides, when they come and play here, they're only going to play once. So they may have seen the scores, but they don't really know what that actually translates into. And so the side that sets, sometimes a bit hard for them, might go a little bit too hard in their eagerness, thinking they need 350 and lose wickets early, then they've got to regroup. Whereas you look at Surrey's batting lineup and you think that on this surface they could pretty much chase anything. The problem comes when you're defending, is exactly the question you just asked there, is how are they going to take a wicket? Because that is a question that everybody who bowls on this has to ask themselves, as we have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. McDonald-Gay back in the attack, and I don't know. I've watched this is the third game I've watched now, and I really don't know the answer.
Yeah, and I think Warwickshire fell a little bit into that trap when they started the chase, because they thought they had to go hard early.
Yeah, not appreciating how this pitch does not deteriorate, does it?
And their success has come from actually just being patient and building partnerships and picking off the bad ball and trusting that if you beat the infield, then the boundary will come with that.
DLS par there, 244, gives you an idea of just how far ahead of the game Warwickshire are. We're not anticipating rain, but it's a good indicator as to who's in the ascendant. Now that would change if a couple of wickets fell, and with that in mind, Surrey have brought on perhaps their most threatening bowler, you would say, McDonald Gay.
Yeah, I think if anyone's going to take a wicket here, it is probably going to be Rhiannon McDonald Gay.
Because I mean, frequently you would look to the spinners to do it, but there's not a lot of turn. It's also quite cold days, so it's quite tricky to get the revs that you're going to want. There's not a lot in the pitch for the spinner. I mean, the spinner may be harder to hit. The distance now then, that's been chipped in the air and it is going to land just between mid-on and the mid-wicket, and a little bit of luck there for Warwickshire. You said McDonald Gay probably the most likely to take the wicket. Well, the bat's turned in the hand, leading edge. I know that feeling well enough, McDonald Gay.
It felt like a cartoon sketch, didn't it?
Arms flailing in the air, almost imploring it to land in her own hands.
Oh, got that through the gap. How?
There is no gap, but they should get 3 here. That's a really good turn. It's that Pavley that's turned, then wonderful sliding in and out. And these are the little things, actually, that when people talk about, you know, the value of professionalism, 11, 12 years ago, you wouldn't have seen that in a domestic women's game particularly often, whereas now I imagine there's drills and you're practicing that, you're practicing getting in and out as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a huge part of the game.
Well, we've seen, especially when you're chasing a score in excess of 300, just being able to turn ones into twos, twos into threes, 50 overs, that accumulates.
Yeah. And you know, the boundaries aren't massive here either. Obviously, if you hit the ball into the pockets, then you know you are more likely to pick up 2. But 3, you do.
Three's
you're
tough.
right. Turning, getting in and out very quickly, and being assertive is key to that.
She found the gap again, and this time hit it more firmly. It's going to run away for 4. That's an expertly played shot because there is protection both at short third and at backward point. That's just waited for, played late, found the gap.
40 overs bowled, Warwickshire 278.
And 278 for 6 with 40 gone. That's a current run rate of basically 7 and over, with only 36 needed from 10 overs, basically. Warwickshire are cruising this, unless Surrey can find a couple of wickets quickly. Then you can only really see one outcome.
Yeah, some magic moments needed here for Surrey, I think.
I mean, what we're gathering from this, from having the games we've watched so far, Surrey 243 in 33 overs, 348 in 50. 7 and over is kind of, that's what you're going to be looking to set, isn't it?
Yeah.
And lost the first game, albeit on DLS, but off the last ball. And you felt they actually left some runs out there when they scored 348, didn't you?
Yeah,
and today,
absolutely.
you really did feel it. So there's a bit of a squeeze.
Yeah, I just felt 313 just wasn't enough. Which sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's faintly preposterous, isn't it?
It is, yes.
313 isn't enough. But it's testament to the surface and the outfield. I mean, these are great conditions. This is there'll be arguments raging about whether the stadium itself is what everyone wants to see cricket played in. I think the stadium's fine as long as you can get people in and market it. But the facilities, I mean, when you first started playing, I imagine you were playing on some pretty ropey surfaces, weren't you?
Yeah, we played on some rope. You know, we'd play at private schools, so we'd play at Reeds, and they would turn out a great deck, and obviously very short straight, so straight over the fence. But yeah, you play at some ropey pitches and worn pitches, particularly as well, which make the difference. Footholes and tread marks.
Whereas here at Beckenham, you cannot fault the surface and the facilities. They're absolutely pristine.
And the ground staff here are fantastic. You know, Stars were based here for 4 years, 5 seasons, and you know, Josh, the head groundsman here, was always offering whatever he could. He'd have the grass nets out ready to go.
I imagine he's slightly more popular with the batters in the squad than the bowlers. Would that be fair?
Yeah, well, I don't know. They're just really great. Whatever you need, they would have it ready for you. And you know, if there was a bit of rain around, they'd do whatever they could to make sure that you could get out and train. You know, if you wanted to do some diving on the outfield, they'd, you know, get the hose out for you. And things like that really make a difference.
Davidson Richards here, by the way, is again, she's trying to bowl to a plan, and the plan is long leg is out, deep backward squares out, deep mid wickets out. She's just trying to bang that in and get it high enough. It's not quite got her line right at the moment. She's just pushing it too far down the leg side. But you can see the idea.
Just the margin for error here is, well, there isn't one.
There isn't. No,
there is no margin for error when they require 31 from 56. So it's got to be your best ball every ball, henceforth.
Now remind me about the bonus point situation.
Oh, I don't know that I can.
Ah.
It's funny, you were reading my mind there.
I was thinking that I'd remembered it, but it's obviously, to work it out for batting second, I've got to do some maths. And you've got to win inside a certain amount of overs, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's...
So I just wonder if that's going to be...
I think it's usually 36. It's something around there.
So it's as little as that? So
I think it's like 25% or something.
Right.
I honestly can't remember.
So yeah, that would be 12.5 overs or something, so 37.5 overs. So that ship will have sailed, yes. Yeah. End of the over, 284 for 6, just 30 needed from 9. 4 wickets in hand, another good partnership developing.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned bonus points, because we were talking about the women's county scene pre-regional cricket, and just to show how far the women's game has come, you used to get a batting bonus point for scoring over 200.
Did you really? Right. So how many would you get for scoring 300? Was there only one point on offer?
I think so, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Another one for 250, I think it was.
Another wide down the leg side. We've seen a few too many of those lately creeping in. Alice Capsey trying to G up the troops at the backward point. Oh, that's
very well round.
That's a brilliant bit of backing up. But Ellis is through for the single that takes her to 50. 50 off 56. And she's done a really good job for her team. After 3 early wickets went down, there was in that big partnership. But then 3 more wickets went down, quite close together, and it required somebody just to hold the innings together to make sure that panic didn't set in, and Ellis has done exactly that with her half century.
I'm so sorry, Dan.
You're right.
I've got a sneeze and it's just there and it just won't come out.
Oh, stare at the sun for very long.
Brilliant. Now I need to sneeze and I'm blind. Thank you. Anything else? Jump off the balcony.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know why that's supposed to work, but it does a bit.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It's moderately perilous. 50 partnership up. That's what I mean at 237 for 6. More than a door was open. These two have batted really well. They've trusted the technique, they've trusted the conditions. And they've been assisted by a little bit of wayward bowling as well. I think when Surrey look at the wides column, they'll be thinking there's an area that they can improve upon. Next Surrey live stream, by the way, is again from Beckenham on the 14th of May, followed by Surrey's men's clash with Yorkshire on the 16th County Championship fixture. Oh, she was a few minds there, Pavely. In the end, made the judicious decision just to defend.
Yeah. Forward, backwards, left, right. Yeah, Surrey have bowled 14 wides. Not sure the no ball column is up to date yet. Maybe I'll just see if I can get that up to date, because there's more than 2 no balls.
Yeah, there's at least 2. And these are just little areas that you can improve upon. I remember watching Sri Lanka in the, I think it was Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, might have been Bangladesh in the T20 World Cup. Went through the entire World Cup in South Africa with only 1 wide,
wow,
which was amazing. You see the worm there shows Warwickshire firmly in the ascendant. And the fact is that sometimes science can best you in other ways, but if you can not give anything away.
Yeah. Yeah, 23 extras here, so I mean, Warwickshire only need 20. Is it 25? I missed that just then.
Yes, I think so.
I think so. So you know, add those extras back onto the total, and they need more runs than there were balls remaining. So you're right. It just goes to show it. Those are the little 1%ers that make a huge difference on the outcome of the game.
Capsey going back into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. It's her 10th and final over. Feels a bit last throw of the dicey, but it's the thing for Warwickshire is that needing only 3 runs and over, they can quite frankly afford to play her out here.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah.
And this is where Surrey would love, an express pace option, something of that sort. Well, they're not going to just play her out. Instead, that's a wonderful shot from Babley to find the gap between deep mid-wicket and what is quite a wide long on. There's not a lot of space between those 2 fielders.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest connection, but actually because of that, it's filtered straight through into the gap. And Dunkley and Schofield can just do a flyby past each other.
21 required. And barring a clatter of wickets, Warwickshire are going to pull off quite the chase. I think Hypercourse got in touch with us earlier to tell us what this chase would be in terms of big chases, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah.
Let me try and find it for you.
Chases.
Let me try and find it.
Go on.
It's a stat.
I'm also coming to think that I might be the common denominator for Surrey losses here.
Yes.
Every game I've been at, because I was at the Utilita, Surrey have lost. Now I know we haven't lost yet, so I shouldn't put the nail in the coffin, but yeah.
Well, I don't know, if you do, it might count as a commentator's curse or something. Might be able to put the mockers on them.
Yeah, it's not great for me though, is it? When I don't get asked back.
Well, I suppose I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
314 would be the 2nd highest successful chase in women's List A cricket. The current record in England. The current record in England is Hampshire's 293 against Lancashire, made at Southport on Wednesday.
Sorry.
Wow.
It doesn't make sense to me.
No, I think I'll come back to it. 314 would be the 2nd highest successful chase in women's List A cricket. Women's List A cricket completely.
Yes.
The current record in England.
Yes.
Is Hampshire's 293, so it would be the highest successful chase in England in List A cricket.
Oh, okay.
You see?
It's all in the wording.
Yes.
It's all in the wording.
Yes. It is. And it's windy, and this paper cup's going to fly around. I don't know what I'll just let it happen. I'm at the stage now when I'm just, what will be, will be.
That's another one to the extras column. Well, as long as your paper cup's empty, because the producer will not be happy if that is around any electric.
Yes, he's very, very touchy about liquid.
Yeah, it just appears as well, doesn't it? Just.
Oh, I know. You're probably too young to remember a show called Mr. Ben.
Wait, no.
Heard of it? It's flicked away fine. Chase on. They'll come back for another couple again. Good running. I like that though. That's just good running. You just put pressure on the fielder, but also just getting in and out quickly.
Yeah, I had an opportunity there to say yes. No, I've got no idea what you're talking about, but I do.
You do know Mr. Ben?
Mr. Ben, yeah. So
shopkeeper.
Probably aged me. Yep, he was great, wasn't he?
Yeah, well that's Jake.
Lived
He
an
appears
alternate
just
life.
like that.
Yeah.
Mm.
They don't make them like that anymore.
They don't. No.
Now we've got Peppa Pig. Don't like her.
No, well I've been told that Bluey is very good. And
I like Bluey.
Yeah, well I was made to watch the cricket episode because I was told that it was the greatest thing that had ever been made by humankind. 14 needed off 42, 300 up with that single. I thought, yes. I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty good. It's not the magic roundabout.
No.
I mean, I liked that they were doing cricket, don't get me wrong. I didn't need to see yet another young Australian batter doing so well.
Is that... Oh, no, it's not Marnus Labuschagne. No, it's not. No, it's just another one.
Yeah, exactly. Right, 14 to win. Plenty of overs left. 7 overs left. 4 wickets in hand.
You know what we need here?
Well, Surrey need to go bang, bang.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Bang. They might need a triple bang. Yeah.
If you'd be so kind. Well, stranger things have happened.
They have.
In Rihanna McDonald-Gay we trust.
Oh, now then.
That was bang.
That might have been bang, but it was just going down the leg side.
Yeah.
A muted appeal. But
and a dot.
Bryony Smith is doing exactly the right thing here. Using her most likely wicket-taking option. Oh, that's a bigger appeal, but again, it just didn't quite look right as we were looking at that. That just felt like it was going down the leg side.
So we've only got 3 fielders out on the boundary at this time as well now. So deep
Quite
backward
right.
square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on. So it covers up in quite a square cover actually. So McDonald-Gay has to bowl straight. And straight she does bowl.
Well, there's an argument at this stage actually for sort of full-on power play 1 field, isn't there? Force the batters to hit through or over the top.
Yeah, there is. And I wonder when. If we'll see it and when. If we do. I'm just looking at timings because they're still sticking with the... So they've... See the left-hander on strike now, so... Again, same 3. So deep square, on square. More of a cow corner, actually.
I think Pavely knows what her job is here.
Yes.
She can perfectly comfortably defend these 2 balls. There's no scoreboard pressure at all here. 13 needed off 38. It's been a great chase.
It has, I think.
Well, if we've understood Hypercourse correctly, we're witnessing history,
Wow.
Kirstie, history.
And we're narrating it.
And we are. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
What a privilege it is.
It is.
1 ball left in McDonald-Gay's spell.
Almost like narrating the nativity.
Almost.
Same kind of
Historical, yeah.
relevance, yeah.
Who knows whether the aftershocks will be felt for the next 2,000 years. That's just shoveled into the onside, picks up the single, which is actually all Warwickshire needed off the over. 12 required, 6 overs left. McDonald-Gay finishes 1 for 61 from 10. And, just got to be really impressed by the way Warwickshire have gone about this chase. They could have folded after losing those 3 early wickets, but they didn't. Really good partnership. Davina Perrin was excellent. And Ellis and Pavely at the end here, after that mid-innings wobble, they've got things right back on track. Surrey have struggled to find answers, and I'm not going to blame them for that. It's a very difficult surface and a terrific outfield. It's very hard to find ways of forcing your way through, as Davidson Richards is back on again. Change of bowlers powered by SSE Energy Solutions. And let's just take a look at the field to get an idea of where she's going to go. She went with a short ball method last time she was on. Doesn't look like she's going to do that this time, because fine leg is up inside the circle. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong side. We've got the left-hander on. Yeah, we've got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket and a long on. Got a tight field on the offside, 5 in the ring on the offside.
I feel that the pressure here on these two batters to not lose a wicket is actually quite intense, because it only takes one of these to fall and the game does change. Regardless of there being 12 runs to win or not, I think it's Warwickshire will just be praying, just don't catch a touch of the sillies.
Well, as a batter waiting to bat, in this situation you really don't want to bat.
No,
your
absolutely
mindset
not.
is not filled with bring it on, it's oh no.
Yes. Yeah. And as little runs as they need, there will still just be that voice in the back of the head that says, don't get out, just don't get out, just do not get out.
And negative suggestions are never good things.
No.
Right, now back to I think what will be a short ball theory here is a long leg deep backward square and a deep mid wicket go out. Fielder coming in to short mid wicket and a mid on, so it's a 5-4 field.
And there is a very, very large gap between point and third. Third really is very straight.
It's gone aerial, but she's going to get away with it. It lands well in front of Capsey at deep mid wicket. Yes, it's quite tempting, that, isn't it? The Amanda Jade Wellington position.
Yeah.
Field will change again for the left-handed Pavely. I like that Pavely's still coming at Davidson Richards, isn't she? She's not letting her settle
on
a length.
No, it's quite smart from Pavely, because Davidson Richards struggled with the length, particularly with that short ball, so just really trying to disrupt her there, not settle into any form of rhythm.
Has been swung away. Exceptionally good fielding out there on the boundary from Dunkley. We'll keep it to 2. Feels like it's going to be too little too late. Just 8 runs needed. 4 wickets in hand. As you say, a wicket can sometimes be all it takes. In a way, you kind of feel that it would be better for the game if Warwickshire were to win it with a couple of overs in hand. Otherwise, we might dwell somewhat on the 5 penalty runs that occurred earlier, much to the consternation of many watching. Now then, there is the wicket. Pavely just chipping the ball up in the air, taken easily at mid-wicket. Bit of a leading edge, just looking to work it into the onside. There's plenty of gaps to find, but she did not find it. Waller had taken the catch, and somebody now does have to come out to bat who really doesn't want to come out to bat. No doubt the Surrey fielders will get together and they'll remind themselves, 1 brings 2, they get another one here. Jitters, you never know.
Yeah,
What went wrong there? She's just up as a leading edge, isn't it?
I think she was just trying to be too smart and just nerd it round the corner instead of actually just keeping the bat straight and just waiting for it to come onto her. What was interesting about Surrey's response there was that was a really good opportunity to come together and say, whatever happens here, let's put them under the cosh. You know, let's let them know that they've not won it yet. They need 8 to win, and let's, even if we are going to lose, put in a good effort here to not make it easy for them. Just Surrey looking a bit defeated in the field, which is understandable. You've scored over 300 runs and the opposition are chasing it down with plenty of balls to spare. But as professional athletes, you need to see what you can still get out of the game.
Well, there's all sorts to get out of it. There's the small matter of net run rate as well. You never know how important that's going to be. I mean, Surrey looked like they're going to fall to a 3rd defeat in 4 games. Alice Monaghan back in the attack. But they pick up a wicket, slow down that progress. You've no idea over the course of a 14-game season. Fortunes will turn, they will change.
Absolutely.
So Monaghan has taken 2 for 43 back in the attack, and she's bowling at Ellis on 57. Key batter here. I'd be interested to see, firstly, if she gets off strike. Izzy Wong, we know, is somebody who can larrup the ball. It's kind of her raison d'etre with a bat, isn't it?
Yeah.
But she's actually kind of got something else going on in her head, you would think, right here, which is bat for Ellis. Don't get out. All those things. Whereas a natural way for her to play would be to blank that out completely and see the game as there to be won by her in a couple of shots. But by the same token, you think, if I get out here and expose what then would be the tail, 10 and 11, things could get awkward.
Definitely. And the more dots again that Surrey can bowl here, better impact has on net run rate.
It's been flicked away, but it'll just be the single, so it brings Wong on strike. We're now going to find out what her mindset is here, to win. Where do you think she's going to be going with this? Just look to rotate strike, just look to get Ellis back on strike, or?
Well, sense would suggest that.
Sense would, but also there's a bit of ego as well. You know, we know what fast bowlers are like. It's not just Izzy Wong, it's fast bowlers generally.
It is a union, yeah.
That was quite an aggressive shot. It does hint at a bit of a wind up here.
There was a bit of a bottom hand,
wasn't there?
A bit of a shovel. Yeah, that's really well bowled by Monaghan there, nice and tight. I think she'll be looking at that hip area. I don't know if you just noticed as Izzy Wong turned around, but there's a lot of sock on show.
Sock?
Sock.
Ooh. Now, the other thing that was interesting there was that Ellis was backing up about 4 yards. she was going, that touches a pad, I'm running.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's smart work from Ellis, gets her back on strike.
Mancad?
Well,
would you?
I think if you've conceded 5 penalty runs, you've got to find a way of getting it back, especially when it
yes, yeah.
I know I can be occasionally
Restore
quite
the balance.
monocular about this, but I have seen the incident a couple of times, and I remain somewhat baffled as to how one can see what was an isolated incident of a ball coming out not the way Danny Gregory intended, followed instantly by an ooh and an apology, and was stopped comfortably by the wicketkeeper 2 yards away from the batter before it got anywhere nearer to be something worthy of that sanction. But, you know, you might then think, and it's a bit unfair on the batter than on striker's end, but you might then think,
yeah.
And you know, you do have to stay in a crease. We have discussed it
It's a rule.
to death. 6 needed, 4 overs remain, 1 on strike.
Good over that for Surrey. Very well bowled.
Yes, I mean, it's coming up to the rematch at Lord's between Charlie Dean and Dipti Sharma.
Well, they've played on the same team a fair bit since that incident as well, haven't they, for London Spirit?
Yes, London Spirit.
These incidents always seem to take place at Lord's, don't they? Johnny Bairstow's incident, Charlie Dean.
Well, I mean, it's it's the second oldest test ground in London, isn't it? So I think there's that. They're trying to try out new things, aren't they? Unlike the sort of the traditional home of cricket, which is the Oval. At Lord's, you get this, and I don't mind youngsters trying out things. Right, well, she's got off strike, which is pretty much the worst thing from a Surrey point of view. Wong just able to work that away into the onside. Great for Warwickshire. You get Ellis back on strike. Do you give the single here?
No, surely not.
Well, I mean, there are 4 out, aren't there? There's 3 out on the leg side, and there's a great big space on the offside. I do wonder if you might want to just force Ellis's hand a bit more here. Not far. Oh, now that has been driven away for 4. It's gone past mid-off. Diving effort. The scores are now level. It's a fine shot from Ellis, who's playing a terrific hand here, unbeaten on 62. And really any last lingering hope Surrey may have had of mounting a spectacular comeback have pretty much gone with that shot. It's going to require 3 for zip if they're going to get anything out of this game. There was a moment when it looked like Warwickshire might have wrapped this game up a bit sooner than it looks like they're going to, but overall I think Surrey are going to be having to lick their wounds this evening. Alright, they're coming through for a single, shy at the stumps, and she's in. And that's the victory for Warwickshire by 3 wickets. It's an historic List A run chase, the highest in English List A history. A really terrific team effort from Warwickshire. They lost 3 early wickets and looked out of the game, and then some marvellous partnerships, not least the one for the 7th wicket after some middle order wickets went down, just stabilising the ship. It's a really marvellous effort from Warwickshire. Surrey will look back on some drop catches here and there. They might wonder about the decision to bat first at the toss. They might wonder if they just got a little bit bogged down in the middle overs, might have kept going, but take nothing away from Warwickshire, who have been splendid with the bat. They've not had the most encouraging start to this season, but they bounced back well to pick up the victory here. For Surrey, well, that's their 3rd loss in 4, their 2nd here in Beckenham. They're going to need to get back to winning ways pretty quickly. But a fine game in the end. Warwickshire winning by 3 wickets with 21 balls to spare. Kirstie, how do you sum up what we've seen today?
I think hats off to Warwickshire. They've really dug in where it counted. They were very loose with the ball at the first period of the game, in the first power play, and Surrey punished them, but they were a different team with the bat. Like you've said, 3 wickets losing 3 wickets early in the game. Surrey probably thought we're on here if we can keep taking wickets regularly, but you know, that partnership between Heath and Perrin was a really, really pivotal moment. And you know, there was only 1 score, as Cam said earlier, in single figures, and the rest, every member of the Warwickshire team has contributed to the score today and chasing that.
It's going to be
total.
Tough for Dunkley to take. Unbeaten 102 not out. Bryony Smith was 78, but for Warwickshire, everybody contributing through the order. 69, 63, 54, 30. That partnership, as Kirstie said, the big one between Perrin and Heath. But then when they were both out, and that run out of Heath, well, there was a wobble. Arlott with 26 of 24 helped to keep the foot on the gas, but then that partnership between Pavley and Ellis, if they'd lost a wicket then, things could have gone horribly sour for Warwickshire, but they didn't. They stuck together really well. Take a look at those bowling figures. Wickets shared around, 1 for 61 for McDonald Gate, 2 for 44 from Monaghan, 1 for 52 from Davidson Richards, 2 for 63 from Capsey. 25 extras though tells something of a story. Might have been a different matter altogether if there had been that 14 or 15 wides, not to mention the 5 penalty runs controversially given. Could have been a different story, but in the end, a great effort from Warwickshire. 314 for 7 they finish with, as we said, the highest list A winning run chase in women's cricket in England. Yes, I can get it out there eventually. Surrey live stream is back on the 14th of May, as we see the match summary there. Yep, we're back here at Beckenham on the 14th of May, and then on the 16th, Surrey's men are back at the Oval, where they will be playing against Yorkshire, back-to-back games. Yorkshire week starting on the 16th, and then Essex starting on the 23rd. 2 really, really big, important matches. But thank you all for watching. Thank you for being part of the Surrey live stream. I hope you can join us next time on the 14th. But from Cam, from Kirstie, from Georgie, and from myself, it is goodbye.